Welcome to the whoop-de-wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words to remind everybody. We don't owe white people. We do not owe white people shit.
It's a place.
I run the risk, and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know who's your
hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's in Indiana.
Yo, you got some money?
You know
We're going to the whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay.
Yo,
got something to do with me.
Throw some cool.
And from a future, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen.
Well, I do know at one point Indiana was like the center of the Klan.
Like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
what makes an island vacation magical? The culture of music and dance.
Oh, dear.
The art and architecture.
Hi, it's great to be here.
Hello. It's a pleasure to be here.
Both Tressie and Emily are keen observers of the cultural zeitgeist. And in their own spheres, they've been noticing an ongoing mainstreaming of all things country and rural. Think shows like Yellowstone.
This is America. We don't share land here.
And Hunting Wives.
What brings you to East Texas?
I guess I live here now.
Oh, well, welcome.
Pop stars like Beyonce and Sabrina Carpenter producing country songs as part of their repertoire. And trad wife influencers like Hannah Nealman, popularly known as Ballerina Farm, who has now more than 10 million followers.
So we have the dairy barn where the cows are going to be. Over where Daniel and Martha are standing is going to be the hay barn. So in the hay barn structure will be obviously hay, alfalfa, grain.
So what does the mainstream embrace of this aesthetic say about our society and about our politics? Emily, Tressie, just so we're all on the same page, I'd love for each of you to...
Everybody, welcome to Stanley versus the World. Not too many people have filed in, if anybody. This is a recent opinion piece from the New York Times, and unfortunately, it's a podcast. It doesn't come with video. However, it's an interesting title. It's basically it's called "The Aesthetic That Explains American Identity Now." How can I resist that title? And one of the ladies who's talking here is Tressie McMillan Cottom. She is a sociologist that teaches at University of North Carolina, and she's also an opinion columnist for the New York Times. So anytime I see something that says aesthetic and American, I'm drawn to listen to it. 30 minutes or so long. Hopefully we'll get through it. And that's what's happening currently. Everybody make sure you hit the like button. If you are new, please consider subscribing to the show and share it out. We're looking at one day getting monetized. And I know people like John Galt cannot wait so they can send super chats. So enjoy the ride. We are basically talking Trump culture. And let's go from here.
To give some examples of where you're seeing the country aesthetic showing up. What makes you define these trends as rural, and what are the specific signifiers you're seeing?
Okay, I'm going to try not to take all of them, although I know I won't do. Okay, so reality TV show jumps out there. You have, there's a show where a farmer takes a wife.
Who is ready to fall
I've seen
for
that
a
show.
farmer?
Have you ever dated a farmer?
No, I've never dated a farmer before.
Love that show.
So many people contacted me when the show premiered, which says that I have a brand, and I was very proud of that. But you can even get into, I think, shows that aren't as character driven, where the rurality is actually a character. So then you've got shows where like there are alligator hunters in Louisiana, and a show called Swamp People.
Last year, the Landrys came out on top in a friendly competition to score the biggest average gator size.
I see it in sort of everyday, accessible middle market design aesthetics. I'm one of those people in the middle of also decorating my home because, how much more basic can I get? And, the hottest trend right now is farmhouse and mid-century modern are over. It's all about cottage. Modern cottage, cottage chic, granny cottage, all of that just sort of appealing to that idea. I see it in comedians. There's this crop of country inflected comedians, someone like Leanne Morgan.
I drove to the Walmart in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, and I took my 2 babies with me, and I went into the Walmart and bought an EPT pregnancy test. I took it in the stall.
That's weird.
And I tinkled on it. And my 3-year-old boy looked at me and said, "What, is it positive?"
So you see it in comedy. I think it is very popular in social media. And then, of course, all the pop stars that you mentioned.
Emily, what about you? Was there one or two aesthetic trends that kind of made you sit up and notice, whoa, this is everywhere now?
Yeah, I think we've had a very long romance with rural aesthetics in this country. And after the second Trump win, what I noticed was there was a big cowboy trend that took off. Denim is big. Western culture is big. SNL this season had a musical act on a hayloft, Realtree coming in and dominating the sweatshirt world.
Just for people who might not know, what is Realtree?
Oh, it's the hunting camouflage. So it's like
something all of our listeners will be very clued into. Hunting camouflage.
Well, okay, where would you have seen it? You would have seen it on the merch of Chapel Roan. She had a hat that said Midwestern Princess, and again, Midwestern Princess, I think, is part of this trend as well. And that was picked up by the Harris Walls campaign. If you recall, they did also have a hat.
Yeah. So part of this is also, these are cultural signifiers, but are there political undertones to these trends? Like, does it signify a left-right divide or geographical divide?
Trends are trends and they're always cycling through. What matters is whether or not a trend hits a political moment. And that's what I would argue we have happening now. Cowboy boots will circle right back around in 7, 10, 15 years, whatever, but we may not have the politics to imbue that trend at that moment as a political signifier. I have argued that this is one of those moments, however, where yes, the cultural turn is mirroring the political turn. And as much as it is about like a real place. So when we're talking about being romantic for rural life, we're really talking about an imaginary place. Right. This isn't really the rural life that actual people who live in rural America tend to be familiar with. These are signifiers that are maybe less about a physical place, a geography. And I would say the divide is between nostalgia and today's politics. It manifests in many different ways. But when you say something like "Make America Great," that's a backward looking vision, right? That is not about the future, although it's trying to own the idea of what the future should look like. But it is really calling to a nostalgia for an imagined American past where, all families were quote unquote traditional and all women were real women and, home life looked this way. So what happens is when that nostalgia is present, but the politics are also enabling a set of ideas that are mobilized through that culture, then I think we can say, all right, so the culture, yes, is reflecting something. And more importantly, the politics is trying to reflect the culture. And I think that's one of those things that we have happening right now.
I think our culture generally moves by whoever we think is powerful at any given point in time. So we're very curious people, and we're also really interested in power and the stories of the people who we think are holding power. And that tends to shift with the narrative that we give our political moment. So when we have large elections and a narrative is built around the reason for whoever wins, we follow those guidelines, those guides within our culture. So, we look at kind of like how culture changed through the Clinton years and what was on TV and when the rural revolt happened in 94, we had a narrative around that was about a shift in a rising conservative culture in this country, which was absolutely true. It's, narratives are based in truth, right? And our television shows followed that. We get shows like that Brett Butler show,
Grace Under Fire.
Grace Under Fire.
Mhm.
Yeah. What happens in 96 is that Clinton wins again. And that upsets this narrative that we are in a moment of a dominant rural culture. And instead we have what is kind of a rural and urban culture mix. I'm glossing over a lot here. But if we think about our culture as kind of three different groups of storytelling, we have storytelling from Washington and what's coming out of our political narratives. We have storytelling coming out of our entertainment culture. And then we have storytelling coming out of our news and journalism. And how those mix, I think, is where our culture ends up landing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, inherent to what I'm hearing from both of you is that a large part of this trend has to do with our political moment, which is the era of Trump. But Trump himself is kind of a New York City cultural icon. Emily, you wrote a piece for the opinion section about how he's dipped the White House in gold, and nothing about his personal aesthetic seems very rural at all. To me, he's very much a city figure and always has been, but there's no denying the relationship between MAGA and the country aesthetic. Do you see that as a contradiction?
No, I don't see it as a contradiction. This is again about keeping in mind that when we talk about Donald Trump being a sort of a quintessential New York urban figure, that may be true in his biography, but we're not talking about real places when we talk about urban versus rural. And when you appeal to rural, you are always calling up the idea of urban, right? These two things exist at the same time. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I would say that what Donald Trump does, the way he enters into the rural imagination, is he does it through Southernness. Now, you can talk about the South. The South has plenty of urban places. Atlanta is a major international city. But when we talk about the South, the way we would rural or urban as an idea, an imagined place, a set of beliefs, what we mean is the South holds this idea of the quintessential past that we can be very romantic about, even when it's a dark romance, right? We're talking about slavery and violence and a civil war and all of that. It is still steeped in a romanticism. And I think that what Donald Trump does is he becomes associated with rural life because of how often he has appealed to Southernness when he, of course, raises the specter of racism or raises the specter of, genteel womanhood, all of those things that the South is kind of known for. They came in the figure of Donald Trump in his rhetoric anyway. We keep this big treasure chest, a repertoire of ideas in the South. And when somebody wants to call them up, they can go and open the toy chest and there it is. You can pull out the Confederate flag and you can pull out, songs of the South or whatever it is. And suddenly people's imagination is in the South. Well, once you are in the South in the imagination, you are just if you'll forgive me, you are just a hayride away from rural America. And so those two things I think are happening simultaneously with Donald Trump. Appealing to nostalgia will always have political power, especially when people are very anxious and afraid, which is what I would argue people are for many, many reasons. And that's why I think Donald Trump reads as rural to some people. Mm-hmm. Although I'd pay money to see Donald Trump in actual rural America for what it's worth.
Well, have you seen him put on a cowboy hat?
No, I have not.
He's done it once. It doesn't work. It really doesn't work. I mean,
gotta see this.
It looks, it doesn't fit.
On that hair? Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It's a look for sure. Donald Trump, he shows the seams. You see where the makeup ends on his face. It's very clear that his hair is done by himself, right? And you see the grease in it. there's a photo of him where you see that he holds his tie together with tape.
Oh, I just felt physical. that was so embodied. Okay.
You know, and I think when we boil down what a rural aesthetic is, regardless of who is engaging with it, it is about the human hand and showing what humans create versus the urban aesthetic, which is based in machine and in technology. And, you know, we think about our urban centers, that is where we produce a lot of our culture, but it's also the center of our governments, and it's also our financial centers. And all of the aesthetics that we associate with urban life come from those occupations, which are about the mind over the body. This is not where you are toiling and making things with the human hand and with your physical self. And that is the schism, I think. So when I look at Trump, I think, yeah, there are a lot of things about him that are very rural because he's not slick. You know, like we look at Gavin Newsom, for example. And
oh, yeah.
Gavin Newsom, to me, despite being
quintessential urban guy.
Right. And I think it's just because he uses hair gel.
I strongly agree.
You know, like, and in the 90s, we were really having this battle between what we thought was virtuous and what we wanted to support as a nation. We made a choice that people with hair gel were the bad guys.
Yeah.
If you ever watch Mighty Ducks 2, you know that when you don't have hair gel, you are the hero, right? You're you're connected to nature. I mean, this is kind of going back to the debate about that's the kind of the center of the American Revolution and the story of America. Like, what does the king represent? It represents a power that is not related to the rural struggle and the physical relationship to nature.
I love this idea of Donald Trump, however, being manual as opposed to mechanical.
Oh, yeah.
The idea of the seams on him being manual is just absolutely fantastic. Yeah, he's very embodied in a time when everything from technology to this sort of end of rational science is very much enamored with being disembodied. The idea that, he shows up and his body is just so physically present does lend itself to thinking about people who work with hands and work with bodies, which is, it's fascinating.
I wanted to talk a little bit about country music. Tressie, you've written extensively about country music. Do you think the renaissance of country music fits into this rural aesthetic? And what does it indicate about the politics of the moment, especially when it comes to race?
Okay, but I gotta first of all acknowledge I saw what you did there. The Renaissance and country music. Okay, so you're gonna make me do it.
So to speak.
Okay, so you're gonna do the thing. Listen, we cannot get away from the fact that we are cycling through again the trend in country music of moving between pop and country, and these intracultural wars about authenticity are endemic to country music. So that part is not new. It has been true since its invention. Country music is invented as a consequence of anxiety about race, right? You have to call it countries to separate it from what was, at the time, early R&B or quote unquote race music. But before even Beyonce does Cowboy Carter, there had been several years of Black artists, queer artists, Hispanic and Latino artists, especially, who were trying to make a claim that country music was authentic for them as well, that I think produced a lot of anxiety in the industry. A lot of it, yes, about racism, whether or not you could sell country music to the typical country music listener, whether or not you could sell to that audience a sort of multicultural rural imagination panicked a lot of people in the music industry who make a lot of money off of how easy it is to bracket what is and is not country music. At the same time that a political
Kelvin, I assume you mean the irony of a Nigerian being scammed when they're, the stereotype is, it's the Nigerian prince or something like that who is the scammer. So there is irony in that in the way that turns out. And welcome Next Phases. I've always been a country music fan. My grandmother, there was a guy, a black guy in the early 70s, and I don't know exactly how long his career lasted. His name was Charlie Pride, and he was the first actual black country music star that I was aware of. I think he even appeared on Hee Haw. There was an old program called Hee Haw. My grandmother was a big fan of his. So Ray Charles has done some country stuff. So and we're talking 70s, early 70s. So it's not that foreign to say the legacy black quote community. So let's finish this. We're about a little bit more than halfway through it. I find this sort of stuff interesting again, and how Trump has affected or MAGA has affected the quote American aesthetic. I'm into culture type topics, and this happens to be one of them.
Political moment came along where there are a ton of political opportunists who are willing to take that anxiety and turn it into.
Welcome aboard, Next Phase. Is this the first time you've been up on the panel?
No, I know you, man. You know me.
Why do I not know your voice?
I don't know. Maybe that.
Oh, wait, hold it. Yeah. I remember you now. What's been going on? I haven't seen you in a while.
Oh, man, just kicking that same old can down the road.
Aren't we all?
Yeah.
Any comments on this particular topic? You say you love country music. Have you ever heard of Charlie Pride?
Yeah, I don't listen to everybody. I may get beat up for this saying this on your channel, but I love my favorite one is Jason Aldean. But it's
why would you get beat up?
Because he they don't like.
Well, I mean, I know who he is and what the reputation is, but
he's MAGA all the way.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're rappers who are MAGA, so it seems to go across the cultural spectrum as well as the music spectrum. So, I'm not gonna.
He made that song. He made that song. He said, "Get them out of our town."
Oh yeah. I remember that video.
He's big man. Good God.
There are black people who feel that way about the hood. So, if I'm never going to criticize anyone's musical or artistic tastes. That's something that's really, pretty much beyond, my ability to criticize.
I think the reason why it really got big with him is because he really embraced, a lot of country people's views. A lot of people live out in rural areas, suburban areas.
Mm-hmm.
I think he really embraced their views. And if we notice, like, if you look at certain cities, there are a lot of the white people move out of the city and they go to suburban areas.
Well, let me tell you this. I've lived basically on top of a mountain for like 15 years all total. So I've lived out in the rural. I mean, I pretty much live kind of semi-rural, though I live in a neighborhood in Georgia. So, I mean, I've known actual mountain men and rednecks, people who self-describe as hillbillies. And, I won't say it's a stereotype, but most of the people that I've met who would call themselves hillbillies, they just don't like strangers. It really doesn't matter so much your race. They just don't like, quote, city folk. So
black folks just like that. Oh yeah, they don't want to be bothered with you.
Exactly.
They like their peace, their space, and they don't want you over there messing with them.
Oh shoot! When I was living on that one lane dirt or gravel road, you know what? I could go days without seeing a car, especially if there was snow on the ground. When I lived in Northern Virginia, I could go days and nobody would even be driving past, except maybe the occasional four-wheeler or something like that. And then the other thing is that, every time a car passes, you literally, find yourself looking up at the road wondering who it is. So, um, it's not Aldine. I wouldn't even say it's a bad thing to feel that way. Some people just don't like strangers, just don't like city folk, and it's not even a racial thing. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. You have to figure out which it is, especially in the South. I think people, black and white people in the South, probably get along better on average than other parts of the country.
Probably so.
There's
I'm
this,
not sure. All I lived in Texas. That's it.
yeah. Well, I mean, Texas is the South, at least the eastern part of it. But there's an old saying that I mention every now and again, where Northerners like Black culture, but they don't particularly like Black individuals. Whereas, I'm sorry, Northerners like Black culture, but they don't particularly like individuals, whereas Southerners actually like Black individuals, but not necessarily Black culture. And I can think of anecdotal examples. But anyway, let's listen to the rest of this. It's about 15 minutes of it left, and if you need me to stop it to comment, just let me know.
A cultural war. If anybody attended the Cowboy Carter concert, I did, one of the nights in Atlanta. There's a whole part of Beyonce's set where she's just playing people who are talking about how she is ruining the country through country music, right? They had leveled up the rhetoric of, what was really just a pop album, but had leveled it up to the level of political discourse. And I really found that juxtaposition very interesting, because when a Dolly Parton, goes pop in the 70s and 80s, yes, it was considered a violation maybe of the genre's boundaries, but it wasn't considered a political challenge. The idea of someone like Beyonce doing it was seen as political. And a lot of that, I don't assume that that's in good faith. I think a lot of that is opportunism. But the fact is that we had that moment, and you had so many political opportunists. That is about our political climate.
My memory of that moment was going out to brunch with a friend of mine, talking about the album, and we were both listening to it nonstop. And she's saying to me, "But she knows it's an election year, right?" Like she's come out with a cowboy hat on. You know what that means, right?
Oh, wow.
Because when you look at when country hits the top of our Billboard charts for the last handful of decades, it means that Republicans are going to win. Right. Mm-hmm. And there was this sense that something was afoot in this nation that wasn't being spoken to in our current politics somehow, if we were having country back on the table. Mm-hmm. So that's my memory of that moment. It was a pretty high anxiety moment, I think.
And just keeping in line with that idea of when we see country, when we see cowboys, are there other moments in history when cowboys in culture have been, a flag of what's to come, or a reflection of our political moments? How does the cowboy of it all fit in?
Well, I want to start by saying that a trend is not causation necessarily, right? Shark attacks and ice cream sales are popular at the same time. It doesn't mean that they cause each other, right? But if you look at, for example, 1980, huge cowboy moment. There's a big cowboy moment, obviously, in the year 2000, before the Bush election, who himself wore cowboy.
He tried to embody a cowboy.
He tried real hard. Yep.
Yes, he did.
the whole time. And then after Bush, it kind of went out of style, right? We kind of didn't have a lot of cowboy aesthetics during the Obama administration, during the second half, I'd say, of the Obama administration. We don't see a lot of cowboys. I think we do see a lot of interest in Washington and in finance and
tech.
And in tech. And
yeah.
And none of those stories, I mean, we look at like what's happening, what the stories that we start to tell about Washington, like House of Cards and Scandal, and the stories we're telling are quite dark, right? It's about a place that is not virtuous. It's broken in some way.
The cowboy figure is part of the rural imagination, but it's kind of distinct in a way because it is a thread of continuity between, American manifest destiny and however in any political moment we want to borrow that framework to shape the future, however powerful interests want to shape it. So people, power goes back and taps into the cowboy when it is saying there is some new horizon that we need to now capture, tame, and own. And it is dangerous. The reason why we like the cowboy is it is safety in a dangerous world, right? The cowboy comes into a lawless land, always full of a dangerous other, whether it is indigenous people, whether it is immigrants, right? And they are there to stand in the gap where law may not be the best solution. That sometimes you got to do some extrajudicial.
I kind of wonder about how far they want to extend this analogy. They forget that cowboys, by and large, were working class, ranch hands. They weren't always lawmen. So,
what is she trying to spin this to, man? What is she trying to say on the
they're not really trying to spin as much as do observation. I do think maybe you're right in being just a little bit hyperbolic about what a cowboy is. They may be spinning it, talking about lawlessness and all. If you know anything about American history, and I know Tracy McMillan Cottom knows, a little bit about history. She's a professor, a sociologist. Cowboys were
some of the first cowboys.
Right, exactly. And they were working class by and large. Matt Dillon was not a cowboy. He was a lawman. So I think they may be slightly mixing metaphors. But
I think they kind of trying to spin the narrative like the movies and stuff. That's what it sounds like.
I don't think they're
What is this
spinning.
podcast audience like? Do you know?
Yeah, it's a New York Times podcast. So, it'll tend to be left of center.
Yeah, that may make sense because I don't believe cowboy is really high there up east because that was, I guess, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, the what they're trying to describe is a MAGA aesthetic, where you see, more things about trad wives and you're seeing more cowboy boots on Wall Street, cowboy hats. You see, so they're just basically talking about how MAGA in this whole Trumpism thing is, a cultural moment where, the Jason Aldeans of the world, get airtime. George Strait, I don't know, if you like country music, you'll know who George Strait is. He's actually, I think he's slated to perform at the Kennedy Center, that sort of thing. So country is kind of having its little bit of a moment. There's country rap. You've got Cowboy Carter, and it's a cultural moment.
Too. You got a little Post Malone.
Right. Oh yeah. I saw.
He tried to do an album. He did an album. Country album.
Yeah. So it's a cultural moment, and I think it's worth noting. I don't think they're trying to spin as much as describe or understand. And again, cowboys, if you know just even a little bit about it, they were more working class, working on a ranch out there, on the range. They weren't necessarily lawless.
murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
I
like,
agree.
but it's somebody who you can trust because you trust his individual moral code, and that gives you some sense of safety and security. And I would argue that one of the reasons we're kind of tapping back into the cowboy figure, you know, shout out to Taylor Sheridan here,
You know how much the Yellowstone is worth?
who timed the market to an immaculate degree, is that what we're looking at is, you know, I think so much of this is generated by a climate crisis anxiety of this sort of unknown horizon where we do not
I
have
don't know
law
about
or
all that.
norms yet to tell us how to manage. Like, we don't have any clear
Yeah, is this a
answers
black
about how
lady?
I'm supposed to manage all of this anxiety about this big.
Oh man,
She's she's I think she's actually from the South. She teaches at UNC, University of North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, you know, she is her like residence, or she has a residence in Atlanta. So
Is he intellectual? Is she like an intellectual type of person? Like
yeah,
conversationalist?
I guess you could call her like a public intellectual.
Yeah, I think there's a big problem with these people here. They lose in touch with they try to spin like this intellectual world on people that and I don't like that, man.
Oh well.
I think a lot of jobs are blue collar and stuff like that, man. A lot of jobs are
Well,
like that.
they're more blue collar jobs than there are other types of jobs. But I
Mm-hmm.
mean, that's the job of a public intellectual, is intellectualizing things like culture. And personally, I see no problem with it. You know, I tend to look at American culture through a history lens. So, you know,
Stanley, I
I
despise these women here. I can't lie.
really, why?
I can't stand them, man,
What have they
because
done? What have they done to you?
they're just book video people, and like they have no like their experience with things is not like, oh, I'm gonna go out and touch grass and find out what's really going on in the streets, you know? That's the kind of people that they
Well,
seem like.
let me warn you now. I'm the same way. I've never lived in the hood.
No, but you're cool about it. You're actually cool about it.
Well, I mean, this is just a job, and you know, I mean, I
I know
tend
you're
to
intellectual.
Well, I would say that I tend to
I would
look
say
at
the intellectual women. I said the intellectual women. Yeah.
Oh wow,
I
okay.
can't stand them, man. They just say crazy
Well,
stuff.
what would
You
you
know?
call someone like Candace Owens?
He's I don't know what category she in, because she's like a conspiracy theorist. You
You
know,
don't think she's an
not really
intellectual?
intellect. Not. I don't really watch enough of her to really spin that on her. I don't know. Do you
I
think
mean,
she's intellectual?
I think of a sort. You know,
A sort,
now
yeah.
I've watched her for years because she's political.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there have been multiple occasions where she talks about you know, Thomas Sowell, how, you know, she's read a bunch of Thomas Sowell. And let me also make this point, which you will find maybe find interesting. I read her memoir. I can't think of the name of it. I actually bought it. Hold on one sec here. And I recommend, you know, if anybody's that interested in Candace Owens, you read it. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. You know, it was, you know, she's a so-so kind of writer. If she wrote it at all, it may have been ghost written for all I know. Her book is called Blackout. And by the way, it's a Simon and Schuster. You know, that's a major publisher. Hold on one sec. Let me drop this. I would recommend reading it if you want to know about, you know, anything about Candace Owens's past, because she talks a bit about her past, her background. So it's out there. Buy it if you're interested. I've read it a while ago. And I would say, you know, I would say she's trying to, be an intellectual, but her conspiracy theory penchant seems to get the better of her. I will say that.
Yeah, she's more to me known as a conspiracist. 'Cause that's what I know her for. I don't. That's why I said I don't watch her.
Mhm.
I mean, she's not my interest. I don't
Yeah,
know. I
I
can't
could
watch too much
understand
of that.
why she wouldn't be. She is a little bit of an acquired taste.
Yeah, I
Scary
don't know if
thing
I'm that
that is
interested
coming
in
and that is clearly threatening.
Let's see. We got about 10 more minutes. Hey, Candy Kane, it's good to see you. And hey, John, good to see you. My friend who calls himself the Next Phase, Candy. Hit the link if you want. It's pinned.
Going to threaten to change anyway our way of life, not end it, but to change our way of life. The cowboy is the figure that says no matter what happens, America will still come out on top.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Taylor Sheridan. That's where I was going to go next, because I think those TV shows very much have that anxiety of what the
Oh,
future
goodness.
has built into it. So the out-of-towners are moneyed tech people that are trying to take our
Yeah.
land and change our way of life and change our cities. And in the same sense, it's also that kind of idea of rugged individualism, triumphing over these big corporations of people who are all working together to kind of take down the traditional idea of America.
Every millionaire I know wants to be a cowboy. Yeah. Authenticity is the one thing that money can't buy.
So the good and evil characters in those shows are so clear cut in that way that it's really a strong distillation of exactly what you were describing, Tressie.
Oh, Taylor. When I think of like a popular artist who captured and shaped our understanding of the political moment in popular culture, Obama, it is Shonda Rhimes. I feel like Shonda Rhimes created this fictional universe that had all of Obama's personal and political qualities and the hopes we were projecting onto that into this fictional world, right? Colorblind casting, full of gender diversity, every kind of family imaginable, right? The professionals and the elites weren't in charge, highly expert people, but they were still a little messed up like we were. So they were still relatable. Power is both distant and close. And we liked that idea. What Taylor Sheridan was right on time with is he produced a soap opera for Trump's America with all of its anxieties. And yes, this idea of now the dangerous others are both coming from outside the country, but also within. So internal migration now becomes a threat, which you now see how that gets leveled up to Trump's national homeland security policies, right? Picking up on those nuances and turning it into a soap opera is its own special kind of maybe dark gift, but like Taylor really captured it in his cinematic universe.
Well, so where do we go from here?
Did you ever watch Yellowstone?
No.
I watched binge watched maybe a couple seasons of it. And I didn't think I'd like it, but I actually did. So
Yeah, I
that
heard it's
was
pretty good. I heard it's pretty good. I
yeah,
don't
but
have a lot of time to watch stuff. I just started
well,
Tulsa
that's
King.
true.
I just started Tulsa King, and I barely got through like episode 5 or 6, and I've been watching it
How'd
for
you
like a
like it?
month. So
How do you like it?
it's cool. He's a good actor, so he got some good characters in there, and
I may
it's
check it out.
different. It's cool. It's not nothing. I guess it's all right. It's not. It's like
It's not going to go down in cinematic history.
Yeah, I don't think that's what it's gonna be. I think it's credible though. It's credible. It's cool.
Culturally,
bad. I don't feel like
I
you're
know
wasting
that
your
this
time.
isn't
Who
one-to-one,
knows?
but
I'm
if
retired. I
Democrats
have
are interested in trying to take back power at a presidential level, like, do they harness these cultural trends or do they buck against them?
Ooh.
Well, I think that there's nothing in a trend that is inherently liberal or conservative in and of itself. What we're talking about, all of these trends have a lot of contradictions woven into them. Any aesthetic can be contextualized in a lot of different ways to communicate one's politics. How do the Democrats win? Using Realtree and cowboy hats? Is that the question?
Yeah, I think it is.
I think the question is,
Well, see, that's where, the advice starts going a little south. You shouldn't pretend to be something that you're not. And that's where a lot of politicians go wrong. That's where a lot of people in general go wrong. Americans are really good at spotting frauds or people who are, putting on, a show or cosplaying, that sort of thing. So I had a friend of mine. I had a friend of mine in college. I think he was from the Bronx, maybe. And he came down south to the University of Georgia. In the first semester, he was all shucks and y'all and stuff like that. You could tell, he was kind of playing a character. And I guess he hated it so much that, the next semester he was back to that New York accent, F this and F everybody. And it was kind of an amazing, transition from cosplaying a Southerner to actually reverting back to his actual New York personality. It's pretty funny, actually. So I think we probably get the gist of this. I don't know that we really need to listen to the last 7 minutes of it. It's interesting, nothing surprising or earth-shattering or anything like that. So we'll talk about some news here. Trump had a cabinet meeting, or at least a cabinet meeting slash press conference, and he claimed not to know anything about that Hegseth issue, where supposedly, allegedly, Pete Hegseth, gave an order like leave no survivors, allegedly. So, somebody's going to wind up under the bus, and I think it might be a 3 or 4 star, probably a 3-star admiral. And I'm like, dude, y'all are going to make this poor admiral fall on his sword. So, first thing I want to talk about, National Guard shooting suspect charged with murder and assault offenses. Let's listen to ad as a preferred source on Google. Why would I want to do that? So this is 3 minutes. Let's just hear what Janine Pirro has wrought. If they can do it without.
Are you looking for health insurance?
Of course they can.
Open enrollment is happening now by Georgia.
New York Times is really.
You're listening to National
Washington
Guard shooting
Post is
suspect
really
charged
becoming
with murder,
problematic.
assault offenses, a news story written by Salvador Rizzo and Olivia George, and read by Rachel, an AI-generated voice. The man suspected of shooting 2 National Guard members who were patrolling D.C. last week, killing one of them, has been charged with murder, assault, and firearms offenses, according to court documents filed by U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro's office. Prosecutors will file additional charges as the case advances, Pirro has said. Law enforcement officials said they continue to investigate the ambush-style attack blocks from the White House by a lone gunman who entered the country in 2021 after years of cooperating with U.S. forces in his native Afghanistan. The suspect, Ramanullah Lakhanwal, was charged Tuesday in D.C. Superior Court with first-degree murder, assault with intent to kill while armed, and possessing a firearm during a crime of violence. He had been injured in the shooting and appeared in court via remote video link from a hospital bed for the initial charges. Attorney General Pam Bondi has said she is considering seeking the death penalty. Trump administration officials said after the shooting that they would tighten restrictions on immigration and asylum. Lakhanwal came to the United States in 2021 through a Biden administration program after the U.S. military withdrawal from Afghanistan. He had worked for an Afghan counterterrorism squad known as a Zero Unit that was backed by the CIA and U.S. forces. The Trump administration granted him asylum in April. Lakhanwal, his wife and 5 children resided in Northwest Washington state, where hundreds of Afghan refugees were resettled after the U.S. evacuation. Federal law enforcement officials said the suspect drove to D.C. for a targeted strike, shooting 2 National Guard members who were patrolling downtown near the Farragut West Metro station on the day before Thanksgiving. President Donald Trump said last week that the 2 Guard members, Specialist Sarah Beckstrom and Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, both from West Virginia, were shot at point-blank range in a monstrous ambush-style attack. We must now re-examine every single alien who has entered our country from Afghanistan under Biden, Trump said.
Wow.
Both Guard members had been deployed to D.C. since August, when Trump ordered troops.
Okay, and this is where Trump is just so disingenuous. Last April, they re-vetted this very same individual and approved it. So why, he can go back and he can review everybody that was brought in under the Biden administration. This particular incident, this particular terrorist, might as well call him that. He was vetted by the 2025 Trump administration. Bet you won't hear that from Trump.
To the city as part of what his administration described as a crusade against crime. Beckstrom, who joined the Guard in 2023 after graduating from high school, died on Thanksgiving in a hospital bed with her parents by her side. She was 20. The former prom queen hoped to start a career in the FBI, according to her ex-boyfriend Adam Carr. At first, she was nervous about deploying to the nation's capital, but grew to like it, he said. She is someone who is going to be remembered for a very, very long time, West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey, Republican, said at a news conference Monday. She had her life tragically cut short by this terrible act of terrorism. Wolf, 24, remains hospitalized in critical condition. He was able to respond when a nurse asked for a thumbs up and also wiggled his toes, Morrisey said. We take that as a positive sign, he said, before adding, I'm not here to speculate. The guardsman's mother had asked one thing. Morrisey said, please get the word out that my son Andrew needs prayer. Days before the shooting, a federal judge had ordered the Trump administration to withdraw the more than 2,000 National Guard members deployed to the Capitol since August. The Justice Department said in a court filing Monday that it will appeal that ruling, which has not taken effect. Trump ordered 500 more Guard members deployed to the district after the shooting.
Think about why you listen.
Okay, well, that pretty much is self-explanatory. Trump won't mention that the Trump administration went back and reviewed a bunch of Biden, this particular guy had been vetted by the Trump administration and by the Biden administration, and Trump specifically intentionally went back and reviewed a bunch of Biden decisions on bringing Afghans into the country. So this is just so, so I won't say deceitful, but there's some omission here. So next story. The next stop on the ICE Crackdown Express are Somalis in Minnesota. And I guarantee you there are some happy MAGA people. I fully suspect that they're going to go looking for Ilhan Omar's family. If they don't try and deport Ilhan Omar herself. So Somalis in Minneapolis and in Minnesota in general, look out. Trump's on the warpath. So stay tuned for some action-packed adventures there. Next, White House defends pardon of ex-Honduran president convicted of drug trafficking, which in my opinion is a little bit of, what would I call it? It just, if they're so hopped up on, combating drugs and trafficking and stuff like that. I just don't get why this is a good move. Now, maybe this story will explain it. Let's see. Let's see what it says here. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on Monday defended President Donald Trump's pardon of former Honduran president and convicted drug trafficker Juan Orlando Hernandez, arguing his conviction was instead the result of a politicized trial last year. So they're saying someone convicted of drug trafficking, it was some sort of political persecution. Oh, wow. During a White House press briefing, Leavitt justified the administration's lifeline to Hernandez, arguing the two-term president's charges had been mired by a corrupt over-prosecution under former President Joe Biden's information. He was opposed to the values of the previous administration, and they charged him because he was president of Honduras. You know what? Having a jury convict this guy, I think it was a jury trial. I don't think it was a from the bench. The judge presiding over the case, P. Kevin Castell, had called Hernandez a two-faced politician hungry for power. As Hernandez's defense lawyer maintained, they were impeded by corruption in the case. Hernandez has been appealing his conviction. In a stunning move, Friday, Trump announced he'd grant a full and complete pardon to the two-term president, saying he was treated very harshly and unfairly in his conviction, while also praising Nasri Asfoura, a candidate for the Honduran presidency and the leader of the right-wing National Party, who's earned Trump's backing in the race. Yeah, talk about corruption. So as near as I can tell, and I'm not going to go back and confirm this one way or the other, I'm pretty sure this guy was convicted by a jury. So overturning American citizens, findings in this case, I find problematic. But, that is the Trump administration. There is no law. There is no justice, except, for those who are graced the approval of Donald Trump. Now, this is interesting, and in my opinion, a little bit of a bad precedent. Michael and Susan Dell, as in Dell Computers, donate $6.25 billion to fund Trump accounts for 25 million U.S. kids. At the Oval Office, Michael Dell, founder and CEO. Oh, is he still a CEO of Dell Technologies? And Susan Dell, I guess his wife, pledged $6.25 billion on December 2nd to add $250 to about 25 million Trump accounts, atop federal $1,000 grants. The One Big Beautiful Bill established Trump accounts based on an Invest America idea by Senator Ted Cruz and Brad Gerstner, senators. I guess Brad Gerstner's a senator, with parents able to open accounts by July 4, 2026. Account rules state only a Social Security number is needed with no income restrictions, and contributions are capped at $5,000 annually, including up to $2,500 from employers invested in low-cost, diversified index funds rolled into an IRA at age 18. The White House framed the gift as a federal investment in the next generation, calling the accounts revolutionary and urging others to follow the Dell's lead. Critics warn the Trump accounts could be a backdoor to privatizing Social Security, while Dell said, "We want to help the children that weren't part of the government program," describing donor intent. No idea what program he's talking about. Maybe it's some sort of social safety net program. I think it's dangerous to have to start mixing private money into federal programs. It is a back door to oligarchy. If you know anything about America, there's somebody is going to be beholden to somebody if this starts happening a lot. It is a dangerous precedent. Billionaires should stay out of government programs. We have a government, we have a legislator. This is not good. So, what to know about the new TSA Real ID fee and when it starts? Driver's licenses now feature a quote real ID stamp, which is I guess maybe these names go into some sort of federal database. It's basically a way to verify identity, and Georgia has real ID stamped right on its licenses and state IDs and stuff. So anybody who tries to fly or go through a TSA sort of security line, if you don't have a real ID, you will be charged a $45 fee to fly domestically. The Transportation Security Administration announced on Monday. Why it matters? The new charge is more than double what it previously announced. How it works? Starting February 1, 2026, the new fee will kick in for air travelers. Passengers will be required to pay $45 in lieu of having a real ID to cover an additional biometric screening for security. The screening process will take 10 to 30 minutes. The fee, which can be paid online in advance or in person, is valid for 10 days at airline security checkpoints. After that, a traveler will have to pay again. The fee will cover the technology and security software needed. The fee is intended to stay in place, a senior TSA official said, but it will also be dependent on the compliance rates that we see from the traveling population. Travelers can still use a passport as a form of ID to fly domestically too. So roughly 6% of travelers can use this fee option. The other 94% are already using compliant IDs. So it's just basically, to force compliance, I guess.
I think that's a good implement.
I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I think that's a good implement. Get more technology in there, making sure we
The thing
get it right.
is that real ID, I think I would rather just get the ID because it's cheaper than $45 to get a license generally, or driver's license or state ID. So, and then
Yeah,
it only lasts.
what kind of situations would be ideal? Like, I guess just for the people and me, I want to know. Maybe I can learn more about like why would a person just only have an ID?
I can't think of a reason. I would think maybe, I don't know. I don't know why an adult wouldn't have. Hold on one sec here. Let me see. Can I pause this? I don't know why anyone would not have it. But obviously 6% of people don't. So whatever their reasons are, I don't know. Let's see. That's going to end up in court soon. The Real ID rules. It's basically the new COVID ID passport. You think it'll wind up in court?
Yeah, what's the case that they does this go to the Supreme Court?
I don't know that it's being litigated yet. The rule just got put in place. I mean, there was already a fee, so they're just upping the fee. Basically, that's the way I read the news article. So I don't know why they would litigate it at this point if it hadn't been litigated already. And you can use a passport. So I mean, like right now, I don't have a passport. I haven't traveled internationally since I was in the Navy, really. So I've got a real ID, though.
That's interesting. Stanley, that's very interesting. Very interesting. I guess we need to do some more
Problems?
research on this. Maybe we should follow this topic more.
Oh, maybe. Black Knight says the real ID is a good idea, but it has some problems. Can you give me a couple? Because I can't think of any problems other than people not having the real ID and having to pay the fee. So enlighten me, because apparently I don't know. I don't know what you know.
All right, me either. Enlighten me, please.
So this is a quick clip from Trump takes questions during cabinet meeting. This is actually fairly interesting if it's what I think it is. Trump gets asked about that boat strike that they did.
Oh,
Let's
wow, this
see.
should be
It's not.
interesting.
It's an opt-in system. Then they regulate it like it's mandatory. Well, I mean, it's tantamount to a national ID, I would imagine, which people have had problems with in the past. So let's play this. This is again, it's Trump taking questions.
Cabinet. I wanted to clarify something that you had said on Sunday regarding the boat strikes near Venezuela. You had said that you didn't know if the second strike on that one boat had happened, but you wouldn't have wanted it. Now that your administration has acknowledged that it happened, do you support that second strike? And Mr. Secretary, I want to clarify something you had said in an interview back in September, I believe on Fox News. You said that you had watched that strike live on television. In real time, did you know that there were survivors after the initial strike?
Well, look, all I know is this. Every boat that you see get blown up, we save 25,000 on average lives, 25,000 lives. They've been sending enough of this horrible fentanyl and other things like cocaine and other things, but fentanyl right now is the leader of the pack to kill our entire nation, because a little speck on the head of a pin can kill somebody. It's very dangerous stuff. I know so many people where their sons were drug addicts. They had one little sample and they died. They died. They couldn't believe it. As far as the attack is concerned, I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. But to me, it was an attack. It wasn't one strike, two strikes, three strikes. Somebody asked me a question about the second strike. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about people. I wasn't involved. And I knew they took out a boat. But I would say this, they had a strike. I hear the gentleman that was in charge of that is extraordinary. He's an extraordinary person. I'll let Pete speak about him. But Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with two people. And I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this, I want those boats taken out. And if we have to, we'll attack on land also, just like we attack on sea. And there's very little coming in by sea. I think we've knocked out over 90% of it. There's very little, and I understand that. There's very little. We're saving hundreds of thousands of lives with those pinpoint attacks. It's an amazing thing when you see a boat going along. And, a lot of the press would like to say they're not. You see the boat. They're not maybe drugs. You see these boats. First of all, who has 5 engines on the back of a boat going in weird directions and loaded up with lots of white containers? They're bags of things. No, they've done an amazing job. And Pete has done an amazing job. Pete, you could probably better answer the question.
No, you're spot on, sir. I think you got to start with the baseline.
Spot on, sir.
Laid out, we've got 20 million people invading our country over 4 years. We don't know where they're coming from. That includes Tren de Aragua and cartels and violent criminals. They bring drugs, and you mentioned it, Mr. President, poisoning, an intentional poisoning of the American people, killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. So the president had the courage to designate these cartels as.
Look, this is literally absolving Americans who happen to take drugs of their responsibility. Okay, where has that part been addressed? There are two sides to every market. There are two sides to every transaction. And you know what? If there was not a market or people buying this stuff in the United States, then there would be no need for them to, be doing this. And I'm not absolving, the boats or the drug runners or whatever. I'm just saying that they're only looking at one side of the equation. I wonder what they're doing to lessen demand on the American side. I've not heard that part. Maybe somebody in the audience has and can enlighten me. But this is literally evading the question for starters. It's kind of sad. And I know they're politicians, so, you can only expect so much. But I want to point out how disappointing these two midwits are.
Designated terrorist organizations. Now, a number of us here served in the military and spent 20 years fighting terrorists like Al Qaeda and ISIS on the other side of the world. How do you treat Al Qaeda and ISIS? Do you arrest them and treat them, pat them on the
The
head?
hell
and say,
does
"Don't
this
do that
have to
again"?
do with
Or do you
ISIS?
end the problem directly by taking a lethal, kinetic approach? And that's the way President Trump has authorized the War Department to look at these cartels. And I wish everybody could be in the room watching our professionals like Mitch Bradley, Admiral Mitch Bradley, and others at JSOC and SOCOM and other commanders. The deliberative process, the detail, the rigorous, the intel, the legal, the evidence-based way that we're able to, with sources and methods that we can't reveal here, that make sure that every one of those drug boats is tied to a designated terrorist organization. We know who's on it, what they're doing, what they're carrying. All these white bales are not Christmas gifts from Santa. This is drugs running on motor fast boats or submarines that we've also struck. No one's fishing on a submarine. And I have empowered them to make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I said, I'm going to be the one to make the call after getting all the information and make sure it's the right strike. That was September 2nd. There's a lot of intelligence that goes into that, building that case and understanding that, a lot of people providing information. I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do. And by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back, and the American people are safer because narco-terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike? You personally?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded in fire or smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press.
There was so much smoke, dude.
Wow.
How the hell, dude? It was probably people on the scene or someone much closer that reported it. Dude, this is so weak. Oh, there was so much smoke. I couldn't see. We don't have any thermal detection whatsoever. Firemen can never see through fire and smoke. Dude, these guys are weak.
Sit in your air conditioning.
And you know what? They literally think we're all stupid. That's the other thing. Any comments?
I don't know if I want something. What the people in chat got to say, man? It's too funny, bro. They're wilding, man.
Yeah. This is interesting, Black Knight. I can't believe that, it's been years since I actually had to go from scratch to get a driver's license. But yeah, wow, Real ID for Real ID. They still, you had to bring a birth certificate and stuff like that. Wow. Yeah, it used to be if you went from state to state, You just turned in your old driver's license. If the old driver's license wasn't expired, you just basically, there's some other forms you might have to bring in, like residence. You need to prove that you're actually a resident of the state, an electric bill or something like that, or some bill with the current address on it. So that's interesting.
Offices are up on Capitol Hill, and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on the second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first. Did I hear
I
you
couldn't tell you
correctly?
the exact amount of time.
Minutes, or you had left the room, is what you're saying?
I already stated my answer.
So remember this, we lost last year. I think it was more than that, but people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined families beyond the 200,000. And those 200,000, their family will never be the same. But these people have killed over 200,000 people, actually killed over 200,000 people last year. And those numbers are down. Those numbers are down. They're way down. And they're down because we're doing these strikes, and we're going to start doing those strikes on land too. The land is much easier. It's much easier. And we know the routes they take. We know everything about them. We know where they live. We know where the bad ones live. And we're going to start that soon too.
See this. You need to.
Joining me now is author and political commentator
my buddy
Shamika.
Shamika. We should watch her. But I'm gonna move on. We know where you live. Did you hear the veiled threat there? So I've got another. This is something that just happened a few minutes ago. Another President Trump makes an announcement. No idea what the announcement is, but let's see what it's all about. And make sure the sound is on. Yep.
Nice to see you again. That was a long news conference we
Oh,
had
damn
before,
it.
wasn't it?
Sound is
But
low.
it was a good one.
Everybody, you
Sound
may have to
good.
turn up your volume.
It sounds good.
Oh, does
Sound
it?
good now.
Okay. Okay.
Well, thank you very much, and we're thrilled to be joined by one of the most successful business leaders and people anywhere in the country, whether it's technology.
Oh, this is going to be Michael Dell,
business you're talking
Mr. and
about, there's
Mrs.
nobody quite
Dell.
like him. He's chairman and CEO of Dell Technologies. Make great everything, great computers, great everything. Michael Dell, very much of a legend, who's here with his really exciting announcement. It's so amazing, and much more importantly, he's here with his wonderful wife, Susan, and they have a special relationship. I think I can say that, really. It's very nice. I don't see too much of it. I see the opposite, but I don't see too much. They have two special people. And I've seen that. I've known that for a long time, and I think it's a tremendous thing. Also, the CEO of Altamir Capital, Brad Gerstner. Where are you, Brad? Brad Gerstner is a terrific fellow who's very much involved in this incredible thing that we're doing today, along with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Commerce and Science and Transportation, Ted Cruz, House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith, Vice Chairman of the House Republican Conference, Blake Moore, as well as the Chief Design Officer of the United States Airbnb co-founder, Joe Gebbia. I want to thank you all for being here. It's a great group. And I guess a potential Fed chair is here too. I don't know. Are we allowed to say that? Potential. He's a respected person, that I can tell you. Thank you, Kevin. Today is Giving Tuesday. I don't know if anybody's heard that one before. but it is indeed Giving Tuesday, one of the biggest days of the year for philanthropy and charitable giving. And this afternoon, Michael and Susan Dell are committing to one of the largest private donations in American history, which will directly benefit the next generation of American children through the new Trump Accounts program that we created in our One Big Beautiful Bill. And Michael and Susan came to see me along with Brad, and they said, this is an idea. And I said, I think, it sounded just so good and so unique. But that's why he's been so successful, and they've been so successful in life and in business because they're unique. Trump Accounts will be the first, I guess you could say, real trust funds for every American child, allowing family members, employers, corporations, generous donors to contribute money that will be invested and grow over the course of a child's life to be used for their benefit after they turn 18. So in other words, these are children that are going to, an investment's going to be made. That investment's going to continue to grow, we hope, right? We hope. And, but it will. And they'll feel like Michael Dell someday. But at 18, they'll have a lot of money, a lot more money than they would have had, and potentially a lot of money. But these accounts will track the overall stock market and will be 100% private property controlled by the child's guardians. In honor of America's 250th anniversary, the Dells are announcing today that they are giving 25 million American children $250 each to save and to invest in their personal Trump account. Now that's the equivalent of 6.25 billion. In other words, to put it succinctly, Michael and Susan are giving $6.25 billion in total. And as a total contribution, that's big stuff. I don't care who you are. That's big. Come here, give me a hand. Let me have a little of that luck rub off. That's fantastic, Susan. These gifts will be available to the first 25 million children aged 10 and under the zip codes where their median income is $150,000 or less. So they're giving them to children that won't be born particularly rich, and they're going to be hopefully very rich someday. This will give millions of dollars, millions of children, middle-class families a stake in American prosperity, a benefit from the rising stock market, and a better shot at the American dream. It really gives them a shot at the American dream. Michael and Susan, I want to thank you for this extraordinary act of kindness and patriotism and charity. This is truly one of the most generous acts in the history of our country. I mean, you don't hear about things like that. And we got to let people know he doesn't want, and she doesn't care about that. But I do. I think when somebody does that, you got to let them know about it. As I mentioned, this gift is being made possible by the largest tax cuts in American history, which our Republican majorities passed earlier this year. And the Speaker worked so hard, and John Thune and Jason and all of them, every one of them. Ted Cruz is with us. He worked so hard getting that done. That was the biggest, most consequential.
This is some bullshit, dude. So essentially what he's saying is that, hey, you know what? The billionaires who got a tax cut are so kind. They're just giving money hand and foot to the poor. Dude, this is an oligarchical move. Okay. Nobody fucking wants Michael Dell's money. Okay. All they're doing is basically greasing the skids for an oligarchy. Okay. The generous billionaires helping out the poor. Dude, I think somebody said that this is basically, a foot through the door in an effort to privatize things like Social Security. And it sure as fuck reeks like it. We have a government, and it shouldn't be a government consisting of oligarchs. This is a slippery slope, and I don't know. I have all kinds of criticisms of this move. This is a Trojan horse, basically, to sum it all up.
Bill, they say ever passed. And if they remember, Michael, they thought we had to put that in 12 to 14 bills. I said, I don't know if we can hold it that long with the Democrats. And we said, let's try doing it once. So we did. And people were surprised, but we got it done. So I congratulate you guys. Amazing job. Under that bill, the federal government will also automatically be making a one-time seed contribution of $1,000 into the tax-deferred Trump accounts for every newborn U.S. citizen, fulfilling a promise I made in the 2024 campaign. Trump accounts should grow to be worth many thousands of dollars by the time the child is 18 and even more by the time they are 20 or even 30 years old. We think it's going to be something really unique and really special. We hope many others will follow Michael and Susan's example and make their own contributions. I'll be doing it too, to the next generation, including businesses, churches, philanthropists, family members, and parents themselves. I think we're going to have a lot of people, Susan. I think a lot of people are going to be contribute. A lot of people are watching us right now. They might not be $6 billion plus, but there'll be a lot. There aren't too many people that are in the 6 billion range, but there'll be a lot. A lot of friends of mine have already told me they're going to contribute a lot of money, and a lot of them are going to leave a lot of money.
Oh, and by the way, you would think that, if they're giving these to kids, it would basically be kind of like a college savings account. But when the child turns 18, it rolls over into an IRA. So basically, to use that money, say for college, you would either have to cash in the IRA with some sort of tax penalty, at least the way I understand IRAs to work, or you would have to borrow against it, which is just incurring more debt. This is a foot in the door or a Trojan horse to use something like this, because you can contribute to this fund up until 18. At 18, it rolls over into an IRA. Now, I'm not a financial expert. If anybody knows better, put it in the chat or come up to the panel. But this is basically something that could potentially stay with a child throughout that child's life, all the way up to retirement age. And at some point in my head, and this is theoretical again, in my head, at some point in the future, somebody's going to go, well, you know what? You got your Trump account. What the fuck do you need Social Security for? It could easily be a one-for-one substitution. And I'm concerned. I mean, if I can imagine this happening, and I'm by no stretch of the imagination an expert in about anything. So again, it's a Trojan horse, folks. And we have the billionaire class. Dude, as a poor person or as a non-rich person, I want shit from billionaires. That's what we have a government for.
In their wills, so that's very important. And as you watch us today, I hope you'll be doing that. Contributions to Trump accounts will also be a great benefit for employers to offer their workers, which they'll be able to do tax-free.
Oh yeah, that's right. Employers can contribute. Seems like this could be a good way to substitute something for Social Security.
Your companies to announce plans to contribute to these accounts in the coming months. And we've had tremendous interest in that regard. So the Trump accounts will be available starting on July 4th next year. And Michael and Susan, to you again, it's an amazing act of just incredible everything. I mean, the life you've led to be able to do this, even to be able to, even a lot of people have a good heart, but they can't give $6.25 billion. And Michael, probably knowing you, it's not the last of it either. It's not the last. But on behalf of the United States of America, I want to
Thanks,
thank you both. And I
billionaire
want to thank all
class.
three. But I want to thank you both because you've been friends of mine, and it's a spectacular couple. This is really an amazing people. These are unique. And I'd like to have you come up and say a couple of words and tell us what you have in mind, because what you have in mind is good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be with you here in the White House. And, you know, when you passed the Invest America Act on July 4th of this year, we were really inspired to see that happen. And this is something that, you know, Brad had first mentioned to us in 2021. We thought it was a great idea then. And it's amazing that it happened. And we also saw that this act would become a platform. And, you know, we believe the smartest investment that we can make is an investment in children. And this act has created a platform for families and friends and communities and companies and philanthropists to contribute to these accounts to create a savings and opportunity and hope and prosperity for tens of millions of children in this country. And Susan and I are super excited to announce our $6.25 billion gift to 25 million American children, 10 and under, and our gift will cover most of the children that are 10 and under that are not part of the federal program, the 0 to 2-year-olds, and who also live in zip codes where the median income is $150,000 or less. And I have spoken with a number of other wealthy Americans, philanthropists, and we are confident that others will join us because we all understand the incredible impact that a gift like this can have on the lives of young Americans. So again, it's a great honor for us to be here to be able to announce this. You know, when I was 8 years old, I got a passbook savings account and I had, I think about $8 in it. And you go to the savings and loan and you give them a quarter and they'd stamp your account. And I got to see the power of compound interest early in my life. And that has brought me here to this moment. And hopefully will inspire that kind of opportunity for many more young people in this country. So again, thank you for the privilege of being here.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you very much. Susan, would you like to say something?
I'd just like to say how excited we are to be a part of this. We believe that when children have a future that they can see is worth saving for, then that will help build hope and opportunity and prosperity for generations to come. So we're so excited to be doing this and hope to have many people join in our efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. So beautiful.
Well, first, it's an incredible honor to be here, and we wouldn't be here without the passage of the Invest America Act. And everybody up here today played a role in getting that done. The Speaker, Ted Cruz, in drafting the legislation so that when the president placed the call to the Speaker and said, let's make this happen in the big, beautiful bill, Congress was ready to act. They had the legislation drafted. But I couldn't be more grateful for the friendship and the partnership of the Dells that really show the best of America. Today is Giving Tuesday, right? And the fact of the matter is, for decades, we've talked about the wealth gap. We've talked about too many people left out and left behind. This president was elected on a Main Street agenda to get the rest of America into the game. And that's exactly what this does. It gets every American child, 3.7 million children born every year, will now start life off with an investment account, seeded with $1,000. And then you're going to have great philanthropists, great Americans like Michael and Susan, who are going to add money to those accounts. We're overwhelmed with the number of companies that want to contribute to these accounts. Already companies from Uber to NVIDIA, T-Mobile to Charter Communications, Dell, et cetera. The list goes on. And every day more companies are calling us, raising their hands and saying, we want to be part of this. It's like a 401k from birth. It's a benefit for the kids of our employees, right? Major philanthropists. But I think what this is going to unlock is the power of families. Moms and dads Venmoing and Apple Paying and $5, $10, right? And getting these kids into the game. When we had the roundtable at the White House earlier this year, Dara Khosrowshahi, the CEO of Uber.
Again, we do not want billionaires in corporate America to be giving to the American citizens. Okay, they are not government entities. This is a dangerous precedent. This is a Trojan horse. And I hope in 2028 that a Democrat or a non-MAGA person gets into office to undo this bullshit.
Said, after fleeing Iran at the age of 9 with nothing, he came to America because it was the land of hope. And he said what the Invest America Act does is it bottles up hope for every child in America. Whether you're in rural Mississippi or rural Indiana, where I came from, inner city Trenton or Compton, you're now in the game, right? That act alone, I think, reinvigorates the American dream. It reinvigorates the idea of free market capitalism. Too many people are losing faith in you, sir. By passing the Invest America Act and getting all these kids into the game, this is a transformational act in this country forevermore. Every child starts off life in the game with a piece of the American dream compounding in the upside of America. So thank you for having us here. Secretary first. I defer to the brains.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Another billionaire.
Major change in philanthropy and for American working families. It is the merging of President Trump's agenda of parallel prosperity, Main Street meets Wall Street. For the next 5 years, every child born in the US will get a $1,000 Trump account that will be with them and compound for the next 18 years. Treasury Department with other branches of government is going to do financial literacy, and we are going to make sure that all American families have a stake in the success of the United States of America. So every day when the stock market goes up or down, and we believe over the 18 years it will go up, and families will learn the power of confidence.
I actually wonder whether this isn't just welfare by another name, free money. This is too good to be true. This is free money from corporations and the government. How is this not welfare by another avenue? I don't get this.
Compounding.
There is no free lunch, even if it comes from billionaires.
People who have a stake in the system and become more and more vested in the system, they do not want to bring down the system. They want to make it better.
What's up, dirty dude?
So
I hope you're aware of this particular story.
Know that these Trump accounts, they have started a new age of the capitalism and market interest for the whole country. I also think that it is a game changer, as we're seeing with Michael and Susan Dell today, that Americans are the most generous.
Dude, this is literally just a way to give, these very same corporations, because they're going to be, this money's going to be invested in things like index funds. It's just a backwards way of giving capital to these companies. And yeah, the investor, who is actually the government, winds up being a beneficiary. I'm not saying it's even a bad idea. I'm just saying it's gonna come with strings, and this is just more capital for these same companies to grow themselves. You maybe could argue it's a win-win. Dude, I don't trust the billionaires. And I have nothing against billionaires, but you don't become a billionaire by being altruistic.
People in the history of the world, and the Trump accounts will provide a vehicle for philanthropists such as Michael and Susan and many more to contribute. And at Treasury, we are working. So Michael and Susan want to do it for children born in the past 10 years, a certain income level. As Brad said, it can be tailored, it can be to employees. It could be a philanthropist could adopt a state, they can adopt a school, they can adopt a zip code, they can adopt a street. And so we will constantly see these accounts be topped up. For those of
That's
you
pretty
on
funny.
Treasury will be running this on the operational side. For those of you who would like to, you can go to trumpaccounts.gov today and see the homepage that has a basic outline. These will become operational on July 5th of this year. And we will have families start signing up for them. So, and that homepage will answer all the questions on eligibility and investments. And then finally, today we're here on Giving Tuesday. Michael and Susan have led the way, but I think that there's a chance that every Tuesday can become Giving Tuesday as more and more philanthropists see the power of this, of giving to American families, giving to American children, and giving everyone a stake in our great economy. So thank you very much.
I'll be brief. There's a lot of symbolism here today. Right here on the eve of the 250th anniversary of the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are the greatest nation by any objective measure. We're the most free, most powerful, most successful, and most benevolent nation that's ever been. And I think what you're seeing here is another exhibit of that. This idea, this vision came about because Brad and a couple of smart guys came up with this idea, and then took a few years to sell the idea to everybody. And then these visionary legislators over here, Senator Ted Cruz and Blake Moore in the House and Jason Smith, the Ways and Means Chair, really caught the vision. And we put it into the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut. We've been saying all along that was drafted to really help lower and middle class earners in America. And this is one of the great features. One of the perils of having the big, beautiful bill and having it all in there together, the president and I have talked about many times, is that there's so many great things in that legislation. We don't have enough time to talk about all of it. So we need a moment to really focus on this. Giving Tuesday is a perfect time to do it. And it's absolutely perfect, I think, that July 5th becomes the operational date right after the nation's birthday. So what we're going to see here is a model that I don't think anyone has done anywhere in the world. They wouldn't have the capability to do it. They wouldn't have philanthropists and great Americans with big hearts like this who've earned their way and really fulfill the American dream. And they have a vision and a desire for more and more people to do that. And so now more and more Americans will. It kind of evens the playing field in a way, right? And everybody has an opportunity. So we're just excited to be part of
opiate of the masses.
Grateful to a president who leads from the front, who understands.
In some weird way, shape, or form, this is almost kind of like horseshoe politics. We will agree to to welfare. We just approve of the source. You don't want billionaires standing in the Oval Office talking about how much they want to benefit America and the middle and working classes. You don't want a president who's accepting gifts like this. Dude, contributing to the government, really? Like the government is actually going to be more efficient than this. I'm going to use a conservative argument against MAGA, which I don't consider conservative, by the way. Why are we Why are we not depending on private charities? I thought private entities were supposed to be better at distributing this sort of stuff than the government is. What happened? Of course, this is more, stuff going into financial markets. Who, dude, they're just going to take the money and make new derivatives. They will crash the economy eventually. It seems to happen, every 20 years or so.
The potential of something like this, and this will be one of the many marquee achievements of the Trump administration. This will be one that people remember for a long, long time, and I think it can change the country. So, thanks, Mr. President. Thanks, Brad. All of you for being a part. Thank you to the Dells. Really amazing. Thank you. Sure. Thank you.
Oh boy, bring in the clowns.
Well, I want to congratulate all the men and women up here. And Mr. President, I think objectively on the merits, the case can be made that there has never been a president who's had a greater positive impact on the children of America than you have. And in particular,
Okay,
this wonderful,
again,
beautiful bill,
you know what?
I think
Just
the
in
two most-
just in time to get a tongue lashing here. Dude, I literally don't think billionaires should be donating money to the fucking government. That's my point. It's not a billionaire's job to benefit the masses. That's what we have a government for. This is literally too good to be true while stinking to high heaven. We do not want this. We do not want the American citizenry to be beholden to a billionaire class. There will be strings attached. I guarantee you. And then I've already covered the aspects that I think are, this is more, less a donation and more like a Trojan horse. So calm down, Stanley. It's a donation. It's not costing you a penny. You know what? That's not my critique, 12 man. Of course, it's not costing me a penny. If you'd been listening, you would know what my critique is. You can always do a replay a few minutes back.
Long-lasting and far-reaching provisions are, number one, the school choice provision that you signed into law that is going to unleash tens of billions of dollars to scholarships to low-income kids all over the country and is going to change the lives of millions of kids. And the second
That's
provision
pretty
is the
funny.
provision right here, the Trump accounts. These Trump accounts, starting on July 4th, every child in America will have a personal investment account opened for them. Newborn children will have it seeded with $1,000. Parents and family and employers can contribute up to $5,000 a year in a tax-advantaged account. That money will be invested in the S&P 500 in the stock market.
Yes, it will be invested. Yes.
Benefits that change this country. Number one, every child in America will experience the benefits of compound growth.
No, I would rather billionaires not be donating money to government programs. That's literally my critique.
$1,000 is automatically seeded. Her parents or family or an employer puts $5,000 a year each year into that account. If you assume the
And
historic
yes,
rate of
I would
growth of
rather
S&P 500
student loans
by the time
than
that little girl is
by the way,
18,
let me
she
help
will
this
have
poor man out. Okay, once again, people coming up here fucking not knowing what they're talking about. This is not a college savings plan, 12th man. At 18 years old, the money gets rolled into an IRA. IRAs are retirement funds, not college funds.
And $70,000 in that account. And if she keeps saving, by the time that little girl is 35, she will have $700,000 in that account.
That's barring no 20-year market crash.
The children of Donald Trump, the children of people of great success. We're talking the kids of a single mom waiting tables who could have $700,000 saved by the time she's 35.
Dude, you know what? It could happen, but it probably won't.
To get an education, to start a business, to buy a house, that changes their whole lives. But the second benefit, and what I'm really excited about, is we are creating a new generation of capitalists.
Oh, yeah. That's what we want. See, there you go. We are creating a new generation of capitalists. Dude, how manipulative. This is social engineering, billionaire style. Dude, social engineering. I have some problems with MAGA doing social engineering. This is not a good thing.
Of the biggest employers in this country. We've all seen the sad statistics of how kids
Again,
are losing
Social
state
Security. Let me help
years
12th
from now,
man
a little
out.
boy's going to pull out his phone.
Social Security does not have to be insolvent. There can be an intervention. I have critiques of this. I don't want to substitute billionaire donations for Social Security. We can't control billionaires. We can control Social Security via the voting process.
And he's going to look at his app and he's going to see his Trump account. And instead of thinking of big, bad, scary corporations, that little boy is going to say, I own $50 of Apple. I own $100 of Dell. I own $75 of McDonald's. And every child is an owner of
Listen to this guy who happens to be rich. His wife works or used to work for Goldman Sachs. She was some high-powered executive. Listen to this motherfucker talking about his personal portfolio. Now, here's a senator in the Oval Office talking about his fucking portfolio. Dude, these MAGA nuts are out of control. They are flaunting their wealth and just fucking gloating about it. Their asses need to be handed to them come 1996, come 2026. We need to throw some of these bums out of office.
That will transform this country. Mr. President, thank you for signing it. Let me say, Brad, this would not be a law if Brad Gerstner did not pursue it with absolute dogged determination, relentless. I've gotten calls and texts from Brad at 6 a.m. and at 2 a.m. You may sleep less than the president, Brad, and that is a remarkable thing because I don't think he sleeps at all. And finally, I'll just say to Michael and Susan, incredible Texans, 6 and
Damn, I hope there's a towel somewhere. I hope there's a towel somewhere in the Oval Office so Trump can wipe off he can wipe the moisture off his crotch.
$250 million is extraordinarily generous. Let me say, on behalf of 25 million kids who just got a gift from Michael and Susan, and it's not a gift of a video game. It's not a gift of a bicycle. It's an investment in their future. That changes their lives, and I hope and believe Michael and Susan are going to inspire millions across the country to do the same thing. When Congress passed Section 401k of the ERISA, I don't know that anyone realized how much it would change retirement plans. There's now trillions of dollars in 401k plans. They're going to be trillions of dollars in these. These are 401ks for kids. And Mr. President, these Trump accounts exist because you signed them. Thank you for your leadership. It's an honor to work with you.
Thank you for your leadership. Yum, yum, yum.
Perfect. Thank you. First, I would just want to thank Michael and Susan for the kind gift. What you all have done will be transformational for 25 million kids. And a lot of people we can thank for the provisions in this big, beautiful bill, but there is no one to thank greater than President Donald Trump. And I'll tell you this, out of every executive I've ever worked with, there's no one that's been more engaging, no one that has been more involved. And the only reason why these investment accounts are in the big, beautiful bill is because he helped convince other members of Congress that this is a good idea. This has been something that has been discussed for a long time, but no one could ever get it passed. but who helped get it passed was Donald Trump. I can tell you that from day one throughout the process. And so that's going to affect millions of kids in their futures.
Thank you. I was not planning or prepared to speak today, but the gravity of the situation is not lost on me. I have 4 boys of my own, 13 and under, and on the heels of a $6 billion announcement, I hope that doesn't, go without some major headlines, that I will be making an announcement of my own that I will be contributing $60 to each one of my children's accounts today. And actually, to try to bring some levity to that, every parent,
What's going
every
on, MOT?
grandpa and grandma.
Oh, what's up, man?
You're here to celebrate the Dell endowment.
Dude, this dude makes so much fucking money off of everybody in society. Like, you can't get an entire computer nowhere that is in business that is not Dell. Dell owns the entire fucking federal apparatus.
I have owned Dell computers, and by the way, most times they were work laptops, and you know what? The service, like if something broke, was excellent.
Oh yeah, like I still have some precisions. The things are like made of steel. If you drop it on your foot, you'll chop it the fuck off. But yeah, I mean, but Dell does have some good ass laptops, especially business laptops. I still have all of them.
I just don't like billionaires making these sorts of donations.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, we have a government for that, and
He literally is donating our money back to us that we paid him.
Yeah, and you know what? Going into these index funds, it's just money being rolled back into corporations. These funds. These retirement funds invest the money that you invest into them. So it's really. I don't know if you could exactly call this a pyramid scheme, but it's something.
I mean, it's a legalized pyramid scheme. I mean, it's a legalized pyramid scheme, and most people are so tapped out and so fucking dumb that they don't know what the fuck's going on. Like when we talk about lobbying and shit, like their eyes just roll in the back of their head unless you have a good looking woman on the screen or doing some fucking trolling and shit. So it's best not to even talk about. Well, go deep into it a lot because the conservatives don't know. They ask questions to rage bait you into bringing them up to speed with what the actual issue is, and then they're just going to disagree with you at the end of the day, no matter what you say anyway. So,
well, that's true. Hey, dirty dude. You know what? I'm waiting for Epstein Island to go up for sale. I'm curious to know who buys it. If it gets bought at all, maybe it's confiscated by the government or something by now. But
it should have been confiscated after he died. Like, it should have been confiscated when he went to jail. It should have been confiscated.
That's
normally what happens.
Let's see. Now, our resident financial expert says, "I'm confused. Explain how this is a pyramid scheme and Social Security is not a pyramid scheme." Social
Security is an insurance program.
Yeah,
but I understand it as Social Security insurance. Let me take this. Yeah, you pay premiums in, and when the insurance company, which is Social Security insurance, you get premiums taken out for specific reasons. It's literally Social Security insurance. And you know how insurance works, right? You're mandated to have vehicle insurance, right? It's the same thing. You have a certain level of coverage for a certain level of years. You pay in, you get a certain amount out of it. Social Security is not a pyramid scheme. You actually get money out of it when you pay into it. It's an insurance program.
Well, the way it works now, especially once, essentially it would be present workers funding present retirees. That's where he's talking about the pyramid is.
No. Like you can fix that. It can always be
Oh
fixed.
yeah. Well, I mean, of course it can be fixed, but I want to address 12th man here. When did Bill Gates or George Soros, and maybe I don't know something, it could be very likely you know something I don't, 12th man. When did Soros donate money to the government? Bill Gates, George Soros, did they ever contribute 6.2 billion or whatever the number is
I mean, that's
directly to a government program?
just
Yeah, but
conservative pixie dust. They don't know anything about George Soros or Bill Gates. They just perceive them to be on the left and boogeymen that conservatives just always bring up. I'm like, look, if you have an actual article that's not from Fox News or any right wing source that talks specifically about that, put the onus back on him to prove it.
yeah, you're probably right about that. Let's see here. Let me copy this. Ryan, let's see. Hold on one sec here. Well, it's also whataboutism.
Of course. It's how the conservative mind works, man.
I forgot to bring up that part. Hold on one sec. Let me drop this link here. And let me start this right quick. I'll drop the link.
Get my grandkid this little toy or something, and maybe that's going to continue to happen. But there is a new option and another way for them to be able to invest and have a lasting legacy. And as a dad of 4 kids, seeing kids in our neighborhood, them to have that opportunity is something that not every day in Congress, as I've joked with my colleagues, is the most productive day in my career. But to be able to be a part of something like this is.
Bingo! Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on?
What's up?
I just came up to crush all these terrible arguments by Stanley and the other gentleman.
Man of tomorrow. Mr. Mr. President,
okay. All right,
you.
Good. Oh, good. Okay. All right. So.
No. That's fine. So what's the disagreement about?
Well, so I think any kind of savings account for kids by the government is probably just as dumb as anything. I don't necessarily agree with it.
I don't think so.
I mean, I think it's great to save. I mean, I think it's brilliant, but there'll be distortions down the line, as always, when the power and the money of government get involved in things. They distort the economy, as they have tremendously in pretty much all sectors. So I don't like them doing it. And but we'll see what happens. Maybe it's good. We'll see. Some things are good, some things aren't.
So Jamie told me that a pre-funded account with like 18 years of compounded interest for every child is a bad idea. I don't think that's a bad idea at all.
So if every child has it, it will then equalize pretty much everyone. You know what I mean? So in other words,
I know. And wait, hold on. I want you to hold on to that point. That would equalize everyone. So I'm gonna ask you again, why is that a bad thing?
When I say equalize, it means that if I give everybody in so let's just take a classroom, right? If I give every kid $1, in that classroom, every kid has whatever they had before plus $1, right? So it doesn't really have an impact. If I give just the poor kids $1, it would then help the poor kids to catch up to the wealthy. But essentially, this is if you give every kid the money and it's not means tested, it's not really going to help. It's just going to become inflation, essentially.
Okay, keep that same argument. Now let's talk about corporate subsidies.
What are corporate? Explain what they are.
Corporate tax cuts.
So
now use your same logic with corporate subsidies that they get for free over people that are currently in the same career field as them, and do it for corporate tax cuts. Because your brain works very well when it comes to excluding people. But when we talk about people with large amounts of power who don't actually pay any taxes, all of a sudden people's brain don't work. So you understand the difference between. Okay, so now we understand the difference between giving somebody a pre-funded account that has 18 to 20 years um, of compounding interest, that's a good thing. Especially starting right now, that is an excellent
I think it's a
investment in
great thing.
actual
Yeah,
people.
absolutely. It's great, right? So, okay, so I'm trying to explain this in the most logical way because it's fairly abstract what I'm trying to explain. It's right now. If the government gives every American citizen $20,000, what happens overall? Does it affect any person? Everyone is equalized. They each get $20,000 more dollars,
Yes.
right? And then what will happen is they have to borrow the money to do that. So the value of the dollar over X period of time is going to be reduced by the buying power will be reduced by that same amount in the economy,
Okay.
which is what we've done with a lot of the stimulus money is essentially reduce the buying power of the American dollar over the years following those subsidies, those stimulus funds, which is why the inflation took off, right? Because you're not increasing the pie. You're
It's not
simply
inflation. It's greedflation.
it's what? It's not
Greedflation and
shrinkflation.
shrinkflation. Like, okay, so
That's
here's the
not a
thing.
thing. That's not a thing.
If there's true inflation, corporate profits wouldn't be as high.
What? I don't know what you mean by that. Corporate profits are going to be the same. Corporate
No,
profits.
No, it's
Okay.
not.
So when you say shrinkflation, do you mean the fact that they're reducing packaging size
Yes,
for a given
reducing
item?
the actual ingredients that they put in it, but they're charging you the same amount.
So
It is a very true thing.
I totally agree, but that's not in economics. It's just inflation. That's all it is inflation. You're reducing the product size, quantity, etc., for the same price, which is like it's a packaging thing, right? So, but essentially, it's more money for the same amount, right? Because to get the old package, you'd have to pay more money. That's all. It's inflation. And yes, that occurred over 4 years between 2020 with Trump blowing tons of money in stimulus and Biden doing the same. They reduced the buying power of the American dollar by doing those stimulus amounts. And if you think about it like this, because it's going to be hard to grasp, it really is, and it took me a while to grasp this idea. The total economy is worth what? $30 trillion, right? Approximate. Sir, MOT?
Yeah.
Alicia? So the total economy is worth 30 trillion. We have X number of dollars in circulation.
Yes.
And the value of that dollar is largely based on the size of our economy, which is $30 trillion, right? If you don't increase the size of that economy, the dollars themselves are still worth it. If you print more dollars, they're worth less. That's what's occurred. You follow where I'm at with this?
Okay, so we have an overspending problem. Only thing I'll
Yes,
say
sir.
is cancel out government subsidies and bring back the actual John F. Kennedy tax cuts. Anything that you make over a certain amount, all the rest of it goes toward the people in the government.
So you bring back the old system where people that make over X pay X? I agree.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it. I love it. I mean, we have a very progressive tax system, but I'm okay with if you make over $1 million. The cap right now is at about 37%, I think.
No one pays 37%, unless you're like a lottery winner or a gambler or some shit. No, man, like nobody really pays the top amount of taxes. I don't pay the top amount. I mean, I'm in the 7-figure range, and I don't pay the top. I don't think I've ever paid anywhere over.
Well, you have a good accountant doing his job. That's fine.
Correct.
Your accountant's doing the job they're supposed to do. So, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, so 37% would be the top single payer. And by the way, if you make $20 million a year, you're probably going to be at that rate federally, and whatever state you live in, they're going to hit you too.
No, you won't.
So,
no, you won't, because you would just take the actual income as an actual corporate profit and never spend the money. That's what all people do who have money. I do that shit when I have money.
Well, so you're saying the corporation would pay their tax on corporate tax, and then as they give the money to you, which they do, you in whatever form of income you're getting, whether it's stock or whatever, you're still going to pay personal income taxes on it at that rate. The corporation's got to pay their taxes, which is 15 to 20%, and then you pay taxes on your income out of the corporation, right?
Yes.
So you're still paying. So there's no way to get around it. The government's not dumb. They're not going to let you do that. You know what they're not. People think they can. No one's paying their fucking taxes. Most of the government is run on the 20% of the money coming into the federal government is the top 0.5% of taxpayers. 20% of the money. The next 10% pay about 80% of the taxes federally, and then everybody else pays a combined 20%. We got about 200 and some million people paying almost very little taxes. The rich pay the taxes in the country. I mean, that's documented. You can look that up. I promise.
And they make most of the money in the country.
Well,
I don't see what the tax problem is.
Well, you stated that people don't pay their taxes. Like they're avoiding
pay their taxes. They don't. Like, listen, if you own a corporation, okay, so let me tell you how it works. They borrow against themselves at the actual interest rate of the actual bank. They don't take an actual income.
So they borrow against their assets.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So, and I know what you're talking about. They borrow against their assets, and then as they repay that, right? So essentially they're leveraging, they're creating leverage with their assets. I get that part. But as they pay that back, they still have to pay income taxes on that money that comes to them to then pay it back. How don't they?
No, they don't. No, they don't. Listen, okay, so let's take Elon Musk as an example.
Yes.
It's an extreme example, but it's an example that people
No, it's a great example. Okay.
All right. So Elon Musk can actually go to the bank and borrow against his assets at 5% or maybe 3 to 5% interest rate from a quote unquote bank.
Yes, it's a secured loan. Go ahead.
Correct. Anything that he buys, he's going to buy sales tax on, which is obvious. But its effective rate of what he borrowed at is 5%.
Yes.
Yes, that's not the same as somebody who actually pays.
But how doesn't he pay taxes on his income? He's borrowing against that asset, so then he goes, "Okay, I got $100 million."
You shouldn't be able to do that. Yes, you need to treat all of that as actual income and tax that at 37%. Then you have an equalized tax system.
Work through this with me, right? Because I'm sure you're a homeowner, right? You make money. If you make 7 figures, you have assets. Do you borrow against your assets?
No.
You could, theoretically, right?
No, I don't have to. I mean, I don't have to.
Well, wouldn't you want to do that for tax advantages? Because you're saying you don't have to pay taxes on that money.
Correct, but I own like a fleet of trucks. Like me in the expansion race is pretty much over. Like I don't need to go do that. Like when I bought like most of the rest of my trucks, I actually took title loans out so that way I could expand my actual equipment with the equipment I already had.
But I don't. So, but if you were to borrow against your trucks and pay those loans back to yourself, basically, right? Which you're not paying back yourself. You're just paying back the secured loan to the bank. It's just secured, right? You're still getting the money from the bank. You're not borrowing from yourself for the asset. As you pay the bank back, where are you getting that money from?
Oh, the ongoing running of the business operations. Like that's how you get those type of loans in the first place.
Yes, but to get that money, it's coming from your business operations, which in his case would be Tesla or whatever. They have to pay him from Tesla, which is a corporation which pays corporate taxes at about 15%. Then they take what's left at a minus 15%, and they give him money either in stock or in just paycheck, whatever the fuck it is, right? He's paying the taxes on
it's stock. It's stock.
he's still being charged
But his
taxes on the
effective
stock.
tax rate is 15%.
It's not 15% because,
capital gains, yes.
well, I would normally agree, but there's what's called an alternative minimum tax rate, which means over a certain amount, you pay personal income tax rates, which for him would be 37%. The alternative minimum tax is the standard rate. Like, in other words, you can only make so much via cap gains. And the government's smart, man. They're not going to let you get away with just doing what you're suggesting. They want your money. You know, look up alternative minimum tax, and just in your spare time or whatever, and they're hitting them with that. The government's intelligent, man. Believe me, I fucking hate them. You pay more taxes than me if you're in 7-figure zone, and I'm gonna tell you right now, the motherfuckers get their money. They get their money. Donald Trump, I pay more taxes under Trump than I did under the previous president because he's a fucking asshole too. So I hate
his
taxes.
name. Say his name.
No, I'm not saying it. If Obama, whatever. Obama wasn't trying to tax nobody more money. Biden wasn't. All these people are loaded. They don't give it. You think they're trying to come off of their money? No. The government don't want to. Who's suggesting raising taxes as you just did with the John Kennedy rates? Who's suggesting that? Bernie Sanders, and that's it.
Yes.
It's the only guy
That's
I know.
about it, actually.
Biden, Obama, fucking go back to all the Democrats and Republicans. Nobody wants tax high rates like that. None of them. So, man, for 25 years, I think it's ridiculous. But I will tell you this: the corporate rate we all eat in the goods that we buy. I don't like corporate taxes because of that reason. I do like the personal income tax because for Elon to get that money out of Tesla, out of the company, he has to cash in his stock. And when he does that, that's personal income that he gets hit with. So the rich are paying in personal income. Corporation
personal income and not just capital gains.
Look up alternative minimum tax, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
I'm taking your word for it.
Yeah, they pay the AMT. Yeah, believe me, they were doing that years ago, and the government's like, "Fuck that, we're going to get our money." You know, believe me, the government's as greedy as corporations are, as far as I'm concerned. Anytime they can hit you.
Yeah, but
with
why
something.
is your argument for rich people only and exclusively, and you're only for getting rid of corporate tax? Like, what that's about?
because
kind of confused.
Okay, so I'm against. I think billionaires are excessive, but the government uses corporate taxes. It's bullshit. It's a fucking. So look, think about it like this. This is how, and you know, I have a lot of economics background, so I kind of. I don't mean to talk down or up to you in any way.
No. It's fine. I can.
So think about it this way, right?
We're just having
think
a
about it this
conversation.
way.
We're good.
If the government says, going forward, this is like the corporate tax. They say, hey, we're going to tax dollars. I'm sorry, we're going to tax apples. Every apple sold in the United States, we're going to charge $5 per apple for taxes, right? Now, I can go buy an apple for 50 cents or whatever, and you can get them at the grocery store, Walmart, you can get them at Safeway, you can get them at Giant Food, whatever. Do you think that all the sellers of those apples, and again, everybody's selling apples, like it's sold to 100,000 different distributors, right? Who's going to pay that extra $5 an apple? The government's charging $5 an apple. Who's going to pay it? Do you think that all those companies are going to lose money at the end of the year? Go, well, we got to pay corporate taxes on these apples, or are they just going to raise the price? They just when corporate taxes. They just transfer those costs to the consumer. And every fucking corporation does it. So we consumers pay it, not the corporations. They transfer the costs to the people buying the shit. And government uses this quote unquote corporate taxes to just steal money from the consumers, which is you and me and the poor man, by the way, because the poor man's got to buy apples and soap and the shit that we buy, right? And it's a way to just steal from everybody collectively. And that's why I want to make up get rid of corporate taxes because consumers pay it, rich and poor alike, and put the fucking onus on the wealthy, right?
Wait,
Put
wait,
the
wait, wait,
onus
hold
on
on.
the fucking rich. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah.
now, because you're explaining this, I'm just asking you questions to
Yes,
further
sir.
your idea. I'm not
Yes, sir.
disagreeing with you. All right.
Okay.
So I think the rich and the corporations are one and the same. How do you separate those two?
Well, so they're different. So like Elon Musk has a whole shitload of shares of whatever company it is, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't own the company. He's the CEO, so he gets a salary for that. And then he also has a lot of shares, just like Zuckerberg and all the other guys, right? So ultimately, they're a shareholder. And if you have a retirement account, you're a shareholder too. And so am I, because every friggin' retirement account, pension, fucking those huge companies like that, everyone has money in there, right? Everyone. If you look at your mutual funds in your retirement account, I guarantee you own one of those big companies, Google, Facebook, Amazon, blah, 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 right? So ultimately, we're all shareholders. Like Zuckerberg might own 1% of Facebook, and then everybody else in the entire United States and the world own Facebook shares. So he has a percentage of that. So he's a stockholder, right? And that's why he's so ungodly rich, because he owns a lot of the stock.
Correct.
But
That's how all wealth works in America.
Yes, but to
that
get
level.
that money, so like as a stockholder, he has to sell shares to use the money, and then it comes in, and then he can go buy personal stuff like a personal house, right? The corporation can't buy. Bill Gates' house is bought by Bill Gates personally, not Microsoft, right? Because otherwise that's tax fraud. So the only way he can get that money out of the corporation is to sell the stock, and then he would pay capital gains or the AMT, alternative minimum tax, which is at 37%, which again should be way fucking higher. Bill Gates should be paying 60% on his top dollar or 70%, which that's bullshit that they're not. My problem with corporate tax is that the poor man pays it. My mom paid it when I was a kid and she was on fucking WIC. I paid it when I went and bought a pack of gum when I was 6 years old, when I was piss poor. The poor people and the middle class pay corporate fucking taxes. They just transfer it. Because Walmart at the end of the year, Walmart doesn't go, well, I got a tax bill. We got to pay this. Fuck no. They've raised the cost of their goods way before that, knowing, well, we're going to have corporate taxes at the end of the year.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
That's the way this
Walmart
shit
only
works.
put their businesses in actual food deserts, and they get a bunch of money to run their actual shit for free. Then they don't pay their people enough money, and then they have to go back into the government fucking fund to get SNAP benefits and shit. So it's just like, okay, so what you're for? And
what I'm for is the wealthy paying more, and the corporate tax. I'm telling you, government uses that shit to hide their fucking deal. If everybody could see what they pay in their income taxes across the United States, there'd be a lot more accountability to government. Because, I mean, dude, when they say, I'm telling you, if you read up on this, right, the goddamn, what did the Democratic Party say? Greedy corporations, greedy corporations, greedy corporations, blah, 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 right? Well, all the profits from the corporation go to the shareholders, which that's mostly in retirement accounts. 90% of the fucking stock is in your teachers' pensions, my retirement account, Stanley's retirement account, right? So the corporations then send that money out. Why do they not say, hey, let's raise personal income taxes progressively up the chain? Because they're all wealthy. That's why they don't want to do it. All of Congress, they're all multimillionaires. That's why they don't want to do it.
But here's how you fix that. With your system that you just explained.
Yes.
The only thing you have to do to fix that is there is no longer such thing as borrowing against your assets. Period. It's all considered income. Like you can get rid of the actual I'm just free associating through what you just said. Let's say that we get rid of the corporate income tax for the corporation.
Yeah, corporations pay no income tax,
Yes.
and
Okay.
then which theoretically what should happen? Before you go, just real quick. So all of a sudden they get rid of that 15%. Now corporations make an extra 15%, or as they compete with each other, they'd have to cut the price by 15%, which wouldn't happen initially. You'd have to go into a bit of a recession to get them to start whoring the prices. So
No. You can make them do it. Like that's what the taxation is. It's going to make them raise or lower anything. I like for me, I think that there shouldn't be a minimum wage at all. I think that the amount of taxes that you pay should be based on how much you pay your employee. Like if you pay your employee, $7 an hour, you get some sort of tax break. You pay your employee $30 an hour, you get a whole big ass fucking tax break, right? So
yeah, it's hard to do that though, because you got to regulate it.
It's not really that hard. It's not hard. You can
It's
regulate
hard,
it
man.
by industry. You can regulate it by industry.
You're talking about a lot of manpower there, man. That's a lot of people.
Yes.
I'm saying as regulators.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I mean,
I'm saying that look, if we're going to be able to fix this thing, there's other countries that have it fixed. If you've been to Ireland or Norway or Sweden, their progressive income tax structure hits everybody, corporations and people. There's no such thing as I own a corporation, but I'm going to be, getting paid all this stock. No, that shit is considered fucking income. All of it is considered income.
Well, it is. So in our system, the AMT would make it income by having that alternative minimum tax to get that stock into your bank account. Like personally, they do pay the AMT on that. So they're paying the tax on that. The issue is it's not enough MOT. 37% is the cap rate. So if I make $650,000, that dollar, that $650,000, right? I would pay 37%. Or if I make $2 billion, I'm paying 37%, right? Don't you think that there's a massive difference there? That on my $2 billionth, I should probably pay like 80% of my fucking should go to taxes, right?
That's exactly how it was during the fucking
Yes.
John F. Kennedy administration.
I totally advocate for that. Right? Listen, I advocate for that. I don't know why. If you're going to make like anything over 20 million, you pay 60%, right? But 37, like if you have a good year and you make $1 million, like that's a real good year, obviously, but you have a great year, you make $1 million. You're from 650,000 to $1 million. That goes at 37%, or $1 billion at 37%. It makes no sense. So,
the only people who get paid that way are people who are like wage earners, like people who work in the media, football players, and that type of shit. Those are the only people who get paid like that. Like if you can form a corporation and get paid that way, the entire amount through stock or some shit, then your actual taxable amount go way down. But that option isn't open for anybody. Well, everyone.
I personally, I like CEOs getting paid with stock, because if they don't do a good job, if the share price goes down, they make less money. So there's an incentive for them making more money in the shit I'm invested in, right? Like I want them motherfuckers I don't want them getting an hourly wage, because, I want them to be as greedy as possible, so that I get returns on my shit. But, well, listen, if you buy Apple stock right now, like you got your business, and don't you want, the CEO, if you buy Apple stock, don't you want the CEO of Apple to try to increase the value of Apple stock? That's what I want.
If I'm invested in Apple, otherwise I don't give a shit about their stock price increasing or not.
Most of the money in the market, and I mean 90% of it, is all retirement. It's people's retirement accounts and shit. And what happens is if these companies don't make money, those retirement accounts don't return anything. And then people go, well, fuck it, I'll sell these shares and buy other shares, right? But because it's all mutual funds, it's all institutional investment, So, but government can fix this by changing the tax structure so that people pay higher personal income taxes progressively up the ladder. You follow me?
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, the corporate taxes get absorbed into consumer goods that we buy. It does not help American citizens at
Getting
all.
rid of corporate taxes is not going to make those prices come down. You have to mandate that shit. You have to have price controls for that.
But you follow where I'm at. You see
Yes,
where I'm.
I follow what
saying.
you're saying, but it's covered under other things. I get exactly what you're saying. Actually,
Okay, good.
your tax rate is far higher than my fucking tax rate that I have in mind. But I don't disagree with that. Because
you got to make up the corporate. You got to make up. So because the corporate taxes coming in are about 10% of the total federal collections, which are about $4.5 trillion the federal government collects, right? So about 450 billion are corporate taxes, and then the rest is personal. So you got to make up that money. So that's why I'm like, you got to really raise personal taxes for the richest fucks in the country, you know.
Yes,
but
you have to cover every single way that they actually take income. Like you have to tax, like, okay, so you have to get rid of the alternative minimum tax and make a straight tax of 37%. And there's no way fucking out of it.
More than that, 50%. Everything over $1 million, 50%. Everything over 10 million, you pay fucking 70%. Anything over 50 million, you pay 80%. Fuck them. Hit them hard.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous how much these people have. And I've always said that. And I mean, I think Bill Gates would agree with this shit. You know?
We are essentially talking about the same thing. It's just that you're trying to do it one way and I'm trying to do it another way. But I think we agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
The overall end result is these motherfuckers need to pay more.
But the problem, the problem is with corporate taxes. This is why I get hung up on it, because the government uses this bullshit to pretend. And look, I'm registered independent. The thing that makes me mad about the Democrats, Republicans are not real Republicans anymore. They're just MAGA idiots. Okay, and the Democrats keep talking about greedy. They love the buzzword of greedy corporations. I'm like, listen, I know that's bullshit because that gets transferred to the
Get rid of
board.
Citizens United and stop taking their fucking money. If they're so fucking greedy, then
well, I'm against. They're both parties are greedy. They're both greedy. They're both full of bullshit. I don't like either party. I mean, that's why I'm a registered independent. I'm like, fuck both of them. I'm a fiscal conservative and a social liberal. I don't give a shit about social bullshit. I only care that the government wastes all the wages of you and me and everybody else on whatever the fuck they want. I'm sick of it.
Look,
I can't. It infuriates me.
I've been to worse countries that have far better healthcare outcomes. They don't allow people to sell kryptonite as fucking food and all types of other stupid shit. Like, you know, they don't heavily, like, you know what I'm saying, have corn, syrup, and starch and bullshit and everything. They have really actual real fucking food, man. And the problem is that all these tax-free shit, it kind of spreads all over the fucking economy. I think that a drastic change in tax policy will actually correct everything.
Well, the other thing, you cited some countries earlier, okay? And
yes,
they're high. There's some trade-offs here, right? I love the idea of trade-offs, and it's because it's hard to do things in the economy without downstream effects. Like when the government, because they spend so much money, when they do one little thing, it affects things down the line. Obamacare, for example, right? Obamacare changed massive shit. I mean, that was a big thing. But I mean, even just increasing the student loan Pell Grant has downstream effects on the economy, right? So
correct.
The problem is, it creates these distortions up and downstream. So, like, you listed some economies earlier that have good healthcare, but there is trade-offs to that. Like, all of Europe is currently fucked. When I say fucked, economically, they are in a death spiral that's not going to stop. And to the point where merry old England, which once was a dominant country globally, right? Their average citizen is not as well off as an average citizen in Mississippi, our poor state. Because
I don't think no.
Yeah, look it up, Stanley. Look it up, please.
Okay, no.
It's a Wall Street Journal article that I read.
Listen to my question. You're
No.
talking GDP. Okay,
I'm just fucking
listen
with you.
to
Go
my
ahead. I'm just fucking
question,
with you.
Ryan. Listen to my question.
All right, go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
the Wall Street Journal gets that granular.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The average income for average like net wealth.
Well, what they look at is PPP, which is their ability to buy things. So, like in Mississippi, you can buy X number of square foot house, you can buy X car, you can buy X clothes,
So
you can buy X.
my question was, do they get that granular? And it appears the answer is yes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The standard of living in
Okay,
Mississippi is now better than fucking
that,
England.
that was my question.
The trade-off for that is, so like, there's going to be more, because our system is more winner take all, right? We got these super quadrillionaires and then we have poor, right? Like that's that huge spread between the wealthiest and the poorest, right? Because of that, the theory here is the billionaires are able to pull the bottom up with their growth and the growth of Google and all these fucking companies, right? Whereas in Europe, it's a lot more equal, but their growth sucks. Like they haven't really grown their economies since 2008. And that's England, that's the EU. Like they're just getting fucked because of, the siphoning off of a lot of the money that's funded for growth. So there are problems there too. There are problems everywhere. Ours actually aren't as bad as a lot of China's fucked. Demographic implosion. They're overly leveraged in debt. They got bigger problems than we do. So this is a good country, though. I'll tell you that. We got some issues. That's all. Are you there? I lose y'all?
Oh yeah.
I think the issues that we have, and I think the issues that we have can easily be fixed. With proper taxation. Because I think these people hoarding all these multi-hundreds of millions of dollars is straight up whole shit. Like it's crazy the amount of wealth these people are. And it's like, dude, we can have so much better of a fucking country with fucking actual proper investment. Like I'm from Mississippi. I grew up there fucking 17 years. Dude, when I went to Germany from Mississippi, it's from being in the military. Dude, when I stepped off the fucking plane and I looked at how fucking Frankfurt fucking airport looked versus how fucking Jackson, Mississippi airport looked, or even how San Antonio or Philadelphia airport looked, I'm like, these, and then, when you go walk through the schools and you see how the schools operate and shit, no, everybody was invested in good results in that society. And like in America, we only want good results for certain groups of people, but not all groups of people. I think that's a waste. Clearly,
it's more. This country is more winner take all. So you either going to be broke, or are you going to be rich? It's not. It's kind of like, it's more winner take all. But I will tell you that like, here's the thing about these billionaires that we're talking about, right? And these companies like Google and Microsoft and Facebook. The truth of the matter is, as irritated as I get with these companies, they do sell their shit all over the world and then bring that money back to the US, which is then taxed. And then like they siphon all money out of the whole fucking world and bring the money back to the United States. And then we, as collective citizens, we benefit from that, like there's nobody hungry in the United States. Like if you look around, there's nobody fucking starving. Most people are fat. And, even our poorest do far better than most other countries. So if you look across the world, I mean, nobody starves here. Most people have resources. We at least pay for our poorest. We pay to take care of them, which is good. So, go to Jakarta and look around. People are fucking dying of everything. Yeah. I mean, in India, Indonesia, fucking, it's our social programs aren't the best, but they're still pretty daggone good, And by the way, the standard of living in the United States is still top 10 for everyone on average. That's just the average citizen is still top 10. Whereas, we're like up there with Monaco and shit. Like that's pretty awesome. China is about 60th. We're like top 10. So we're still doing pretty good as a country, even though we got some problems. But look, I agree with you on taxing the wealthy at a higher rate for sure.
Far higher. Far higher.
Yeah, far higher and progressively higher, for sure. I've always said that. But I'm telling you, you look into that corporate tax, man, that shit is government.
Once people start riding around in $100 million yachts, like, hey man, it's time for you to fucking be paying a hell of a lot more.
I will say this too, buddy. It does not fix our national debt issue. You can hammer these people, and I'm fine with that, but it doesn't fix the national debt. The government is still spending way more money than they should on all kinds of bullshit. USAID was an example of that. They're giving money out for fucking trans drag shows and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? So, government is
I thought most of that was at the state level.
They're giving money out in every direction. Our government is. I mean, they were.
I mean, they have like bullshit studies and all that, but that's not the end all and be all of the actual.
Hey, I don't mind spending a couple dollars of my tax money on Drag Queen Story Hour.
Stanley, you know something? Don't fucking be an asshole. And that's what you're fucking doing. You're just being a fucking asshole.
I'm dead.
You're full of shit. Bullshit. It's not a couple dollars.
You know what?
It's a lot of money.
Can't you do a checkbox on your taxes donating money to something? They ought to,
I don't see that line item.
Give the option.
I don't see that line up. They're just, government is spending money in so many directions. It definitely has an effect overall on they have so much money. It distorts everything. It really does. I mean, it's.
Oh yeah. Black Knight brings up Argentina. Was that that's a loan though, isn't it?
I don't know. I think it's for mineral rights. The only thing Trump can do is deal make for the U.S. If he does it correctly and really with the heart of benefiting the U.S. He is a deal maker. He can do that halfway and develop.
I think he'll do it for himself. I don't think he'll do it for the country. I don't think.
Well, I hope he does. I mean, I don't trust him with 100 decisions out of 99 out of 100 decisions. The only thing maybe he's a developer and maybe a deal maker, and that's it. So, certainly not the other 99.
He's a developer. He's a developer like John Galt is.
Okay, he's okay. Listen, he's had some success with various projects developing. Like in his specific field, he's done an okay job with that kind of shit, But that ballroom, I'm kind of like, okay,
John Galt
he's a developer.
John Galt doesn't develop. He's just a landlord.
I think it's called property management. That's right.
Yeah.
No, I meant like he's a software developer. He's a pretend software developer.
I don't know anything about software. I know about construction. That's it.
12th man, welcome to the panel for your ritual
Thank
beating.
you, sir.
Rhetorical beating.
Oh yeah. I'm just.
I got a call coming in, man. I'll be back later, Stanley.
All right, man.
Nice meeting you, man. Nice talking to you.
You too.
All right.
Yeah, I just found out that
that was a refreshing economic education.
Yeah,
well,
didn't
good.
he say he ran a trucking company or something like that?
Yeah, he does.
He owns it.
He does. What's interesting is MOT also means maintenance of traffic, which, he's a trucking company. MOT means maintenance of traffic. Also, in state highway bids, they'll say we need MOT, meaning we need somebody to, manage the traffic in a given area, like with the cones and all that shit, and the start-stop paddles and all that. That's called MOT. So, interestingly enough, I don't know if he knew that or not.
I did not.
Thank God for truckers, man. None of us would have nothing if it wasn't for truckers, man.
Oh, I love the truckers, man. God bless them.
We'd figure it out.
Yeah. I mean,
how did people get things before there were trucks? You know, horse and buggy. It
local.
wasn't as efficient. But remember,
Yeah.
trains pre-existed. You know, automotive. You know, things
I
like
love
trucks.
trains too.
Yeah, trucks are definitely the way we're moving stuff now, though, for sure. So,
All right, so I got bored with Trump praising billionaires. So I have several videos, and the theme of these videos is basically going to be MAGA slash conservatism versus a couple books that I'll be reading in the next month or two, both on liberalism. And that's the direction I'm going to be moving
why
over.
do you
You
say
know,
slash conservatism? It's not the same.
well, MAGA is not conservative, but a lot of people, you know, it's got some conservative elements.
I don't even know if it has that, dude. I mean, you know,
Well, I mean,
it's,
privatizing, or the potential to privatize. People think this is a Trojan horse. This these Trump funds. Privatizing Social Security is a conservative concept.
yeah,
So my
there's very
idea
few,
on
you know.
Well, speaking
securing
of
Social
conservatives,
Security.
one of my idols growing up, George F. Will, talks about MAGA, a sickening moral slum of an administration. Now, this is an
Yeah.
actual
Oh boy,
conservative criticize
sounds like garbage
an
propaganda.
actual card carrying. He might be considered a neocon, but I've never really considered him one. But this is George F. Will, folks,
Yeah.
talking about MAGA. So this is 4 minutes, and I'm going to savor every minute of it. I love George F. Will.
Are you looking for health insurance of today and choose the plan?
Commercials on a George F. Will opinion piece is sacrilege.
You're listening to A Sickening Moral Slum of an Administration, an opinion piece written by George F. Will and read by Josh, an AI-generated voice. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth seems to be a war criminal. Without a war, an interesting achievement. In 1967, novelist Gwyn Griffin published a World War II novel.
Hey, Stanley, pause it. Can you pause it for a sec?
58 years later is again.
Can you pause it, Stanley?
According to the law,
I have a sidebar question for you.
Of a sunk ship.
Are you? I'm just going to ask you because I know you. I listen to a lot of stuff like you. Are you getting tired of these AI generated voices yet? Because I'm already getting fucking tired of them.
I don't use them. I don't use them as much as I use. Wait, hold on. I don't use them as much as I used to.
I'm hearing YouTube channels and shows where.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, they're just—it's all AI voices, and it's like the same.
Let me tell you something. I think a lot of people depend on it because they are horrible readers or public readers.
Yeah, probably.
I can actually read as well as an AI. It's just, you know, I try not to, you know, use my voice that much. It's for, you know, if it's like 13 minutes, I don't even do, you know, remember how I used to do, like if it was a 13-minute article, I would just do the whole 13 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't do that anymore. I'm more apt to go in and just highlight the parts that I want to talk about. This is 4 minutes and it's George Will. So I figured we can.
Yeah, that's cool. I was just wondering because there's a lot of YouTube productions that are now in this, like the basketball highlights, and it's like they'll go through the highlights and it's the AI voice and it's the same one for about 20 channels, and I'm like, it's already getting on my fucking nerves. I'm like, just give us some more options with the voices, guys. Anyway, all right,
I've been thinking at some point in time I'm going to sit down and learn how to digitize my voice for like my own personal AI reader.
Nice.
But I just haven't gotten around to it.
Okay. I didn't know we can even do that. That's cool.
Yeah, but I think you have to do a subscription service, but it might be worth it.
Yeah.
How much does that cost, Stanley?
Depends on the service. It's not much. I think the most expensive I've seen is maybe $8 a month.
Yeah.
Well, that's not bad.
Not bad. Well, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. I had to ask you that.
Yeah, this will be over, but again, this is the venerable George F. Will. We cannot praise him enough, in my opinion.
Operational necessity.
Well, Stanley, I
58
wanted
years
to
later is again
throw my
pertinent.
idea out there real quick on how to fix Social Security is just to lift the cap. Like the last guy that was on here, you want to tax the rich? Okay, let's tax the rich. Let's lift the cap on Social Security. That way it's solvent.
That would work.
That would work. Insolvent.
That's right. That would work. But the thing is,
we got a little bit of time to consider that. But I can tell you right now, if MAGA stays in power, you're going to see, the shell game happen. It's like, okay, you know what? All you kids, you got your Trump account. There will be a sunset on Social Security at some point.
I don't. Stanley, that would be very hard to do. Lifting the cap would help.
I think it'll be easier to do if you can say, hey, you got your Trump account.
It's pretty, Social Security is pretty popular, though. It's definitely a popular program. I'm not a huge fan of it myself.
It could be 50 years from now. I'm just saying eventually this would be a good way to phase Social Security out. Okay, the one aspect of MAGA, at least the national conservatives and probably all three branches, they want to reverse the New Deal and the Great Society. They want them gone. Okay, when they say make America great again, they literally mean pre-New Deal. Now, looking at it historically, my question would be, well, how did that work out? We went to the New Deal for a reason, because the tariffs and the billionaire robber barons, they ran the country into the ground doing speculation. So why can't we learn from history? Maybe it's, oh, hey, we're smarter now. The economy's more predictable, but I don't know that that's true.
Okay, but there is
2008 didn't seem to be very predictable. You had a couple people predicting it, but it still happened.
I do think that the New Deal has some shitty parts to it, and I mean,
what doesn't?
So, but I mean, some of it surely they should have got rid of. That's not effective, and
well, that's the one thing about America that I dislike. If something isn't working, we need to be more willing to scrap it.
They don't. They won't. They
change it.
Or change I think they could.
I would say
put
that
it to it this way: if we go the Trump route, where where there's a unitary executive, where he's willing to act via executive order, I think a unitary executive would make it way easier to scrap shit that he doesn't think is working.
But then, you do lose some checks and balances, and if it's a bad decision, it's a bad decision,
And I'm telling you right now, the unitary executive was something the founders would not approve of. They talked about.
I agree.
They talked about tyrants and kings. It was a whole debate for years.
I totally agree with you, Stanley. I wanted it gone before. I want executive orders gone completely. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. I hate them. I hate executive orders, and I've hated them since Bush started.
Orders were only meant to be used in like emergency times.
Yeah,
Well,
they use them now for bullshit.
Trump declares a stiff wind in emergency these days.
I hate executive orders. I don't like them. I've been bitching about them since Bush really kind of moved them into the mainstream, and they've been doing them forever. But Bush really, with the Patriot,
did a lot of them too.
Yeah, well, since Bush, the presidents now are just like, oh, I'll executive order the shit.
Yeah, Obama did them. Obama did them too. What about ism?
He did. Like all the presidents are now doing.
I'm referencing 12th man's comment.
Okay, but it is pertinent, though.
You always say whataboutism. It's not even a real word, bro.
Okay, I don't know what dictionary. I don't know what dictionary you're getting this out.
Like
I sent you
transphobia,
I
not a
literally
real
sent you,
diagnosis.
dude. Don't overtalk. I sent you the Merriam-Webster definition. Okay, and then your response was,
Yeah, but
it's
that
no, 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 no.
word-
Okay, dude, I don't want to be overtalked. Stop it.
Damn, that was a quick trigger finger on that one.
Dude, you know what? I was on Nidish's panel where I had no power. They would just overtalk. Like when I started making headway, they would just overtalk, so I couldn't finish. I'm not going to have it on this panel. I've been dealing with it for hours. Bottom line is it actually is a word. English is a living language, and words get added to the dictionary all the time. So your argument simply does not hold water. Merriam-Webster defines whataboutism. That it wasn't a word. That it wasn't a word in 1950. Sorry, this is 2025.
That's why I just said all the presidents since Bush. All of them. Just lump them up. Anyway, but look,
any other useless comments there, 12 man?
Listen.
No,
Can I talk about
executive orders and presidents? I mean, they've all done it. I mean, and I agree with
George
Brian
Washington
that they're wrong.
I don't know if he did. I know that it's been there, but I think it was rarely used, and now it's just fucking used just for fun.
When we had to bomb Libya back in
George
the day.
Washington?
Yeah, I had to bomb Libya.
Wait, hold it. George Washington, we bombed Libya. Libya didn't.
You didn't hear about. You didn't know about that, Stanley?
You mean I think you mean Obama, right? Obama?
No. Because the pirates were attacking.
Okay, that is Jefferson.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Barbary Wars?
Okay, I said Washington. I said
That's
Washington.
right.
I said Washington.
My bad.
I don't think it was Libya actually at the time. I don't think Libya was the country. But
I don't think it was actually a country like it is now. It was some sort of sultanate. It might have. It might have even been. It could have been. I think it was loosely associated with the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, probably the Turks. The Turks were running it at that point. So. But
you wanted to talk about something?
I was just going to say that.
We
sadly,
leveled that fucking place, man.
Many times. I think in '86 we did it. We hit Obama did it. Reagan did it. We like to blow it up. So, but look, the New Deal. Here's what's said: the New Deal had some great aspects to it. Glass-Steagall being one of them, which protected us from the 2008 recession for 70 years, and then Clinton and the Republicans.
It was Clinton who got rid of it, right?
Well, no, the Republicans were complicit. They thought, we're good now. We're good now. They both did.
Yeah,
because they thought we were smarter. And then, sure enough, it took about 8 years to crash the economy from it. But so that was a good aspect of it, right? But there are other parts of it that are fucked up, and I would argue the Great Society's got fucked up pieces to it that are not effective. And I think that we should evaluate these things, but we don't do that, right? If you try to touch on,
I'm gonna actually say, and not for the reasons that like a Charlie Kirk would be happy to support. I don't think the Civil Rights Act, the latest, the 1964 version of it, I don't think it is effective as it could be.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we don't
Not,
ever
not because of reverse racism, though. I don't think it was strong enough, and that it can even be overturned, because all those civil rights bills did was give Congress mechanisms to enforce the 13th, 14th, and 14th and 15th Amendments. The amendments gave Congress the authority to enact laws to enforce. And I don't think that, I think it's too easy to overturn them.
Stanley.
I think it's also, in my opinion, the 1964 bill was a poison pill. Now, that's
Stanley,
my personal opinion.
I will say,
was that when LBJ said, I'll have them N-words voting
Okay, dude,
Democrat
you know
for
what?
the
That's
next
really
200
irrelevant.
years?
That's actually whataboutism and irrelevant to my point.
I will just say this. I think the intent of the civil rights movement was great. However, if there are provisions in it that can be exploited for political gain, I don't like that. Either party shouldn't be doing that shit. And if they're doing that, then it's probably going to be a problem down the road. So I think it's bad news.
I think basically it's not the bill so much as the systemic racism. Being able to go back to a civil rights bill and have the majority population claim that it's being discriminated against is bullshit. The other thing I want to say is the Supreme Court is very selective in how they view things like the 14th Amendment. They will literally,
it's not systemic racism.
Let me develop what I'm saying.
Okay.
They looked at the 14th Amendment when they talked about ending affirmative action. They literally said that the 14th Amendment and the Constitution at large was colorblind. Yet, when it came to what was it? The birthright citizenship argument, they want to argue that the 14th Amendment was just for Black people. Well, no. It was basic. Well, I mean, you could say it was to end slavery, and
I thought it was ex-slaves, by the way.
All the slaves, it made them citizens essentially. That's where the birthright citizenship piece comes in. All of a sudden, the Constitution isn't colorblind. It was, parts of it were for Black people.
I think it was ex-slaves. They're not Black people specific.
Okay,
ex-slaves.
I don't fucking know why this is even an argument. The only people that were in slavery legally at the end of the Civil War were people who were either African or descended from Africans. What we colloquially and racialize people into something called Black.
I think it was Native Americans and also that were slaves.
There were some Romani, I think, who were slaves as well. My point being is that all of a sudden, the 14th Amendment is not colorblind, and it is a part of the Constitution. The Supreme Court flip-flops at its convenience. That's why the Supreme Court is nakedly political. When it is all one side or the other, it's nakedly political, and it's a problem, in my opinion.
Well, okay. So can I just talk about the Civil Rights Act just for 1 second, real quick?
Yeah.
If a specific party is using it against the spirit of it per se, like here's an example. You can't gerrymander in an area to dilute the Black vote was the intention because you can't, like, in other words, you couldn't dilute that the political power of the black community by gerrymandering. That was part of the intent of that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the
So
Supreme Court got around that by saying.
go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go ahead and finish, but I will respond. The Supreme Court ruled that, hey, if it doesn't say race or you can't prove intent, then there's nothing they can do about it. So you can dilute the black vote. You just say, hey, it's politics.
So,
and because blacks, hold on one sec, because blacks vote Democrat, you can basically substitute political, you can substitute a political act for race. It can literally be a proxy because blacks tend to vote heavily Democrat.
And so that's part of my point. So when you have two political parties trying to cut up the state and favor themselves, and they have this voting block that is very much large to one side versus the other. If the black vote was 50-50, this would be a non-issue, period. It wouldn't be on headlines. It wouldn't be anywhere, right? So that's why, to me, this thing is very political, and it isn't about black people. It's about these two fucking parties fighting over their votes.
You're doing the same thing that the Supreme Court did, using party in lieu of race. And you know very well, I hope, why blacks don't vote more for Republicans.
And that's fine. I'm okay with them not doing that,
Black
right?
men
I don't care.
vote Republican. It's the black women that don't.
Okay, dude, you're full of shit, 12th man, and misinformation. 87% of black men voted Democrat. That is an overwhelming majority. Okay, dude, do not overtalk. 87% of black men, if I'm correct about this, voted for Democrats. So sure,
no, it's down. It's down to 75%.
Black people, no, 75%. That's still an overwhelming majority.
It is, yes.
My point being, the black. Okay,
Latino
dude, hold on, 12th man. Hold on, 12th man. Of course, blacks have been voting for something called Republican for 150 years or so. My point being, more blacks percentage-wise voted for Nixon than they did Trump. So it's not as if a Republican, a modern version of the Republican Party didn't get a larger than expected black vote. Trump didn't beat Nixon's numbers as near as I can tell.
So let me ask you a question, because this is part of I believe it might not even be my issue, because I don't know a lot about this specific legislation and some of the history, and you do. So according to what I understand, if there is let's say there's 6 districts, one of them is predominantly black, you then couldn't split that and to dilute it.
Actually, you can do it. And the latest example is Louisiana. They just did a Supreme Court session about it.
Okay, so you can do that now.
As long as you can prove that it's not explicitly racial, which again, New Orleans substituted politics for race. Since blacks vote overwhelmingly Democrat, they were able to say, nope, you know what? It is traditional in our history that parties gerrymander in their own favor. We don't look at this district as black, we look at it as Democrat. And as long as you do that, you can you're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And it's perfectly legal as long as it's not explicitly racist anywhere in the law.
I don't disagree with that.
This is why colorblind is not actually a remedy for racial or racism.
Think about it this way, though. Okay, I'm going to give you an example, and I could be wrong. You got to tell me, if you can. So, let's say let's just pick any state. Let's say it's fucking Arkansas, right? And you have the same 6 districts. One of them happens to be predominantly black. 5 of them are white or whatever. One's Latino. Who knows, right? And you have approximately, so of the 6 districts, there's 10 million in each district. So there's 60 million people, whatever. If all blacks in that state move out, but one black dude, he's just the last black guy in Arkansas. He's the one-man show, right?
That'll be.
How does that, what would that do? Do you still have to keep that one district and have the other 5?
That defies common sense.
Well, I believe one of the provisions is
I guess you could keep it. I mean,
I don't think you can though. I think you have to. I think you have to.
Why not?
I think you have to keep it.
Because of one black person?
Yes, I think you cannot reduce the number of minority districts. You can't do it.
Okay, well,
legally.
Let me put it to you this way: if all but one leave the state, that dude's not a minority. He's basically a statistically he doesn't exist.
He's a one man show. But I think
statistically he doesn't exist.
I think you can't go backwards. In other words, if I read it right, if you have one district that's black out of 5 or 2 out of 10 or whatever, 8 out of 10, it doesn't matter. I don't think you can go backwards according to the Constitution. So in other words, you can't reduce even if you have people move out.
I'm not sure that it's constitutional. All the Voting Rights Act is based on the 15th Amendment, I think, and it's been a while since I've read it. But let me say this.
I don't think that's right, though. I think it has to be by population. Go ahead.
Laws are not meant to be illogical. And the other thing is your point may be moot because it's very possible that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act goes away. And I think if Section 2 goes, that's essentially the end of that civil rights bill. Yeah, I think. Juan would have to confirm, or somebody who's actually, up on that. But pretty much the voting, it's always been Justice Roberts' goal since he was like in the Solicitor General's office back in the Reagan days to get rid of the Voting Rights Act. His logic is that we're no longer, we're post-racial, which I think is
I know that.
It's delusional.
Can you at least agree with me on this? Do you think that it's been exploited for political gain in some instances? Okay, I don't. Then I disagree.
No more.
I'm in Maryland. I'm in Maryland. Okay.
Well, is Maryland? I guess it's considered the South. Again,
it's the second most gerrymandered state for the Democrats in the country.
My opinion does not change.
Well, I will tell you that we have 35% of the state is registered Republican, and out of 11 districts, one is Republican. So that's about 9% is in terms of representation, and the Democratic governor, and it's all Democrats at every level, and they are literally trying to dilute the one Republican district left by putting him into Annapolis. Okay,
Maryland,
it's a fucking trash hole. It's the second most in the country. So when they talk about North Carolina, I'm like, look at Maryland. It is so fucking, it's Democrat gerrymandered to the 10th degree, and it's consistently like that. So, and it is what it is. But like, they use the black vote to literally just dilute the Republican vote because it's largely Democrat, and they got the Western Maryland lumped in with Montgomery County. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know how far that is? So it's just crazy to me.
Yes,
So
as a matter of fact, I do know.
It's crazy to
You
me.
think it's bad now, Ryan? Wait until Democrats get in power again. They're going to make Washington, D.C. a state, Puerto Rico a state.
I don't know how you
Pass
can
the
make DC.
Supreme
Well, that's
Court, and
you got to have a lot more votes than that.
Republicans will never.
Yeah, you'd at a
have
minimum have to have 60 actual Democratic votes and a majority in the House and a Democratic president. I don't see
To
that
make them a
happening.
state, you need 75%, don't you? To add
Oh
states?
shit, you're right. Oh no, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, they ain't getting nowhere near that shit. So
Getting
that's
like
way up there.
Yeah.
That's way up there. You know, they can't even get to fucking 55. You know, to the point where they want to get rid of the filibuster every year. Which, by the way, thank God nobody's done that. The Republicans are talking about it now. Like, oh my God, that'll be the death of the country.
That may be the only thing that Joe Manchin ever got right.
Ah, bullshit. He was. By the way, the progressives.
That's my favorite Democrat, Stanley. What are you talking about?
He's
I love Joe Manchin.
Well, good.
He's actually
because
really solid.
Because you love Joe Manchin, I've changed my mind about him, 12th man.
He's great. He really is. He really is. He's great on foreign affairs. He's great on intelligence, military. You know, he's really good.
He's retiring, Ryan.
Yeah, it is.
Already, I think he's already retired, isn't he?
Yeah, he wrote a book. He's on tour for it. He just did like a big book signing in DC. I was considering going to it, but I didn't.
I
But
bet you were.
Farmington, West Virginia, one town over. That's right. He's a fellow Dago from West Virginia. So Mancioni.
The former, that's what I was about to say. Mancioni.
That's him. That's him. Joey Manchin. Hey, Joey. He was actually I think
Isn't he like the last blue dog Democrat? Like,
pretty close.
He's
I mean, he was
to the breed.
Yeah, kind of close, like fiscally responsible. I mean, there's nobody fiscally responsible in Congress left other than like maybe Chip Roy and what's a guy, David
Rand Paul. He's pretty fiscal.
Yeah, he's one, but he's kind of libertarian, but like Chip Roy, there's nobody Chip Roy just
kind of libertarian.
Well, he's libertarian. And David Schweikart, he's another one that flips out about the budget.
Thomas Massey, they all came in during the Tea Party.
See, Thomas Massey is my favorite Republican.
Is that right, Stan?
Oh yeah, he was
That's
one of
my buddies.
He was
right
one
there.
of the spearheads of the Epstein thing.
Oh, that's why you like him, because of stupid Epstein.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Marjorie
Right.
Taylor Greene has gone up in my estimation too.
Wow. So not because of anything just
maybe-
like his budget outlook, but like something
maybe
fucking dumb.
MTG will get a job on The View with Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh my God. I can't even believe that's still a show. I can't even believe that's still in the air. Who the fuck watches The View?
I
mean,
guess
who
we
watches
don't
it?
get to read my
Stanley watches it.
No, he doesn't.
I don't even have cable. So anyway, if anybody wants to read this George F. Will article, or opinion piece, just let me know. But I
So
think
why
the title pretty much says it
You
all.
read it, motherfucker.
A sickening moral slum of an administration. That's the description he gives the Trump administration. And that's from a real conservative who's actually read books.
Oh, George Will? Yeah, he's a legitimate conservative, actually. We don't really have any of that.
And I've been watching him since I was a kid.
Well, Stanley, I'm just going to say that MAGA is now the Republican Party, and your party will soon be taken over by progressives. All progressives, hard left.
No, progressive
Yeah, that's coming.
If Mom Donnie does well, that is more of a possibility. But as it stands today in 2025, not even close. Progressives are not that popular in the Democratic Party.
Well,
Now,
they love them, buddy.
MAGA has taken over the Republican Party in a lot of cases, in my opinion, by force. But I can tell you right now, as a matter of fact, this next video right here pretty much tells me that MAGA, I keep saying MAGA is going to go the way of the Tea Party. And this fella, Jamal Bowie, one of my favorite columnists agrees with me. So this is pretty short, and it's not AI. I kind of like that.
Cruz was Tea Party. It was at that fundraiser.
Yeah, now he's MAGA.
One thing you won't hear that much from a lot of political commentary at the moment is that the president is very unpopular. Now, I know I've been saying this for a minute now, but it's been clear in the polling since basically the summer that the president is on a downward slope when it comes to broad parts of the public. But over the last month, it's been quite clear that the president has gone from being pretty unpopular to very unpopular. At this moment, in the averages, Trump is basically just below 40%, 39.6, 0.7, 0.8, around there. And as a general rule, you got to stick to the averages. They're going to give you, I think, the most accurate picture of what the president's approval probably is. But I'll say that if you look at some of the individual polls coming from reputable pollsters like Gallup, what you also see is that depending on the methodology,
you don't know
and the
how
surveyed
annoying that
population,
is. Can you
Trump
stop it?
is heading into the 30s, 36% approval, 37% approval, which is catastrophic for a president. For comparison's sake, at the end of his term, George W. Bush, and remember, at the end of Bush's term, the unpopular war in Iraq was still ongoing and the economy was collapsing. Bush ends his term with around low 30s, right? So the world's falling apart and Bush is leaving office with one of the lowest approval ratings basically in modern presidential history. And Trump is on that trajectory. He's on the Bush trajectory. And when you consider that basically the floor for, I'd say, any public figure's overall popularity is probably going to be at like 25 to 27%, right? About that many Americans are going to be okay with virtually anything. Then what you're looking at is Trump approaching his floor, getting dangerously close to it. And I think that's important to recognize. It's going to help explain some of the behavior we're going to see from politicians over the next 6 months, right? Already, we're seeing Republicans begin to break with Trump in ways large and small. We saw the Indiana state senator outright say that he wasn't going to support redistricting because of the president's comments about mentally disabled people. There was the Marjorie Taylor Greene stuff. And you're seeing Republicans in Congress announce their retirements. And there's going to be more of that to come. The president's declining popularity also means the press is going to smell blood in the water, and they're going to react as well. So this is just significant in general. The president is unpopular, and I think we're really going to be able to see how the rest of the political system reacts to that quite soon. Tomorrow, there is a special election in Tennessee, and I'd say if Democrats win that, you're going to see maybe even a stampede of Republicans decide that he.
You know, I didn't even know there was a special election. Now, it must be today, and I'll look it up and see if...
There's a Mondani-styled progressive running, so.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Running in Memphis?
We'll see how that goes. Nashville. So I don't think she's going to win based on that. But look, all these polls, Stanley, this story is about the polls. And it's a story that's not a story, right? Like, yeah, does it mean something? Yes, but it's so speculative. And there's 20 different kinds of polls, right?
Okay, well, the problem is they're all agreeing.
I mean, there's an average, but look at the fucking. I don't trust the polls after the last election.
Look at it. Okay, well, let's just ignore the polls and look at the last election Tuesday.
No, I'd rather look at that than the polls. Like this guy's talking about polls. I'm like, listen, the last poll was they're all bullshit if you ask me. Most of them. I don't know where. I want to know the sample. Where are you getting your sample from? You know,
Okay,
like
let me. You go look that up on your own. The other thing
no,
I want to
I'm
point
not.
out is every county in Virginia, and I know Virginia fairly well. Uh, Even Southwest Virginia, which is generally Republican slash MAGA country,
Yeah.
every county in Virginia shifted Democrat.
The question is how much, right? Because
Okay,
it
no,
always
that's not even my premise. How much doesn't matter. Even in the Southwest, and you know Virginia fairly well, that
yes.
part of Virginia down around Roanoke borders pretty much West Virginia. That's Trump country, and they
But
all the
every
counties,
oh sorry. Go
all
ahead.
the counties, even if it was a 0.01 shift, it was a shift towards the blue. That basically means there were some MAGA voters who voted Democrat.
I don't disagree that Trump is losing footing.
Or
But
more Democrats came out to vote. I guess that could be it. But I'm guessing
yes.
there's some disgruntled Trump voters.
Well, I would agree, but the thing about these elections, especially the one in Virginia, that Glenn Youngkin won the last one, right? It's the angry voters that show up to this shit more than any of them, right?
Absolutely. That's my point. That's my
yeah.
point.
But so that's not a good snapshot of the overall population. You just get the angry voter.
I disagree. A two-term Republican governor who is term limited. Virginia has term limits, at least for consecutive terms. It went Democrat, and every county voted Democrat. The lieutenant governorship went Democrat. A dude who was supposed to lose, the attorney general, he was a Democrat, won by like 7 points. No, that's telling me something.
Listen, I agree that Trump's losing footing. I just don't know that he's losing footing like they are describing.
Well,
I don't think he's getting.
No, I wouldn't say he's losing footing. I literally would say the ground, the floor has shifted. he has figured out how to rebuild a new floor. There is now a basement.
I don't think so. I mean, I think people were pissed at Biden when they had all the power too. People were getting angry by this point. It's the same thing.
No, I'm sorry.
Opposite direction.
I'm sorry. At least under Biden, people weren't fucking being disappeared off the street.
But there were people pissed off.
They just deported a woman in like a little girl. I mean, basically, she was a college student getting ready for finals, flew home to Texas for Thanksgiving. She was basically like a DACA person. She was brought here as a little girl. They deported her ass.
Was she here illegally?
I don't know whether she was covered by DACA. There was obviously something saying that she should have been deported. The caveat is a judge said, do not even take her out of the state.
Okay.
And they deport her ass is in Mexico or wherever it was. May not be Mexico. It may be one of the Central American countries. These people are defying court orders.
Yeah, that's not
good.
Right. That's not right. But I will say that I don't like that is going on for sure. There's errors or miscalculations or whatever. But I do think that
well, I am going.
Go ahead. Sorry
about
is that you? Okay.
No, go ahead.
I think a lot of people are happy with this, and I'm not unhappy with deporting. The country.
Not according to the polls. Okay, people are being snatched.
I think it's publicized.
Okay, yes, and it should be publicized. Okay,
Well,
when
can I just
Americans,
ask you a question now?
I have literally said many times by now, Americans shouldn't even be inconvenienced by this. Trump has defined court orders. That's happened several times. There is no check on this particular power that he's claiming. American kids have been deported along with their illegal mothers, which I strongly disapprove of. This
Do you think this happened under other administrations? Or
this
just Trump?
girl was deported against a court order. That's unacceptable.
But do you think this happened under errors happened under other administrations?
I don't care whether it happened under other administrations.
Well, I'm just asking you, is it possible?
Okay, and I'm just saying I don't care. I don't know, and I don't care. I do know what Trump. I do know what Trump is doing because, in your words, it's been publicized, and in my words, rightly so.
The deporter in chief. I'm sure there
don't bring up Obama. That's whataboutism.
No, I love him. I love him for deporting as many people as he did. So I'm a huge fan of that.
Good. I'm glad the one thing you approve of, but the other thing I'm going to say is if I didn't talk about it,
now, like his hawkish military positions,
Trump is now looking for ways. Trump is now looking for ways to reverse naturalized citizens.
I do think that we need to address certain things there, and I understand why he's doing it, though he's not going to win it. So I understand it.
You know what? Apparently, he can just do it. He can just do it because I think that is an Article 2 power. I think. Now there's got to be laws. As a matter of fact, there are statutes on the book. You got to prove fraud. Now the thing is,
I mean, people fly here 8.5 months pregnant and stay for 3 weeks, drop the baby.
Who cares?
Well, that's wrong. They're exploiting our system.
Okay,
that's wrong.
I said naturalized citizens. These are people who come here, go through the citizenship process.
Oh, you're saying go through the process.
I'm not talking about birthright. That's a different type of citizenship.
Well, the birthright's a problem, and I mean naturalized.
Birthright is not a problem. If it's a problem, fix it. Fix the 14th Amendment. And number two, naturalized citizenship. What I was trying to get to is I suspect what Trump wants to do is if a naturalized citizen commits a certain type of crime, they're going to attempt to take away citizenship. Once you're a citizen, there is no process outside of fraud.
Just jail.
Right.
Jail.
I suspect, I don't know this for sure, but Trump is going to try to use criminal record to reverse citizenship. And I don't think that's legal.
I don't even want to do that. I just want to put people in fucking jail for long periods of time.
I didn't ask you what you wanted to do. I was talking about Trump.
I think we're done as a country, to be frank. I don't think we're going to be successful long term.
I think we'll be fine. We're
not going to have a border. We literally are economically
What do you
collapsing.
mean we're not going to have a border?
Once the Democrats get back in office, we won't. Trust me.
According to Trump, you know what? If Democrats have any sense at all, they will basically deal with the asylum. Also, Trump wants to end the asylum process. I'm not sure if that's legal either. There's statutes on the book.
That's been exploited as well. That's been fucking.
Okay. It doesn't matter. Exploitation is not a reason to get rid of it lock, stock, and barrel. You reform the system, i.e., immigration reform.
Yeah. Well, good luck with that. That's not going to happen.
And by the way, I think if a Democrat gets into office, that they'd be a fool to repeat the Biden, approach to the southern border.
Huh. I would agree with you, but that Biden had to know it was stupid what he was doing, and he still did it. I mean, he literally did it.
I don't think he did it. I think it's what he didn't do. That was the problem.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact that I'm like, I mean, I knew it was a disaster in the beginning because I'm like, who's going to pay for all this shit? These people are going to cost a lot of money.
You know, you and 12th Man are alike in that way. Y'all
What,
know
that
everything.
we discuss budgeting and things and actual financial reality.
No, y'all know that MAGA is the cure for everything. MAGA is
No, that's not true. I never said that.
MAGA, hey, I didn't say you said it. This is my impression of the similarities between
No, that you know, I disagree with Trump on many things. Okay, I disagree with how much money the motherfucker's spending on all kinds of bullshit all over the place. He's blown the door off the budget.
See,
I mean,
your argument is how much money he spends, whereas my argument is just the fucking war crimes and the inhumanity of snatching people off the street.
I don't like the fact that that is going on. He's defying court orders, but I don't know. I don't know what else you do when you have the massive amount of immigrants that we have, and the states. Hold on. Let me finish. And the state's not cooperating in any way. Like they're like, "Fuck you, we're not going to help." So what do you do?
Okay, well,
what does the federal government do?
What legal what's to force or compel the states to do it?
I mean, it don't help the federal government.
No,
what's that?
The states are not necessarily obligated to interfere in federal processes.
It's kind of like, well, the federal. What's the law? The law is, you know, if you're here illegally or overstay your visa, which is definitely illegal.
Well, that's citizenship is controlled by the federal by the federal government, not states.
So, I don't know. I see it personally, and I don't know the law specifically, but I think that you got to help the federal government with.
No, there's no law that compels it unless it's a state law or local law.
Well, so you know the law about the civil rights law that talks about integrating schools, where the federal government gets involved and goes to the school and escorts the black girls.
It's funny. Well,
what's the difference?
Hold on. Let me see if I understand. Well, it's a huge difference. Let me see if I understand you. Are you talking about busing? As far
No,
as
you know it's a video. The little black girl is getting escorted into the school by the federal troops.
Oh yeah,
because the state.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it. Right. I see it as similar. Like the state is like, fuck you, we're not going to do this, and the federal government shows up and says, well, we're going to do it. Right.
Right. And the state did not cooperate. That is that's an excellent point. The states don't have to cooperate.
Yeah, but that's bullshit. It was wrong. That's not right.
Okay.
The fucking states. If I was the federal government, I'd hold their money.
The thing is you don't legislate morality.
Well, okay. But did the state have the right to do that?
Yes. There's nothing to compel them to do it. If there's no law saying you have to do it, you have the right not to do it voluntarily.
That's ridiculous. So,
well, it's how the law works, I guess.
I mean, if I'm that state, you know, I mean, there has to be a way to penalize states for not doing.
Well, there is, but the problem, like states like California and New York, dude, they are independently wealthy. Okay, you're only going to be able to hurt them so much financially because they contribute so much in taxes to, you know, the national government.
Yeah. Well, that's
one other thing I wanted to point out about your school example. In the end, I think it was maybe 1980, something in the 80s. Eventually, the states, the southern states in particular, won that integration fight. Busing went away. You know, that it was a long fight, and Republicans, as we know them now, are experts in strategic versus tactical. They'll lose the war all day, but they will win. How does it go? They'll lose the battle all day, but they will win the war if they're determined enough. And I think there are
So what?
enough
Are you saying they
recent
stop busing?
examples. Yeah. Integration specifically pretty much went away.
Okay. Yeah, I don't.
They like in Savannah, at least when I was a kid, last time I was in high school, there was busing, but that's mainly because there were no high schools. There wasn't a neighborhood high school. Elementary school there was a excuse me, there was there was a local like a neighborhood elementary school. So there was no busing there. But since there was no high school nearby, busing was okay.
Got it. I think I see the end is that.
You're breaking up a bit. You're breaking up badly now. No, it's still bad.
Okay, I'm almost out the valley.
Okay.
I'm coming out right now. You should be better. So, all right, we good now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I see that, and it's like, okay, you see those images, and I'm like, well, I don't think the states should be able to override or not comply. They should at least be doing what the federal government is saying to do. Fuck you, you
It's
do it.
the right thing
Like that's
to
not
do,
right.
but blame it on the founders. Federalism is a thing.
And the states, like the marijuana laws, they're like, well, we're just not going to enforce any of the drug laws. Okay,
that could be a problem, but right now the federal government under both administrations has chosen not to enforce the federal law. At least,
I don't think
not
that's
to any extent.
It's
You're not
ridiculous.
going to go smoking pot on federal property. They probably arrest you for that, but they haven't chosen to enforce it like in any broad way.
They might be for like major drug runners, like bring in.
Well,
If you bring
there are
1 million
local
pounds in the
laws.
country.
Yeah, there are local laws. Like I think somewhere has a law like, hey, you can't have over, so much for personal use, or you're walking the streets, you can't have but so much on you, and you can't drive under the influence.
Well, you can't prove that they're driving or not. So
I think you can. I think their blood tests for marijuana. As a matter of fact, I think I read somewhere there's going to be a breathalyzer for it at some point.
There should be. And by the way, like I have somebody in law enforcement in my family, and this is a major problem because
I bet it is.
They pull someone over for speeding. In my state now, if you can see 2 joints in the ashtray, there can be 3 kids in the back seat. Okay. But you pulled them over for speeding, and you can see the joints, but you don't know that if they're pot or tobacco. So there's no probable cause to say, sir, please step out of the vehicle. I see you have marijuana joints in your ashtray, right?
But
Even
what
if you, well, they might not be, and that's the issue, right? But the guy can have bloodshot eyes. He can appear high. There's no way to really do shit.
Well, I think they're working on a field test.
Yeah, and I mean, and listen, I'm dealing with it on job sites because on all these jobs you can't be drunk or high, and like workers show up, workers are fucking baked out of their mind, and you can't do it. There's no way to prove that they're high or not. You can send them for a piss test, and then so they go to take a piss test same day. And they test positive for marijuana. They say, well, last night I smoked it, not today, right? So there's no way to, they legalized marijuana before they had any way to detect it on if the person's high or not, and that's a problem. You shouldn't be on a construction job hanging off the side of a fucking building with a harness on and dealing with people's lives when you're smoked up on marijuana, for sure, or drunk or anything. And there's no way to really prove it. So it's a big issue, and I hope they That breathalyzer would be a great idea, though. You know, I'd like that. So, I mean, I got guys that they'll go take a piss test.
Okay,
to go
well,
into
you know what? I'm looking it up. Apparently, there is no breathalyzer equivalent.
They need to have something, though, right? They need to do something about that because.
So they, unlike alcohol, there's no breathalyzer equivalent for marijuana. So blood or urine tests are typically required for quantification, though those cannot reliably link THC levels to impairment at the time of driving due to the long detection window.
Bingo.
So yeah, there is no there's a field sobriety test, I guess.
That's right. So the guy can say, I'm tired. I mean, so like Colorado has what? They were the first to legalize pot, and like people started driving. They can mathematically show through insurance where, you know, driving while high has become a problem based on the claims and shit. Like they can mathematically. It was legalized in, I think, 2011 or whatever, and then from that year on, they saw this spike based on, you know, surveys and things of people smoking pot and gummies and all the stuff, to where, okay, all of a sudden traffic accidents, traffic related blankety blank went up. So, and they did that in Seattle, which was the second state. So, you know, I just hope they come out with a way to figure it out, because, you know, especially on construction jobs, man, it's not good, you know. So,
well, I mean, yeah, that's crazy. I would never do it on a construction site. That's crazy.
And these guys, you see them they're tied off, you know, I mean, you know, 12 stories up on a building, tied off, right? I mean, they might be tied off, you know, but they're hanging rebar, they're setting forms. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of pounds of weight of everything moving. I mean, super dangerous, and they're fucking blasted out of their mind. They're high out of their mind. It's crazy, right? So, and that's what they're doing, you know. But so I just think we, you know, a little bit of a rush to.
Let me. The title of the show today, and this is, well, let me do the commercial. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new here, please subscribe. I haven't looked. Last I checked, we were at 259. So let's get to 260. John Galt, were you here yesterday? John Galt dropped by to say hello.
You guys are making up.
No, he actually stopped by just to taunt. He said he was feeling generous or some bullshit like that, but I'm not monetized, so he couldn't do a super chat, which I told him, you know, I had the requisite, you know, pithy comebacks. But speaking of that, the Sovereign Beer Fund is open. My Cash App. Contribute to the host to support the show. I do have various newspaper subscriptions, pay for YouTube Premium. Any little bit helps to pay the bills around here. Plus, you know, if there's extra, we'll go out and towards the weekend.
There are costs. There are costs.
That's right. There are costs. So, the title of the show, Stand Down, Mr. Make America Agrarian Again. I'm referring to this gentleman, Dr. Alan Harrelson. He fancies himself not only an eccentric, a pipe smoker, and a Southern agrarian. Didn't know those still existed. But I am always amused to read and or hear him. His accent is, in quotation marks, delightful. And I think this is the video where he, you know, talks about the joys of an agrarian lifestyle. Now, notice how clean his clothes are. He doesn't even look like an agrarian. I think, in my opinion, it's somewhat his clothes are too clean. It's somewhat of an affectation, but, you know, we all have our quirks. So I'm going to start this. I need to run up and check my crock pot, and I'm listening, but we'll be right back. And again, this guy's Dr. Alan Harrelson. He is a Southerner by birth and grace of God.
Well, I am going to make a video that I have been planning to make for the past several days. And I hope it's going to be of benefit to you. And what I really want to talk about is a few ways that we need to reconsider and rethink the future of the country. It's a huge topic. I know it. Very huge topic. But it seems to me that the point that everybody's missing, regardless as to the generation, is the importance of the wide distribution of private property. If Americans don't own property, they do not have the definition of liberty and freedom envisioned by the founders. So I've got several books. This is going to probably be a long video. I've got several books that I want to read from and use to help make this point. Because the one thing I keep hearing from Gen Z, Groypers, everybody, is that we are not able to own property. And so I guess what this video is going to be is essentially an affirmation of the importance of owning private property as an American citizen, and offer some solutions about how to make that happen for more people. I can tell you right now, I'll just tell you a few points immediately.
I want to make one point, and I mentioned it earlier. This week, and it really just occurred to me overnight that, and it was inspired by a video that I may get to show tonight. I'm much more, and I've made this comment before, much more of a creature of the Enlightenment than I even really realize. It's surprising considering that, the Enlightenment was basically, the inventor of race and racism. However, you got to take the good with the bad. I think that someone like Dr. Richardson here, I'm sorry, Dr. Harrelson here, I actually I don't agree with many of his political views, even some of his cultural takes, but he is a book reader. And, I am okay with someone who can back up, their opinion, at least somewhat, with something I can read. Basically, and I was on Nidish's show for a couple hours earlier today. And, I know Nidish is kidding, but I get a lot of shit for reading books. I have been a lifelong reader. Habit I picked up from my mother and grandmother, especially, and my father too. But my mother was kind of voracious. Even my wife. One of the things that attracted me to her is she was a voracious reader. I'd never met anyone who read as much as I did, and she probably did it more because she had the time to do it. So, if you're a book reader, even if I don't agree with you politically, we are aligned in some way, shape, or form. And like I said, he's quirky, eccentric even, but hey, I'm kind of eccentric too. So, sometimes birds of a feather. I don't know that I'm a classical liberal as we think of it, because a lot of people with conservative leanings call themselves classical liberals. I'm probably more of someone who leans left, but I'm more a pragmatist than anything. I don't care who comes up with a good idea. A good idea is a good idea. Whether it's a conservative idea or a liberal idea or progressive, even MAGA. I've said on several occasions that, Trump has some good intentions in some cases. It's the execution that bothers me. The ends don't justify the means. It rarely does that, in my opinion.
I think a lot of people agree with what you just said, Sam. A lot of people agree with that.
Yeah.
Some of the ideas are
So,
good. The execution's fucked.
It's downright cruel in some cases. But what I'm trying to say is, you know what? I don't know why people are so anti-book and anti-intellectual. I unfortunately, when I go to sleep early, I wake up really early. And I was reading this morning. And, I'm thinking to myself, people always go, well, Stanley, what did you build? Or Stanley, what are you doing to help the quote community? And usually my answer is a chuckle and, the answer is nothing much. I've done my time. I raised a son who, at least as of now, seems like he's going to be a productive citizen. But upon reflection, if nothing else, maybe my purpose in life is, you know what? Don't be afraid of books, Black people. What you see on YouTube or what you see in your eyes or your anecdotes are not universal truths. And that's part of the problem, at least that I run into on YouTube. I don't give a fuck about your anecdote. Say it's an anecdote, but it's not proof. Because it happened to you does not make it proof. It's not empiricism in any way, shape, or form. And people seem to pretend that it is so. People are like, well, I don't trust books. God, I need to see it with my eyes. I'm like, dude, this is a big world, and you cannot be, no one is omniscient. Okay, you can't know everything that happens. That's why we have statistics. And by the way, statistics aren't perfect. They have flaws, but at least it's something approaching empiricism. So,
And just so you know, Stanley, when people say that shit, you did the biggest thing and best thing you could do by raising a productive, family, right?
Yeah,
that's the cornerstone of America. If all the families are good,
yeah, exactly.
you
And
did
I'm
it.
going to talk about that. But yeah,
And by the way, 100% success rate with what you have. You had one kid, kid successful, 100% rate. Not like one of them could have been a loser and one a winner. No, both. He got a scholarship to a very high end school. He's having success there. Like, you're 100% successful. So when somebody says that dumb shit, that's the cornerstone of America is the fucking family. Producing good kids.
I hate to go down. And by the way, Black Knight, thank you so much for supporting. Thank you so much for supporting the show. You don't know how much it means, especially coming from a guy like you, who always, when you show up in somebody's chat, you're always kind of like a voice of reason. So I appreciate it, and I'll put up the banner here in just a second. But thank you for supporting the show, sir. I don't want to be so much like a John Galt sort of guy, but I get it. And I think I interact more with Black content creators than other types of content creators. I'm sad to say that, Black people, if I'm going to use the community word, we got to do better. Don't be afraid to research something. Don't be afraid to read a book. It takes up time, if nothing else. And books are good for you. I don't know why I get so much shit. Yeah. I read this. I'll cite this author. I will quote this person. I always thought that was like a good thing. And, it seems like there are some people who probably disingenuously, but, or they're just teasing. I understand that aspect of it too. But dude, I literally have gotten to this point in my life and I haven't been unsuccessful. I have always been able, if for nothing else, it makes you interesting in dinner conversation or something. So that's kind of my purpose. If I have a purpose, just to kind of like encourage, I think Black people need to be way more political. Uh, I have a feeling that a lot of people, and rightly so, get bored by the nuts and bolts of politics. But I think, if nothing else, the Trump administration has been a very good example of why Black people in particular, but all Americans in general, we need to do better with keeping up with politics. Um, it's gonna, if it's ever come back to bite America and Americans, it's this president and the Speaker of the House, etc. They're just, they're some people's cup of tea, but when you are deliberately being divisive, when you are deliberately mischaracterizing and outright demonizing your political opponent party, that's un-American. You're supposed to be the president of all people. And I don't get that impression from Donald Trump. He seems to be the president of MAGA. And if you're not MAGA, you're a communist or you're a radical. That's un-American. It's the American president, not the MAGA president. So let's continue with Dr. Harrelson. Again, he will talk a little bit about property and agrarianism, which I found both twee and anachronistic at the same time. And he inspired the title of the show, Stand Down, Mr. Make America Agrarian Again. His version of Make America Great Again is agrarianism. So we'll listen to a little bit and we may move on because the next video is going to be Dr. Harrelson talking about conservatism.
One of the best things that the government can't do all of this for you. That's the first point to bear in mind. But the things that the government can and should do is, first of all, get rid of the 16th Amendment, which allows, I think I'm right on it, I think it's the 16th, which allows the Congress the power to create a federal income tax. The federal income tax needs to be destroyed. The IRS should be destroyed. That idea didn't work. It needs to be gone. The next thing that needs to happen is that there should be a nationwide ban on property tax. No tax on private property. We pay thousands of dollars annually for property taxes where we live in Kentucky. Where does that money go? A good chunk of it goes to the public school system, which we do not use because we homeschool our children. And so this is legalized theft is what it is. It's legalized theft. The only person I have heard say anything remotely like this is the governor of Florida. And he has said we need to get rid of property taxes nationwide. If you got rid of property taxes, that would be a huge benefit to people who want to own private property and who may not want to own it or can't own it because they can't keep up with the taxes. Property taxes is unconstitutional. It's un-American. It should not be tolerated. Taxation is what created the revolution in the first place. in one sense. There were other factors, but illegal taxation had a lot to do with it. And why are we tolerating property taxes in America? Why are we tolerating it? So I think that young people across America, they want to have a house. They want to start a family. They want to, and forgive me, I should have put some better clothes on for this, but I make videos when the muse strikes. I wasn't going to make a video today, but I want to do it. I'm interested in doing it right now. Owning property is the American dream. It should always remain the American dream. And so I've got some books that I want to read from to kind of pull this point together with some other people and their ideas, not just mine. So the first book I want to talk about is Who Owns America? This is the sequel to I'll Take My Stand, and this was published in 1936. But interestingly enough, I don't want to read from the essays themselves. I want to read from the introduction, the foreword in this edition, which I think was published by the Intercollegiate Studies Institute. I want to read from the foreword. I think the author is Edward Shapiro. Yes, Edward Shapiro, who I'm sure has no connection to Ben Shapiro. There's no way he does, because Ben Shapiro could not have written this foreword.
The intercollegiate, what was it? Whatever the organization he's talking about, they have a YouTube page. They're conservative. So just wanted to point that out.
But I want to go through this, and we're going to spend some time this evening going through this forward and really talking about the importance of private property ownership to the American dream. Now, the 1930s, it seems to me, is a pivotal decade for us to understand. This was written in 1936, his book was. And many of the contributors were also the authors of the Southern Agrarian Manifesto, I'll Take My Stand, which went to press in November of 1930, a year after the stock market crash of 1929. So in the 1930s, there was a lot of discussion about economics, a lot of discussion about how we can help produce a larger amount of wealth in the United States. And a lot of people were toying with socialism. A lot of people were actually toying with communism. But there were also free market capitalists. But I guess what you could call this is the third way. And Alan Carlson, and I'm going to quote from his book entitled Third Ways in just a minute. But Alan Carlson has studied this for years, which is essentially the argument that it doesn't have to be either or. You don't have to be socialist or capitalist. There is another way of looking at the economy. And in the 1930s, there were several very serious writers and thinkers who were discussing this so-called third way. So I'm going to read a few points from this foreword by Edward Shapiro. And I hope that we can reach the end of this video with some understanding, a better understanding of options.
Well, I'll stop here to answer, talk to Palomino. This is a discussion that started on Nightish's show, and Palomino graciously popped in to remind me to talk about it. And I'm glad you did, because I had forgotten about it. So again, this is Dr. Harrelson is why, you know, the title of this particular episode is called what it is. He is somehow or another, you know, an anachronism, in my opinion, an agrarian. And he talks about his 200 acres, but that agrarian lifestyle is a choice. Most people don't take the option. Um, Farming is indeed a way of life and not always, immensely profitable. I think it kind of depends on what you're growing. So, but I wanted to point out that, there are people who, agrarianism is kind of like, property ownership. It kind of, it's very Jeffersonian, but I don't think it's really that much of a third way unless you can actually afford the land. A lot of farmers actually do something else besides farming. So, for the insurance and that sort of thing. Palomino, I wanted to talk about males making good teachers. I would agree based on an incident that I've talked about here before. Um, you know, uh, there was my son's third grade teacher was a male, a young male. He might have even been a first year teacher. I can't remember, but he was a young teacher. But my son's second grade year was probably the most challenging I ever had in his 12 years of K through 12, because he had a brand new teacher who kind of, made the mistake of starting out lax. And then when it got to be too much in the second half of the year, she tried to get strict. And you can't do that with kids. It's much easier to start strict and relax as the year goes on, and all the kids get to know you. They kind of know what you'll tolerate and what you won't. And I worried, well, there's just so much turmoil in the second grade year. I was worried, like, holy fuck, is this something that I'm going to have to deal with for the next 10 years of his high schooling? Well, you know what? The next teacher was a young male, and I met him at the beginning of the year, and I could tell, you know, he was not going to be taking bullshit from third graders. And he appeared as a third grade teacher probably at the very right time, because I know kids, they'll think, well, hell, if I got away with it in second grade, you know what? I might be able to might be able to do it in third grade. Well, I went from, if I went a week without a phone call from my son's teacher for some joke or something, he's a second grader. I got 0 calls his third grade year. So, and I honestly think that it was a male presence um, that kind of, realigned, my son's expectations for third grade. So, his first grade teacher was pretty strict. His third grade teacher was fairly strict. His second grade teacher was new, and it got to a point. The vice principal told me when I ran into her my son's third grade year, that they had sent the second grade teacher to some workshop over the summer. And I could tell, because I ran into her later that third grade year, I could tell there was a change. She wasn't the little sorority acting girl, wearing the short dress, with her tattoo showing on her leg. She was dressed more professionally even. So that is why anecdotally, I wish we did have more male teachers. But someone else, another show, I can't remember who it was, might have been Jeff St. James or somebody. The topic of male teachers came up. No, it was Man of Tomorrow talked about it. Look, in where I come from in Savannah, Georgia, in Georgia in general, teachers have been traditionally male, especially in the Black community. Um, unless you were like a football coach or some baseball coach or some sort of coach, Men generally weren't in, especially like the elementary grades, elementary and even middle school grades. Maybe middle school is when you start getting a coach or two. If you want male teachers, you're gonna have to jack up the salaries because, you know, traditionally males are the main breadwinners, at least, you know, in nuclear families. And, you know, there are too many ways to make more money. Unless you're a coach, you do get paid. I think you get paid some extra money, you know, if you're a coach. But you know, your traditional like English teacher. And I've known coaches who were English teachers, by the way. Anyway, you've got to make it more lucrative to attract talented, especially in the STEM field. You know, you make probably 3 times a teacher salary in a STEM field. So, you know, that's my thoughts on it. But anecdotally, I do wish I think males, if they're actually good teachers. Now, you got to be a good teacher. They just tend to be traditionally. It's kind of the way that you know, our society works as far as gender roles. Men tend to be thought of as you know, traditionally sterner and less willing to take bullshit. And you know, depending on your build, kids will be less likely to take a swing at you. Now, on the other end of that, years ago, maybe 3-4 years ago, and no, actually, it was maybe a year and a half ago or so. There was a male teacher shot and killed at this school shooting in Winder, Georgia. It's on the other side of Atlanta for me. So, you know, male teachers aren't the end all and be all, but I wish there were a way to get more male teachers into the school who weren't necessarily coaches. And nothing wrong with being a coach, by the way. As a matter of fact, when I was in high school, one of the math teachers was the baseball coach. So, you know, you can, you know, there's a place for male teachers. I think more would do it if the pay were better. Yeah, you need male teachers, and again, I wish there were better ways or ways to get more of them into the school system. So, thank you. That little segment was brought to you by Palomino Ricky Z. Thank you, Palomino Ricky Z. Support the show, folks. Just like Black Knight did. You know, it doesn't all go to the Sovereign Beer Fund. There are, you know, newspaper subscriptions and other types of, you know, things that I do mainly because I like to do it. And, you know, again, I was just talking about my purpose. If I actually have one, it would be like to try and get people more into keeping up with politics. You don't have to be a political philosopher or anything like that, but I just think that it's worth your while to take a few minutes, and even if it's just read the headlines from a news aggregator. You know, Ground News, for instance, which I really like. It was Uncle Fatty who kind of put me onto what Ground News is. It's got left news, it's got right news, it's got center news. I think it's like $30 for a year subscription, and it gets delivered, you know, can be delivered to your email, or you can do a push notification to your phone. Just do something, you know what I mean? So, you know, that's kind of how I feel about it. If I have a purpose, it's to, you know, try and keep people a little bit more informed of, you know, some of the local, you know, some of the political news. What's up, man? Tomorrow?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Oh, nothing much. Before you get started, this is the book I wanted to recommend to you. It's called The Loneliness of the Black Republican. Excellent book. I cannot recommend it. If for no other reason, it traces basically blacks and the relationship to the Republican Party, mostly in the 20th century. It
Oh,
was
okay.
very enlightening. I didn't know that Martin Luther King Jr. and Sr. were going to be Nixon voters.
Yes.
And what changed their minds was basically Martin Luther King was in jail. I think it was in Alabama.
Yeah, Selma.
And are you aware of the story?
Yes. Yes, but go ahead with the
Oh,
story.
okay.
Go ahead with the story.
Well, no, because I've told it here before. Basically, it was Kennedy who interceded with the with the sheriff or whoever the authorities were. Nixon had a chance to do it, but for some reason I can't remember why. Didn't think it was politically wise, and it literally changed the vote. Kennedy called and he interceded with the law, but he was also calling Coretta Scott King almost daily to check up on her to see, hey, is there anything I could do? And that literally changed Martin Luther King's vote from Republican to Democrat. So funny how things like that work. But Nixon actually had two or three people, at least black people. Arthur Fletcher, I know his last name was Fletcher. But anyway,
No,
Nixon
Arthur
had
Fletcher was one. Yeah, Arthur
Arthur.
Fletcher was one.
Yeah, it's Arthur Fletcher. And Nixon actually got, relatively, I think he still holds the record for the highest percentage
Yep.
of the black vote. So it is possible for Republicans to get black votes, but they got to stop, the
Yeah, but too
Nick
much of their
Fuentes.
conservative vote is based on suppressing black people in society. So it's kind of
Exactly. And they got to stop
done
that,
for.
especially in the South. So anyway, I recommend the book. The lady who wrote it, at least she used to teach political science or philosophy or something. Leah Wright Rigger, Rigger. Uh, she wrote the book, and it's an excellent book. It's a good book. So let's see what is next. This is something that I ran across totally by accident. I subscribe to a lot of politics YouTube channels, and I happened upon this lady accidentally. She just wrote a book. Hold on one sec. Let me get to the right place. This lady, Laura Field, wrote a book that's out now. It just came out, I think, in November. A book called Furious Minds, and it's basically a history of the of MAGA philosophy. She talks about the Claremont Institute folks who have been in the news as recently as the January 6th stuff. She talks about MAGA, sort of the intellectual inputs. They're all like there's a Straussian wing of the party, and she
Yeah.
gets into it. And I'm going to read the book, at some point, but I got some books ahead of it. But this is 53 minutes and well worth. We're gonna listen to this all the way through. It's just enlightening.
This is from her book, or this is her talking?
This is she's kind of on a book tour. She's doing the rounds. This is from the 92nd Street Y, in New York. She's been on. She actually talked to Francis Fukuyama. I didn't know he even had a YouTube like podcast thing. But he's like famous, kind of a political philosopher, I guess. So that's how I discovered her. It was Francis Fukuyama's show. And I looked her up, and she's done several others. And then we're going to look at Dr. Harrelson on conservatism again. And then a book I really want to read called Liberalism as a Way of Life. Apparently, this dude, forget where he teaches, but he basically goes and kind of takes John Rawls and kind of brings him into a format that's a little bit more accessible. It's not as philosophy heavy. So, if we get through all that, that'll be the end of it. Hey, Savage, hit the link if you want. You've never been up here. I won't bite. Would you have something, MOT?
I'm waiting to hear what this lady has to say.
Oh, I enjoyed it. I literally just discovered her less than 24 hours ago.
Oh, nice.
Hi, my name is Jerome Kapolsky, and I am a research fellow at the Berkeley Center for Religion, Peace, and Global Affairs at Georgetown University. Today, I'm here to have a conversation with Laura K. Field. Laura is an associate with the Liberalism Studies program at George Washington University, a non-resident fellow at the Brookings Institution, and visiting scholar in residence at American University. In addition to her academic work, Laura has written about the New Right for the New Republic, Politico, The Bulwark, Le Monde, and other publications, and she holds a PhD in government from the University of Texas at Austin. She lives in Washington, D.C., and today we are here to discuss her fabulous and important new book, Furious Minds, The Making of the MAGA New Right, and it's out with Princeton University Press. So Laura, great to see you. I am thrilled to have the opportunity to discuss your work today. And I want to begin. Furious Minds is a wonderful book. It's a timely book. It's in many ways a terrifying book, and in some ways a funny book. I want to begin by asking how this book came to be. So if you can maybe share a little bit of your intellectual background and how your own experiences brought you to the subject of the MAGA New Right.
Thank you, Jerome. Thanks, Jerome. And let me say, I'm so happy to be here with you and for this organization. Jerome is also an author of a book called American Heretics, Religious Adversaries of Liberal Order. And it's a book that I've learned a lot from. And he talks about some of the same characters who I discuss in my book. So, and has been a big champion for my work. So thank you, Jerome. So this book, my background is in political philosophy, and I studied sort of traditional political philosophy with some conservative scholars. I'm from Edmonton, Alberta originally, and sort of I joke in the book that I got red-pilled by Plato. But basically I studied with these Straussian scholars and then went in Alberta, just fell in love with Plato and all these ideas, and then went and did my PhD in Texas with some other Straussians and wrote on Rousseau and Nietzsche. And then around 2016, I was already kind of moving away from some of that stuff, just intellectually. But after the 2016 election, it came to my attention that several of the people who were on the forefront of defending Trump intellectually were from adjacent circles to the ones I had been in academia, sort of these other parts of conservative academia. And I was kind of naive at the time, and I was scandalized by that. And so I started paying some close attention to what was going on in defense of what I call the MAGA New Right. And so I started writing about it and have been doing that since about 2019. And so the kind of culmination of that is this book.
So how do you come to see and understand the formation of this MAGA New Right, especially when you're coming out, as a scholar of political theory? You've studied with Straussians, you were influenced by the Straussian approach. Maybe we should talk a little bit about what that means and how the people who came from that approach really were some of the leading intellectuals supporting Trump in 2016, 17, and going forward.
So the story I'm telling in the book is one of sort of ideological radicalization, right? And so and ideological capture and institutional chapter. So it sort of spans 2016 to 2024. In the beginnings of that, a lot of it was sort of backfilling ideology for Trump, right? These people that I'm writing about probably wouldn't have chosen Trump from a list of candidates, but they saw his potential, right, as a kind of destroyer, and just somebody who could totally change things and totally overhaul American politics, and in ways that they specifically were attracted to. And so the first people to do that were some people at the Claremont Institute or affiliated with the Claremont Institute. The very first essay defending Trump publicly by an academic, or sort of academic, was Michael Anton's Flight 93 election, which people have probably heard of by now. And so he was the first to kind of push the envelope and say, look, there is a reason. I don't think the essay is very outrageous in its rhetoric, and I'm not saying it's reasonable, but he did give sort of intellectual articulation to the kind of formula that was fueling Trump. And so we could talk a little bit about how that differs from maybe the conservatism that came before. I think that there's some useful, just sort of clear things we can talk about there. But basically, he saw some potential in Trump. He saw how it connected to old traditions in American conservatism, especially, and then ran with it. And so that started this sort of generative movement on the right, where over the course of the first Trump administration, a whole bunch of different people from different cohorts of the conservative intellectual movement got together and really started making these arguments and organizing together. And then I would say, and I think that the narrative of the book sort of reaffirms this, the movement didn't really come into its own until the Biden administration and until 2022, 2023, when they really, really got their bearings. They kind of got through the January 6th crisis and then coalesced into something much more powerful. So we could talk about some of those successes and how it all happened. But
yeah, so your book, so Furious Minds is really one of the themes that runs through this book is the intellectual transformation of American conservatism during the Trump, right? From the time, Trump comes down the golden escalator through his first term, through January 6th and the aftermath, and the Biden administration. So what, you mentioned Michael Anton in this seminal essay. What is the MAGA new right, and how does this new movement differ from earlier conservative intellectual and political movements in the country?
So the MAGA new right that's sort of my formulation that came together because they were all calling it the new right, but I wanted to differentiate it from other new rights because every sort of new iteration of conservative intellectual life is called the new right. So anyway, this is the MAGA new right, and my book focuses quite narrowly in a way on the intellectual people who were fueling Trumpism and defending Trumpism intellectually. And so substantively, I think it's useful to think of this old trope about Reaganism. Reagan talks about the Gipper's stool, and as a way of representing the old fusionism. And so this is.
Let me make a quick point here. I guess every now and again you should pause it just so folks know I'm awake. Yeah. These Claremont people who are Straussians, and I've never read Strauss. It's in my stack of stuff to read, though I am familiar with him. Cheeseborough, can't remember his first name. He was basically
Kenneth.
Kenneth. Okay, yeah, he's a Claremont dude, and who's the other guy who was he served in the Justice Department. He might have even been like a temporary attorney general. He was the dean of something or another out at the Claremont Institute. I guess I'll remember his name or she'll mention it. But this is actually timely. These Claremont Institute people, occasionally I'll read something by one of these people, and they are a problem. They don't even care, in my opinion, about the post or the Reconstruction amendments. They literally want to go with originalism and just talk about the original pre-Civil War Constitution. And that pre-Civil War Constitution, that is the Dred Scott Constitution. So these are some doozies in this quote intellectual sphere of MAGA. You have anything, man, of tomorrow?
Well, nothing much right now, man. I mean, we just know that, like, this is why most conservatives, especially the black ones, they don't know anything about American history,
Oh,
because you
wow.
can't reconcile,
Right.
the pre-Civil War Constitution with your modern brand of just buck dancing conservatism. Like, there is no there, no place for you there.
I just can't believe that they don't know, though.
No.
That's
They're not
chilling.
trying to know, and they're not trying to find out, because being a conservative, if you're black, it's a con. It is literally a con job. I
Well,
mean,
either
whites being
that or
conservative
it's
makes
just
perfect sense to me. I mean, they're trying to preserve an idea of a country that they, fucking stole and murdered their way across. I mean, that makes sense. But for a
right.
black person to attach themselves to such issue, I mean, outside of like Thomas Sowell, it shouldn't be anybody else.
Well, all I can say is that yeah. And to be honest, I've always read history, but it's something that I actually got more interested in as I got older. I think it's just something having to do with age. But dude, I guarantee you, and this is what I mean. People need to be reading this stuff. If you want to talk politics, whatever flavor you want to talk, you have to know some American history, at least a little bit of it.
But they
So a lot
bypass
of these
history because they don't
schools,
want to be responsible. They don't want to be responsible for anything. That's why they don't read it. They don't care to read it.
yeah, well, that's why they seem dumb. So
Yeah, I mean, like white conservatives. I get the white conservative argument. It's just that they're in constant violation of the Constitution, but they try to
oh
hide
wow.
behind the Constitution. Like, okay, they don't respect the free practice of religion. They only
Mhm.
believe in the exclusive practice of religion, theirs. They don't
Mhm.
believe in equal protection under the law. Never have. They don't believe in, any of the amendments unless they apply to them.
Well, I don't
So
think they actually at root even believe that equality under the law is a thing.
no,
The
no,
original,
because to them it's
no,
all hierarchical. It's been hierarchical, and
exactly,
and
exactly.
so to them, any way of trying to make things equal is socialist, communist, whatever is. They're against it.
Well, the thing is that the founders, the people approving of the Constitution came into being because of was it Shays' Rebellion?
Yes.
Scared the shit out of them. And they're like, hey, you know what? We need to do something to satisfy the rabble. So, the people ratifying the Constitution, it was really just, the impression I get is it was really just throwing some bones, so the rabble won't revolt and overthrow us. So,
Yeah, I mean, because you have to understand, like the telling of the Second Amendment was kind of like Shays' Rebellion and every other
mhm.
rebellion. They're like, look, we're gonna gather these guns to support our own interests. They didn't give a damn about the state's interests. Some people are like,
Well,
look,
the
we got
other thing
land.
is
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
South, it was slave rebellions. You know
yeah.
what? They wanted to be able to get resources from other states to put down any major. Haiti scared the shit out of them,
Oh yeah,
especially
and
Thomas
they still didn't
Jefferson.
learn anything about it. Still didn't learn anything about it.
this was the sort of through the Reagan-Buckley era of conservatism, what we think of now as the old establishment. You have an ideological combination of social conservatism, economic liberalism, or fiscal conservatism, I guess, or small government, free trade, liberal economics, and anti-communism, which also kind of bleeds into a kind of liberal internationalism that we see with Reagan. And so those three things together are understood as sort of the core of the conservative movement. I think most listeners probably are familiar with that, and that feels familiar to them. The MAGA New Right preserves that social conservatism part of the fusion and even just doubles down on it, right? But then Anton has a useful formula from that 2016 essay where he says Trumpism is nationalist economics, secure borders, and America first foreign policy. So that's his new formula. And so you can see there's a real shift there from Reaganism, right? No longer are we talking about free trade. It's about, tariffs and nationalist economic policy. And then the anti-communism is still there and fueling some of this. But after the end of the Cold War, that became less important.
Like anti-wokeism now, right?
So now it's anti-woke neo-Marxism, right? It's not exactly, it's still anti-Marxist, but it's not, it doesn't have the same energy it did. And so it's kind of a nationalist foreign policy, very much centered around the nation state. And has none of that sort of let's build a liberal international order that the older establishment neoconservatism certainly.
Oh, let me let you have at this. Brian Nichols says, MOT, Black men can't have traditional family values or want safe and secure neighborhoods. What does that have to do with the Constitution again?
That has nothing to do with conservatism. Nothing at all to do with conservatism.
Look, you know what? If black men back during slavery would have loved to have had or been allowed to have traditional family values, maybe
but there was a group of people standing in front of them from having that. It was called white conservatives.
Well, let me put it to you this way, Brian. Maybe you haven't read Uncle Tom's Cabin. It talks a lot about what happens when you have traditional family values and your massa gets strapped for cash. He'll sell you down the river. Okay, selling someone sold down the river. I think it was. I'm sure it pre-existed. Uncle Tom's Cabin, but I guess it got popularized. Sold down the river is what they called it in Uncle Tom's Cabin. Traditional family, but Massa had to break up the family because he needed some cash or something like that.
Correct, and it's like, well, who was breaking up the traditional family unit? Like, how could you possibly talk about safe communities and all that stuff when conservatism at the time was the premier weapon to stop all of these things from happening? Like, how do you even not know that?
Brian knows it. Brian knows it. He wants to know if we know it.
Oh yeah, I'm like, look, conservatism was not for an actual strong black family. No, they wanted to use that strong black family for something else.
Let me bring up another book. If you've ever read either one of Frederick Douglass's autobiographies, well, the neighborhood he lived in, well, no, I'm talking Brian Nichols. The neighborhood, which was the plantation that little Frederick Douglass lived on, I think it was an aunt or some relative. He literally watched Massa tie that woman to a tree and get whipped. So that was their version of safety in the neighborhood. Dude, I know it's historical examples, but how can you talk about whose tradition are we talking about? Let's start with that. Okay, because if you're talking an American traditional family, there was a long time in American history where traditional family values were not promoted for descendants of Africa. So yes, We can have traditional family values, even want traditional family values. They weren't always encouraged by massa. And by the way, after slavery, there was a massive rush to get married, okay? Because slave marriages weren't legal marriages, by the way.
Nope.
They were
Sure
just,
wasn't.
they could be broken up at will. And there was a surge. Everybody wanted to get married after slavery, and it wound up, kind of going away during the Jim Crow era. So yeah, I just want to point out the history of it. Certainly we can want it. It wasn't always promoted. And the bullshit about 1964 or whatever, welfare, broke up the family, that's bullshit. So thanks for your question, though, Brian Nichols. You are the
Oh
best
yeah.
at asking these questions.
Oh yeah.
You,
I
you,
mean, it's
you,
just
you
that.
let me pontificate.
But when you ask other people about the historical aspect, lost, completely lost, because they can't reconcile history with what they're saying because they're a method actor. They don't know what conservatism is, so they're acting like what they think a conservative is, which is just unbelievable. But that's just yeah.
Okay, you know what? Traditional, dude, when does tradition start? Okay, those are traditional conservative values now. Well, that basically is an oxymoron in a sentence. Is it traditional or is it conservative values now? Because in the tradition of conservatism, blacks weren't always encouraged to have family values, the traditional family values. Tell me, Brian, when does the tradition start? Give me a year or give me an era, and then we can deal with it. This is the
And
problem
how
with
can you
asking.
develop traditional values with forced breeding? What? What?
I don't know.
Help me out.
Well, see, this is why conservatives don't like talking American history, because a lot of these ideas that they have don't stand up to scrutiny. However, tell me when the conservative tradition started. I think it literally started with the Enlightenment, but which pre-existed the United States. But tell me when you think the first era that conservative values started, traditional conservative values in the United States. Um, Let me know, and I'll be happy to once you refine that question. These broad questions, dude. I love peeling back the layers of the onion.
No. I think traditional family conservative values rose during Jim Crow. That's what their conservative values were. Suppressing other people, improving their actual lot in life at the expense of others. I don't think there is no other, and you never hear a so-called traditional conservative talk about, okay, so when did it develop for blacks, and who tried to take that away? And you never get an answer, ever get an answer.
Well, I mean, if you could go in and drag somebody out and lynch them, uh, you know, um, there's some problems with the question, I guess. Almost all blacks in the South were Republican after the Civil War. Well, you need to understand, Brian, that
Good lord,
Republican
good
after the
lord.
Civil War does not mean the same thing as a Republican in 2025.
They're
They're,
literally called
they're
Lincoln liberals. Like, what? Yeah.
Um, I don't see. This is the other thing conservatives like to do. And Brian, you know that I like you. I'm not beating up on you, so I'm going to generalize it. Republicans like to pretend that a Republican after, during the Reconstruction era was a Republican now. Well, I'm going to argue that the Reconstruction / radical Republicans pretty much ended in 1877 with the Compromise of 1877, when business interests and power basically took the posse comitatus. That's about the time that it became a thing, pulling federal troops out of the South. So
Yeah, so
Republicans
that way they wouldn't protect black people going to go vote. That's when
exactly,
Jim
and
Crow
it
kind
was
of
a
rolled in.
compromise. It was a
Yeah.
compromise. The Democrats at the time, the Southerners, basically said, "Hey, we'll give you the presidency, but we want you to deoccupy the South," and that's where Jim Crow basically began.
And
So
that's where the actual voter registration numbers went to high to nearly non-existent.
Yep, yep. And that South Carolina had a bunch of black congressmen in the
So
U.S.
did
House of
Louisiana.
Representatives.
So did
Yeah,
Louisiana and
that all
Mississippi
went
too.
away. So,
But traditional family values, right?
well, I mean, I think I'm not saying that blacks didn't want it and don't want it now. It's just kind of gone out of fashion. But the other thing I want to point out is traditional family values, even in the white community, has kind of gone by the wayside. It
Way gone.
seems you have to be able to afford traditional family values. You can't even get a house. Conservatives today, quote, and I use that in quotes, they want to do a 50-year mortgage. Dude, you're not 50-year
Man,
mortgage.
look. Why she could pay like $200 or $300 less a month? Come on, dude.
Okay, all I have to say is you're talking about conservative family values now. I propose or I submit to
No.
you,
Ask him to
sir.
define that. Yeah, ask him to
Well,
define it.
what I
What
want to
does he
say
mean?
is how is a 50-year mortgage going to encourage traditional family values? I think that the traditional family will die and go on to the next generation. The only way it's going to encourage traditional family values is the kids, if you leave the house to them, will inherit the mortgage. so
That's exactly
so
what it is.
yeah, maybe there will be inherited debt with 50-year mortgages.
Yes. Forever
Okay.
renters, man. That's what they
So
want.
that's the sub.
You know what? It's going to make BlackRock happy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it gets kind of reaffirmed in that famous or infamous First Things Manifesto against the dead consensus, right? Which is really an articulation of against that old fusionist, Reaganite, Buckleyite kind of conservatism, and in favor of something new, which Trump is ushering in.
Yeah, that's right. So there are there are several key moments, and that's one of them where sort of these characters who most people probably haven't heard of, maybe they have, maybe the New Yorkers have, right? They get together, and so the Flight 93 essay publication is one, and then Rush Limbaugh reads that out loud, so it becomes quite well known on the right. And then they have, I think it was maybe 2018, I don't know when, I can't remember, Against the Dead Consensus was this sort of collective letter in the First Things Journal, which is a sort of premier religious conservative outlet. And again, making some of these same arguments, but again, with a sort of social traditionalism infusing it. And so a collection of people signed on to that. And then you have also in the Biden era, the beginnings of this national conservative movement, which is organized by an Israeli American named Yoram Hazony, who wrote a book in 2018 called The Virtue of Nationalism. And he started organizing on behalf of the new right quite early on, having conferences, not just in DC, but in Europe as well. And just providing a forum for people to get together and bringing people on board from formerly mainstream conservatism as well.
And you've gone to some of these conferences. I think one of the virtues of this book is that you actually go in and listen to these lectures and meet some of these people who are giving these talks, who are part of the mind of the new right. So you're giving us a kind of on the ground tour of this new phenomenon. We mentioned the First Things essay, and one of the people who I think was involved in putting that together was a journalist named Sora Bomari. You mentioned how your book focuses on intellectuals rather than conventional political actors. So I'm wondering if you can share how you chose the cast of characters that show up throughout this work.
Yes, sure. I mean, I'm happy to do that. I also want to say it's not a work of reporting, right? So I don't want to overstate how much I got in there. And partly they wouldn't let me go to the National Conservatism Conference. I didn't try very hard, but I did try to go to the one in 2024. And they wouldn't let me in, even though a lot of other people got in. So, and maybe, that I don't know exactly what was going on there, but I have gone to a few of these things. I've certainly been around these people and gone to many events where they're speakers, and have certainly met a few and knew a few in my sort of former life. So, okay. So the cast of characters, it was tricky. The MAGA world, right, generally speaking, is very big and there's a lot going on. And it's obviously, I think everyone can understand how hard it is to keep track of everything because things are moving so quickly. So I started writing about the kind of PhD version of people, contingent of the new right in 2019. And that's who I really was focused on. And so when I was writing the book, I thought, well, I've got to narrow this down somehow. I can't include every big influencer or every person who's important to the movement or every religious figure. So what I really ended up focusing on is people who had PhDs. And that wasn't a kind of gatekeeping. It was just a way to kind of help me understand. I mean, I guess it was, but it was a way of helping me understand, focus my energy on the most important people and the most serious ideas that were taking shape here. And then I also sort of allowed several people through who were just obviously pivotal to the organizing or to the ideas that were dominating. So Michael Anton is an example there, or somebody like Christopher Rufo, who I don't think has a doctorate, but that doesn't matter. I mean, he's clearly really important to this side of things. And so it ended up being all men. There are certainly some women mentioned in the book, but it ended up being all men because I was thinking, well, who sort of fits my mold here? Who works? What women should I be including? And there simply weren't any women who had that kind of stature in the intellectual spheres here, or who I could tell were well regarded and cited by the people I write about. So they got excluded, and so that's a weird thing about the book. But I think that was just sort of an organic thing that happened.
And I think we'll touch again on this issue, because one of the themes that you discuss of this MAGA new right is reaffirmation of notions of patriarchy and a kind of attendant misogyny that goes along with it.
Yeah. Well, I'll say a little bit about that now, just because it's easy to think that this is all something totally new, right? And I think it's important to note that there are sort of undercurrents on the American right that have sort of smacked of Trumpism going back decades and decades back to what is called the old right in the early part of the 20th century. So some of these themes like America First, right, or the economic nationalism, some of the other things that get taken up, or at least small government is certainly not a new theme. But that's just to say that there are all these threads of and all of these figures also, like Pat Buchanan or the Tea Party movement, Barry Goldwater, I talk about quite a bit in the book. These are all things that have been sort of fomenting on the right and appear again and again over time. And I think anti-feminism has certainly been part of that story on the sort of the extremes of the American right, but this is something different. And so I say that this current iteration, sort of the MAGA new right, is different from those older paleoconservatism or like Goldwaterism, because of its, I say that its success, obviously, right? This is the first time these guys have been in charge. Also for its misogyny, there's a kind of real anti-woman, hatred of women, a desire to bring women down, is sort of pervasive in the movement, as well as just a social media savvy, right? And a kind of culture warrior.
Let me ask you a question, MOT. She mentions MAGA being, misogynist. One thing that I've noticed, and you know this history better than I do, but it just seems to me that, in this little Black manosphere kind of sector, and some people who don't identify as Black manosphere want to, most of them seem to be conservative, like Trump voter type conservatives. Is it just coincidence? Was it always there, and MAGA just kind of aligns, with that?
No, it's what it is. It's religious nationalist based conservatism, where the default status of a man is on top. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to accomplish anything. You know how white men think that they were on top, so black men think that, oh, okay, so I can just attach myself to this type of meaning
Okay.
and just rah rah shit. And because at the default shit, that they're on top. They didn't have to fight for their position. Their position was fought for years ago. There's no reasserting the position because their position is divine and God given on some manifest destiny bullshit. That's what it is for most of these guys. And
They are stewards of the land and of the nuclear family. Hence the word husband.
correct.
Husbandry.
Even though they don't have either, they don't have, yeah, even though they don't have access, even though they don't currently even want to deal with women, the only thing they want to do is antagonize women. But guess what? The women would be as bad as they say they were if they settled for them. She would be as bad as they thought they were if she only just dealt with them. But she doesn't need their help anymore, any longer. A woman has the ability to choose whether or not she
Right.
wants to be married, whether or not she wants to be in a relationship. She could just okay, fuck working, and they could just go put themselves around very successful men and get off the market. That's unprecedented anywhere in society or history. And here's the
Right.
thing: you don't even have to have a feminine look to get that, because there's so many men that's been neglected throughout time. It's literally littered with men that you can run this shit on. It doesn't work on me. I just choose another culture that another intact culture that that was never broken up between men and women, right? But at the end of the day, these people are trying to live out a black family fantasy that not only did they never grew up in, they don't even know anybody else who grew up in.
Interesting. Yeah.
Spirit that I think was there, but less successful in prior versions.
The very online nature.
Very online.
These ideas are circulating not only in the academy, but then are making it out into places like Twitter and X and other social networks.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to gauge some of this. While you're writing, you're sitting in your own online world writing a book, but I think I've done a few public events, and I think of one in particular right after the election last year, where I was just talking about the election fallout, and after that event, a young man came up to me because I had mentioned Bronze Age pervert, who is sort of the worst of the online, what I call the hard right in the book, who's really he's just seething with disgust with women, right? His book, which is a very funny book, and they're very happy to mock women. So I had mentioned the Bronze Age pervert in the course of my conversation that day. And this
also as a Yale PhD.
Also a Yale PhD with sort of some of these Straussian backgrounds similar to my own in a way. And so I had mentioned this, and this young man came up to me, right? And he wanted to talk to me because I don't think he had heard, people talking about this, but he was paying attention to Bronze Age pervert and Curtis Yarvin and this sort of world that I had also been paying attention to and was quite familiar with. So we had a long talk. We had a Zoom call later, and I think a lot of young men, right, are attracted to this. If you've seen, if you saw that discussion with Mehdi Hassan about where he was talking to all these 20 young people, he was sitting in the middle of the circle. I think it was the Jubilee or something. But 20 million or something people watched this, so I think a lot of listeners will have seen it. A lot of those young men sounded a lot like the characters I write about, right? They were spouting some of these same arguments, talking the same way. And so I think it's hard to gauge how pervasive.
Say that again.
Say yes, they do. They have all the same arguments, and it's cultish because it's a
Right.
preset of ideas. It's very easy. You can't stand being challenged. You're right just because the same bullshit that the Black Man Spirit pushes, or
Have you
Obsidian was pushing before he got kicked offline again.
how familiar are you with Curtis Yarvin?
I don't know anything about him.
Okay. Well, I've actually he's got a Substack newsletter called, I think it's Gray Mirror. So I've been kind of aware of him for a couple of years now. Well, that
I've
dude
heard
is
his name
weird.
kicked around in the space.
Well, he
a lot of these dudes.
You're breaking up a
Didn't even
bit.
happen, but
Yeah, he is an odd bird. He's a self-avowed monarchist. So, but somehow or another,
oh, that
he
guy.
has,
Okay.
yeah,
I got it.
yeah, the dude with the hair who's like 55 or something, yeah, he debated what's her name? Um damn. She's a Harvard professor. Can't remember her name, but he debated an actual Harvard professor who is kind of a protege of Cornell West, and it'll take me a minute to recall her name, but he just comes off as odd, and how he's that popular, I don't know, but
I mean, BGS is popular. I mean, it's just that you really can't. Once you have these people in the room where they actually have to defend themselves, that's how you see the actual depth of their arguments or lack thereof.
Mhm.
Is what happens
Mhm.
when they're challenged. How do they explain the end-to-end type of thing? Right? They can't do it.
Mhm.
It's not possible because the conversation is not able to go past a certain specific lane that they desperately
Right.
have to hold on to.
This stuff is, but I think a lot of the staffers are reading the men I'm writing about and are sort of caught up in this wave of this culture warrior.
So it certainly has an audience, right? Certainly,
Yeah.
I'm going to swing back to that, but before I go, I want to. We've been talking about these people as intellectuals, and one of the things that they share is that they believe that to quote a phrase, ideas have consequences.
Mm-hmm.
This is, that in a sense, the political power begins with a political vision.
Yeah.
And I was wondering maybe if you can say a bit about like why, how important these ideas are for the way in which they understand how the world works and how politics works.
Yeah, so I guess that's something that is a sort of sub theme in the book, and I call it, and it's this tendency of the MAGA new right, the intellectuals, and this whole sort of online world to think that what matters in politics are how we think, our principles, the stories we tell in a way, and our devotion to certain kinds of principles. And it goes back to this phrase that you just quoted, ideas have consequences, which was the title of a book by Richard Weaver. And the book actually was about how modern ideas have really terrible consequences. So it was like this big sort of full throttle attack on modernity. And there's a lot of that in the MAGA new right. So a lot of just, we could call it regressive or reactionary thinking, but I think what they're taking issue with is the kind of chaotic, fragmented way that the modern world works, right? And they're saying we need to get back to a place where we all can have a shared understanding. And I call it in the book ideas first political philosophy, right? And so because all of them are trying to bring back a way of understanding that is much more singular, anti-pluralistic. They want something to hold on to intellectually, and they want to impose that on the country. I mean, I think that a lot of people are searching for meaning, right? And are searching for a way of understanding the world. And so and are obviously, I think a lot of people are struggling with these questions. So the MAGA new right sort of comes into that vacuum, and we could talk about the causes of that in sort of liberal modernity, but they're seeing that problem and they're saying, we have some answers. We have something to say to this. And then we want to impose our vision on the country to reassert these sort of dominant ideational structures. So I call it ideas first political philosophy. I mean, I think it's kind of like there are big problems with this, but you can kind of see the allure. And it's a way of thinking that, I think it's a way of thinking that is really attractive, but is also can be really misguided, right? And so part of what's happening here is they think that this is the way that you can change the world by kind of it's I think of it as the field of dreams style of political philosophy, right? If you build it online, they will come, right? You posit this world and you talk about these big ideas and the world will come with you. And in some ways, they've been very successful with this, right? They've had enormous amount of success, and they have stirred up a lot of intellectual, chaos in a way. But they've really made their mark now. They've got J.D. Vance in the vice president's office with
this is an interesting
so it's
point.
kind of this culture warrior, ideas forward approach. All right, but I just want to say I'm going to say two more little quick things. Sorry, I'm going on. I think that I don't hate the ideas first approach. Like I have a lot of that in me myself with my background in political philosophy. But I think the problem is a lot of the ideas they're trying to impose are bad ideas, right? You need ideas in politics, but these ideas are not always very good. A lot of it's nativism, sort of raised to a principle. And the other thing I'd say is a lot of their ideas are just sort of detached from the reality around us and are really they're willing to dehumanize their opponents. It gets really ugly, and it's, I think, disconnected from the pluralism that we find in America and have since the beginning.
Yeah, so I want to maybe swing back later in our.
And I think at some point she talks about kind of your rank and file American. And I'll let her make the point. And just a show note, this is about halfway done. I'm going to watch the rest of it because it's really worth watching. I'm watching it for the second time, and I'm still finding it compelling going over it a second time. After that, I'm going to wrap it up. Savage has a show at 8:30, which I don't know that I'll go up on the panel, but I'm definitely going to
Savage who?
drop the link. Savage Entertainment. He's got a show. I don't know if you're familiar with him. I think he's been around a while, but he's a good guy. You know, he and I have locked horns once. Oh, you have to hear this story. I was up on Nightish's panel. And so Savage comes up and, you know, they're talking all that manosphere bullshit. And finally, I just said, you know what? I said something like, you know what? I'm not going to respond to this woman bashing bullshit or something like that. Oh, dude, Savage got pissed. He got so pissed he left the panel. I was like, and I told him, you know what? I didn't stutter. I'm not going to back down. I meant what I said. So anyway, you know, he got over it, and you know, we're buddies now. But I have no patience with that stuff. You know, as a matter of fact, I went up on Nightish's panel today. You know, Nightish was in a mood, and you know what? I don't see how bashing women this way is productive. You know, if you want a woman, dude, you can't treat her like shit. And and you can't expect that level of subservience. I This is, women have options, and I think that's, like you've alluded, women having options are what these guys are really pissed off about.
Yes. I mean, the whole thing is that a woman would have to be pretty fucking stupid to actually stoop to being around these dudes. And they don't understand that. It's like a woman would be this fucking stupid if she was to get impregnated by one of these dangerous ass fucking dudes that don't care about anything. She would be that bad. Seriously, she would be that bad. But at the end of the day, they kind of want her to be that bad and don't want
Oh
her to
yeah.
be that bad with other people all at the same time. And I'm kind of like, yeah, I can't really fuck with that. At the end of the day, I'm too much of a fucking problem solver to be sitting here watching a bunch of dudes run around in circles with their head cut off, trying to, you know, punish mythical bitches that they're not even fucking dealing with online. Like, what the fuck is this, man? Like, it's just fucking nuts, dude.
Well, the other thing, and then when they go to court and the woman talks about what kind of asshole the dude she was married to was, then they want to whine about the courts being on the woman's side. It's the courts are anti-man. And there's one person that I'm thinking of that but I'm not going to mention names. Uh, Dude, he is so famous for whining about how the courts and are just on the woman's side. But if
What
you've
what what
ever
guy?
heard this, the hood conservative, I'll just say it.
No, no,
He
no. But
bitches
but
and
but
moans.
but but hood conservative have a very specific problem. He impregnated the same woman 3 times, and she did not allow him to put a ring on it, but she did allow him to put sperm on it repeatedly,
Well,
and that's his problem. That ain't everybody's problem within his space. That the woman that they impregnated 3 times did not want to fucking marry them. That's his personal problem. And what these people do is like these people had issues before there was a fucking manosphere.
right.
They
Yep.
had tons of fucking issues. And so what they did is they just kind of attached their own personal issues to the progressive piece, and they kind of usurped us out of our own space by actually concentrating the actual space on broken men. Me, I don't think broken men have a problem. I think that yeah, I've seen this. Well, actually, I've seen far worse shit that they've seen, and I don't even
Yeah.
talk about it because it was very clear to me. Like when I was in Germany, right? Germany legalized prostitution, women looking like Michelle Pfeiffer, and I'm not lying. Women were that fucking fine, seriously.
Wow.
And these women were like just coming down and just swooping down and just taking fucking black men. Why? Because the
Yeah.
women had to be in a country that has legalized prostitution. You got to break it open nearly fucking immediately. Because if they discover that shit, you're never getting access to these dudes, right? And the women didn't give a shit about nothing. They went out there because they wanted to be in relationships and they wanted to be married. And they knew that the most inexperienced men were black men. But the actual black women seen this and they didn't really give a shit that black men were leaving. Even then, they didn't care. Another 3 weeks, you'll have a bunch of 100, like what, 240 fresh, brand new Delta Novembers showing up who want to actually take these women out for free and just want to be around black women and not engage with them. They were addicted
I'm
to
a
the attention. They didn't have to fuck none of these dudes.
I have a friend of mine who former army, and he's a guy. I call him my executive producer because he's a news hound, but he lives over in Germany. He wound up retiring over there, married a German woman, and he seems happy as a clam. So he
I mean, because those women
um,
actually want to be with you in a relationship
mhm,
with you. They want to have your fucking kids. They
mhm,
want to have good outcomes.
mhm.
That's what they want. They come through the gate letting you know that's what they want. And once you
Right.
have that's what they want, and they act on it, and it's an outcome based thing. Now you have to understand, a man who wants all that, all of a sudden get access to all that, they're fucking happy. And then you have like the
Yeah.
woman side of the argument who's just going to keep continuing to keep telling you to keep waiting and getting in line behind these other Delta Novembers. And it's like, dude, it's very clear what they want. And once you start matching people up with what they actually want, and you have to not fight the gender war once you leave. That's the other part of it. People want to claim that they're leaving, but they still fighting black women while they're staying, supposedly
hmm
leaving.
hmm Well, they leave and come back. Leave your passport, bro.
No. I mean, passport bros were about the minimum wage dudes going overseas, saving up their money for the entire year to go blow their nut off and then come back and claim how they got access to other fucking women.
hmm
And then that stuff got Delta Novembered up, and there was too many people going over there acting a fool, and now they really can't do that shit no more. So, no, they had a good run, man.
Well, apparently, I still hear people going to Central America. Uh, Colombia was another place that I've
Yeah,
heard about.
yeah. I mean, but the thing
A
is, they go
conversation.
there, they have no social skills, they still don't know how to talk to people.
Probably don't even learn
It's dumb.
Spanish.
Spanish? The motherfuckers don't speak English. The fuck? Like, come on, man. Spanish?
That's funny.
To JD Vance and wonder if in fact what we're getting is a kind of a theory of Trump or Trumpism or a theory of Vanceism, or who would really represent or carry these ideas. But to swing back to what you were just saying, you note in your book, and I'm quoting now, growing right-wing extremism has not emerged in a vacuum, but in many instances is a response, however misguided, to real problems and to the real vulnerabilities of liberal democracy. Unquote.
Mm-hmm.
So these MAGA intellectuals, they attack what they perceive as weaknesses or failings, both in liberalism, pluralism, vision of political equality, and what have you, as well as in earlier conservatism, as we've discussed earlier. So how do you evaluate their arguments, their argument against the liberal democratic order that we're existing in, and why do you think so many Americans, particularly young Americans, are finding these ideas, finding these criticisms, and finding the ideas to replace the American order so compelling?
So I just want to say that the new right that I talk about exists as sort of a clustered network of different cohorts, right? And so I've mentioned a few of them already, but each of these different groups, I think it's true that they all want to impose a sort of a singular vision on the country, but some of those visions differ a little bit, right? And so you have some like the Claremont group. They are obsessed with the American founding. They think they have the true understanding of the American founding. And so when we talk about their critique of liberalism today, they tell a story of decline away from this perfect ideal of the founding. You have
like Michael Anton,
John Eastman, who was involved in the January 6th.
Yeah, John Eastman was the lawyer. He basically got in trouble down here in Georgia, with that election rigging thing. And he, at least, I don't know how it's going to work out, because he and Kenneth Chesebro both lost their licenses, their bar, credentials, and they've dismissed the case. Now that
And they've
finally,
already pled guilty. It's too late. They've already pled guilty.
really, you don't think they could appeal it? I don't know how it works, to be honest.
Dude, something is wrong with that prosecutor, and I guarantee that guy's gonna get a large payoff, and he's gonna be right back in court soon. I can guarantee you. That guy's marked himself for a lifetime.
You
A
think
case
so?
that open and shut. Oh yes, a case that open and shut. You just come in and you just close the case. bro, you marking
Well,
yourself for a lifetime.
the thing is Trump. You know, I don't know. I suspect that what's his name? Brian Kemp probably had something to do with it, because he and Trump seem to at least mend their fences a little bit. But I think Fonnie Willis really cheesed it up. You know, she was on a good clip, having I think it was 3 or 4 actual, plea deals. And I just don't know what went through her head. I mean, she is not a dumb woman, but maybe she
She
is.
had to have known that these people was gonna try to find some bullshit, and it is a bullshit reason to remove a prosecutor from a case,
Oh yeah. Oh
because you
yeah.
don't know who's working on the case in somebody's office. Like, all right, like, so we have that issue. Then you're talking about like the interns and all this other stuff. Okay, so nobody slept with the intern, took him out to dinner, had shared a hotel room with him. It's just a problem when she did it. Like, this is the type of shit I'm talking about, and it's like, this is the only one time in American history where this shit happened. There's no other time in
No.
American history, a high-profile case where the prosecutor gets kicked off the fucking case. It's never happened, ever happened.
Oh, I'm sure it's happened, but you know what? She was just kind of a soft target. And the thing is the attorney who basically, broke that case open was representing some of these people. So it was one and the same lawyer. And it was kind of a strange case, because one of the witnesses for that prosecution was a former lawyer. I think she was. There was a snitch, and it was a lawyer, black woman lawyer that worked for Fonnie Willis.
Hey, look, you know them people were offering all types of money for all types of
Mm-hmm.
dirt, and she had to have seen that shit coming.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
She better should have seen that shit coming, right? And
Yep.
now, whole career's over with.
She's still district attorney, at least
No,
for
no, no.
now.
Yeah, but like it's gonna mark every single case that she tries to prosecute big from here on out.
Well, I
Everything
mean,
she does
you're right.
is gonna be
She'll
that. Yeah.
never, if she even runs again or gets elected, she'll never be more than she is now.
No,
So,
I mean, like
that is
before
over.
that,
She's
she
got a
she was.
messy personal life.
Yeah, she's just don't have that great of a personality either outside of that shit. But
I don't
God,
know. If she knocked on my door, I'd go out with her. I have a thing for
yeah, like beyond that,
her. I would never get her as my lawyer.
okay, that's what I'm saying.
Attack on the Capitol, Charles Kessler. They talk about sort of a lot of the most extreme people at the Claremont Institute think that the current way that the Constitution worked until Trump's election was the kind of progressive liberal Constitution, and that it was a complete departure and degradation of the original Constitution, the Founders' Constitution. And so they see themselves as counter-revolutionaries trying to restore that older America. Other groups like the NatCons, their beef is that we don't have a unified nation. And so they're trying to restore the unified nation. And there's a little more of a flavor of ethno-nationalism there, though they don't tend to put it in those terms, but there's a kind of a religious fervor there. They want to restore the Christian nation. And then the post-liberal Catholics have a sort of more high-minded critique, or high-minded isn't quite right, but a more intellectual critique of liberalism that resonates with sort of old, well, you know this better than me, the old conservative Catholic arguments against liberal democracy. And Patrick Deneen is the sort of go-to person for this. He wrote a book in 2018 called Why Liberalism Failed. And his critique of liberalism is that the sort of underlying foundations of liberal democracy are sort of rotten from the start because it's based on a kind of individualist anthropology. So he talks about liberal individualism as something that because we care about human rights, because we care about individual autonomy and individual freedom, that those concerns are bound to destroy the social fabric and cause an incredible instability within the political order, instability in our academic institutions, instability in economic order. He goes through all the different sort of ways of thinking about society, and he says liberalism disintegrates and acts as a solvent on our social life and on our political life. And so
a bad idea that has had these terrible consequences.
yeah, I mean, he grants that it has had some good consequences, but overall it's this sort of self-defeating force that the stronger it gets, the more it destroys itself, and it's sort of self-cannibalizing phenomenon. And so he's looking beyond liberal democracy to try to imagine a new way forward. And his next book was called Regime Change. So that's the kind of critique of liberal democracy. And I think I think a lot of these ideas are very worth thinking through and are worth taking seriously, but there's also a kind of problem at the core. I mean, I think about liberalism as something that emerged out of religious conflict, right? In my political theory brain.
She makes a really good point. And it's funny that Deneen and these Catholics, and I've never read Deneen, I'm familiar with him. I've seen an interview or two, and at some point, I guess I'll have to read, at least his most famous work. The thing is well, she's going to say it for me. I guess I shouldn't say it, but this is such a good point. Historically, America has been there, in England before it, and European history is rife, with this sort of religious dissent. And,
Yes.
pretty much everybody knows, at least the Pilgrims or Puritans, that heritage. Europe literally, the only thing that saved Europe from like forever wars was colonization. the discovery of the New World, pretty much.
Literally to fight them over there so we don't have to fight them over here.
Exactly.
It started in early modernity in England and Scotland, right? If you read thinkers like Locke and Hobbes, Rousseau, these are some of the people. They weren't all liberals, but they were thinking through ways to get past the religious conflicts and the religious warfare that was tearing apart society at that time. And I think the American founders were very influenced by that. And they were thinking to try to basically turn down the temperature in political life and find ways to live together politically that weren't so explosive. And so when we talk about the roots of some of these problems, I think what the early moderns were doing, we're trying to turn our attention a little bit away to these big questions of meaning and religion that were causing so much conflict and destruction. So that kind of gets us
separation of church and state, right? As a constitution.
Separation of church and state, yeah. Separation of powers. I mean, in the American system, we have the Federalist principle, and so these were, and commerce. They were all trying to kind of pitch commerce as a new way of sort of taking people's attention away from. I mean, sort of. There were other things going on, right? But thinking, well, this might be a good way to direct people's ambitions away from religious fanaticism, essentially. And when I read the new right thinkers, they're not being very careful about that legacy. And they're not being very careful to avoid turning our attention back to religious fanaticism, and they're not doing very well at preempting that kind of return to fanaticism. I think they're actually fostering a kind of return to not just religious fanaticism, but political fanaticism, nativism, and ethno-nationalism.
They're using it as a galvanizing force.
So they are exploiting this vulnerability of liberal democracy, which is that it sort of pushes us to avoid questions of meaning. Liberals tend to avoid questions of meaning and purpose and the good life, right? And so that's the kind of problem in our culture. I think that a lot of us have been taking our way of life for granted, aren't very good about talking about moral questions and how they relate to or don't relate to political life. And then
let me tell you something. It is because of the failures of parenting and the education system. That's in a way that's kind of an adjunct to critical thinking. At some point, like let me give you a good example. I probably had, at least in Savannah at the time, the closest thing you could have to kind of a classical education. Um, so I think that, this sort of stuff should be, and that's why liberal arts are important. Even if you're like a STEM guy like me, um, that's what liberal arts are for. And we ignore or diminish the value of a liberal arts, at least exposure to it, at our
Especially a
peril.
historical base
Yes.
education. Oh yeah. Oh yes.
So, in a way, I have a little bit of a sympathy for, the Deneen's of the world. Not a lot, but I'm sympathetic to the argument. In liberals, it's easy, for someone who's a little bit more of a liberal, like an actual liberal. It's easy enough to do that if we go back and take education seriously and
Yeah, but
parenting
we're never going to
seriously.
go back to taking education seriously. I mean, it's more of a by household based thing. Environmentally
Yeah, I'm
created
afraid
type
you're
thing.
right.
It isn't. I mean,
Well,
because why would you
funny
create a
enough,
whole bunch of people who's going to usurp you at some point? Why would they create that?
well, there's a book by a guy named Hofstadter. He wrote it in around about 1959 or 60. And I forget how he's a historian, like a cultural or an intellectual historian, and I forget how I ran across him. It was somebody I was reading who had that person. Oh, I know who it was. He was a mentor of Heather Cox Richardson. That's
Oh, okay.
how I discovered him. So, I went back and started reading a book called it's something like anti intellectualism in America or something like that. And
Yes.
I've read through it, kind of went through it quickly because there's really no reason to read it deeply. But
Yeah, I read a
yeah, I
book a
think you're
couple years
right.
ago about the end of expertise and kind of like how these
Oh yeah.
bullshit artists, kind of
Hmm.
just came through and just took over whole fields of study with, algorithmatized foolishness or whatever. Yeah, not
Well, I
wrong.
mean, you're seeing this just right as we speak on these panels. You read books.
Some cases have become kind of self-righteous because we're unthinking about moral life. So I think all of these are sub themes in the book. I mean, I could talk on and on about it, but they're exploiting that vulnerability. I mean, the best example of this vulnerability might be the rise of Jordan Peterson, right? As this kind of guru
I was
who
about to go
young
there.
men are looking to for guidance. I mean, if Jordan Peterson is the guy they're looking to, let alone like
Yeah, like she said, if Jordan Peterson is the one they're looking to, that's part of the problem.
Yeah, but that's why I say the part is not them being lost. It's who they turn to for assistance once they're lost.
Yeah. Like, it should have really turned a lot, and I think it actually did. I think Jordan Peterson lost his luster when he decided to self demedicate off of whatever it was benzodiazepam or whatever it was he was taking for depression. And his doctor said, hey, if we're going to do it, you got to taper off of it. And I guess he thought he was going to cold turkey it and wound up in a damn coma. And I don't know if you're familiar with that whole episode where he had to go to Russia and they were like going through all this experimental shit, like deep purifying
What the
blood, and he
fuck?
was in a hyperbaric chamber and just
Yeah. I do remember it, but I
and
didn't. I didn't think he was gonna make it out of it, but apparently, he did. I mean,
well,
because
he's not the
once you
same
start
as he
going
was
there,
before. Yeah,
oh hell no,
he lost
oh hell
he
no.
lost a mental step or two. He seems a lot more unstable than he did before that. But I think he lost his luster to a large extent, but he's still um, out there, doing what he does.
Andrew Tate and some of the current people, or Bronze Age pervert, what does that say about our culture, right? What does that say about our capacity to live in community with each other, talk about the good life, questions of meaning? So these are some of the themes that I try to explore.
So you're kind of explaining why there's an appeal, especially among younger men. I mean, if you've gone to the NatCon conference or some of these other conferences, one of the things that's interesting is that there's so many young people there, particularly so many young men who are finding who are looking to someone like Patrick Deneen or Adrian Vermeulen or Yoram Hazony for kind of guidance, intellectual guidance and guidance. You mentioned that there are these different camps within the New Right, sort of the Claremonters, the Restorationists, the Catholic post-liberalisms, the NatCons. They all want to turn their back on pluralistic liberal democracy, but they all have dreams for a different America. So I was wondering maybe if you can spell out what they envision, like what the consequences of their ideas would be.
Yeah, I think the different camps vary, and so we could parse some of that. But I think in general, it is a kind of looking back nostalgia that fuels a lot of this. And so you have a yearning for pre-civil rights America, the 1950s. You have a yearning for the founding era and the Republican revolutionary spirit that they see there, and the moral world that they project onto that world. And then with the Catholic neo-integralists, which is a subset of the post-liberal camp, you have a real yearning, I think, for a kind of medieval world, right? The world of Christendom is how they sometimes speak of it. And so those are that's the spirit of what's fueling some of this, the nostalgia. Then you have the tech bro contingent where they are willing to fuse this with much more modernistic approaches, but it's all quite authoritarian. And I think socially what we're talking about here is a reversal of a lot of the progressive gains of the last 50 years. So that's tangibly what we're looking at. They want to overturn Obergefell. Yeah. I think they want to turn down, have a kind of, trad wives that they like the trad wives. And I think we're seeing some of not just the change in immigration law, right? And then they're trying to deport so many people and change the way immigration has worked since 1965. But also many people in this movement are aggrieved and think that there is reverse racism that is happening throughout every level of the state and through the bureaucracy and through all of the academic institutions. And so they want to not just overturning civil rights law and affirmative action very thoroughly is part of what they want to do. And then they are also trying to transform higher education.
And you can look at what the administration has been doing in higher education and in its treatment of the federal bureaucracy to kind of root out what they consider to be wokeism, right? By shutting down programs, by firing federal employees, by engaging very deeply in universities and threatening to pull money if the don't sign on to what they want to do. So there is an agenda that is actually being put into place. You mentioned, I want to circle back to maybe the post-liberals for a moment. We mentioned the law professor, Harvard law professor Adrian Vermeulen, and you spend some time in your book talking about his ideas and his notion of common good constitutionalism, right? His idea of using the Constitution or using the deep state to put into place this vision of a new Christendom. How do you see that happening?
So I think this is important because a lot of what's happening now on the ground is consistent with this older rhetoric that's even consistent with something like the Tea Party, where, and certainly with the Claremont Institute group, where what they want to do is destroy the administrative state, right? We heard Bannon talking about that during the first administration, and now they're really trying to get that done. So they're destroying all these agencies, and so we all have a sense of what that is, I think.
The Doge.
The Doge actions, yeah. And the end of US aid, all of these things. I think often that's seen as in real tension with other parts of the New Right, such as Adrian Vermeule's whole teaching, which is a way of seeing the Trump administration, and I think for sure the Vance future, as a way of harnessing the powers of the state and using those to pursue their own agenda, right? And to use the power of state to reorganize the country, not just the laws, but also the culture. And so Adrian Vermeule is this very important figure, even though he's sort of out there. He's very well regarded. He's a professor at Harvard Law. He's very well regarded across the academy because he's kind of a young, he's been just this sort of phenom mind, very, very successful, very productive scholar. And most of his work is focused on the administrative state. But then in 2016 or 2015, he converted to Catholicism, and he started advocating for something called Catholic integralism, along with some other figures on the New Right. But that's the most radical version of Trumpy intellectualism, and it's really this quite overt effort to undermine liberal freedom and sort of reintegrate the church and state with a Catholic sort of nomos, right? Like a Catholic, a Catholic, I don't want to say theocracy, but there's something of a theocratic flavor to this, right? Where they're trying, so Adrian Vermeule is
by Catholic social teachings, right?
Informed by Catholic social teachings and aiming for Catholic ends, right? So aiming for the very Catholic conception of the good, which is focused primarily on salvation. So it's quite, and again, he doesn't say all this totally explicitly, but he's pretty explicit. And so but as a legal scholar, that's sort of more in his online writings about Catholicism, but he has also this scholarly persona where he has written this book called Common Good Constitutionalism. And this book is an attack on originalism and on living constitutionalism or progressive constitutionalism. And he's trying to assert that the true constitutional jurisprudence, the true model for American jurisprudence is this common good classical legal tradition that aims for the common good. And that provides this sort of substantive ends that are lacking in textualist interpretation of the Constitution. So textualists can look at the text of the Constitution and can and see some things there. And Adrian Vermeule says, no, there are clear. The American constitutional order is informed by this classical legal tradition that aims for the common good, which means justice, peace, and abundance, and health and security also. So he says we know what the American political order aims for. It aims for these Catholic ends, right? It aims for these Thomistic, or he uses different traditions, but he says we know what it's about, and so the Supreme Court can adjudicate accordingly. Right. And
it's a kind of a restorationist vision.
Yeah.
But a restoration of maybe his imposition of what the founders were, the framers were actually aiming at.
Yeah. I mean, I argue that it's an imposition, it's a projection, it's sort of a revisionist account of what the American legal tradition in all of its messiness actually is. There are all kinds of, legal arguments you can make, constitutional arguments, just different kinds of ways of understanding legal philosophy and the American history. But he's doing something very specific. And I think there's no question in my mind that things like the classical legal tradition or Blackstone or all of these different threads were informing the American founders and informing how people understand constitutionalism. But he is, his work, I think, he's claiming that that's the forgotten tradition, that his particular version of this is the tradition and has been long forgotten. And then he's also excluding certain parts of the tradition, including things like the Bill of Rights or the Declaration of Independence. So, I mean, we could get into the nitty gritty with this guy, but he's also done a ton of work on the executive power and basically has no problem with a very, very strong executive. That one of his books was called Executive Unbound.
Mhm. Yeah. And of course, he and Patrick Deneen have interesting intellectual engagements over the years. So one could say that he famously sort of pulled Patrick Deneen from Deneen's earlier position as a kind of communitarian withdrawal from liberalism to this more substantive notion of integralism. What's your sense of how much legs these?
I'm gonna have to actually read Deneen, I guess, because I'm trying to figure out how communitarianism would be incompatible with liberalism. I mean, I mean, Jefferson, it almost sounds like something that would be, like Jeffersonian agrarian sort of in that category. But I don't think that's incompatible with liberalism. So I guess I'm going to have to read him.
These projects have, and you mentioned earlier that there are these different camps that have different visions of what America should be. So, in what ways are they part of a shared project? In what ways do you think that they're going to come to loggerheads as this administration moves along?
Great question. I think that it's a bit of wishful thinking to think that they're going to really come to loggerheads within the conservative movement.
This is actually an interesting response from her because, the Steve Bannon wing, what I thought was actually going to be kind of a fight over this H-1B thing. It was the tech bros versus the Steve Bannon a more populist vision. So she, as an expert, apparently does. I think she's probably right. I think MAGA is going to collapse in on itself mainly because, and she will point it out. I'm not going to even steal her thunder on this. I don't think MAGA is going to collapse anytime soon, but I also think it's going to go the way of the Tea Party. I don't think that, and mainly, well, she actually she makes two interesting statements, and I'll just let her make it because she's the expert. But there is hope, but the hope isn't that MAGA blows up, at least in the short term.
Within the sort of MAGA new right, there are tensions, there are cleavages, but I think they're quite happy to go along with everything. They were happy to go along with Trump even after January 6th. So I think it's a little mistaken to think that I don't think they're gonna eat each other, out of this movement. So you have someone like Patrick Deneen writing an article about how J.D. Vance inherits both the tech right traditions and the post-liberal traditions and is able to amalgamate them into something coherent. So I think that alone is a sign that they are going to stick together through this. So they have, I think they've been terrifically successful, right? They weathered January 6th. They captured many right-wing institutions like the Heritage Foundation, or I think of the Intercollegiate Studies Institute. Claremont Institute has been completely transformed in some ways by all of this. And they got J.D. Vance on the ticket, right? I mean, I'm sure there were a lot of factors here. It's not like they single-handedly did that, but that was a huge victory for them. They wrote up, their ideas are all over Project 2025. there's a lot going on in our politics, but these ideas, I think, are fueling a lot of it, or at least back patting it, right? They're giving justifications to what's happening, and they hope that that Vance will carry the mantle. And even if he doesn't, I think at the state level, this movement has an enormous amount of power.
Yeah, I mean, Vance, was famously at Patrick Deneen's book launch event at Catholic University for Regime Change. He attended and gave an important speech at the NatCon event in 2024. So in some ways, Vance represents these ideas in a much deeper way than Donald Trump does. This book would have read quite differently had Kamala Harris won in 2024, right? You've been writing this book for a while. There was a possibility that the Democrats would have kept the White House. Given what you see, is the MAGA right winning? Like, you've mentioned their successes, you mentioned their influence. How do you gauge their actual power and influence in the administration today?
So I think they are winning, clearly. I mean, I think Vance is there he's the vice president. I think these guys are not unhappy with everything Trump is doing. They are the kind of culture warrior boosters behind a lot of it. So they might prefer Vance, and they know that Vance is more ideologically captured than Trump, but they are not opposed to what Trump is up to. So I think they're definitely winning. I think that I was trying to do a few different things with this book, right? It's an explainer. So I wanted to show what the book was about, and to sort of give profiles of these different figures. I wanted to show how alluring it is, right? And how you could get captured by some of these ideas. And then I also wanted to have a sense of urgency in the book. But I think that but I think one thing I also want to convey is just how strange some of these ideas are, and how much they are departures from a lot of what conservatives tend to think, or just ordinary Americans take for granted in political life. These men have turned the country in quite a different direction from the sort of, not just from neoconservatism or the old conservative establishment, but I think from the ideals of Abraham Lincoln, for all kinds of things that the American public takes for granted and believes in strongly, in individual freedom. And so I think we can one thing I wanted to convey in the book is how this stuff is really weird and kind of gonzo. It's important, but the American public, I don't think, is nearly as radicalized as the people I'm writing about. And so if I wanted to kind of leave one thing for the reader, and just to answer your question about whether they've won or not, I think that they've won for the short term. They are in power now. I think that they can be, it's an incredibly destructive movement, but I don't think that the American public is radicalized nearly to this degree, or nearly as supportive of the things that are going on. And so I hope that readers can kind of differentiate the world I'm writing about from just ordinary voters who are not paying much attention and have all kinds of legitimate grievances about the direction of the country that are then being leveraged by the MAGA new right.
So you approach the subject as a political theorist.
Yeah.
And also approach this subject as a political liberal.
Mm-hmm.
Who recognizes the limitations of liberalism today, or at least as liberalism has been in the United States in the early 21st century. What would you suggest that liberals do, or people who are opposed to the new MAGA right do to counter this movement, to essentially hold on to a vision of America and an American reality that is pluralistic, that is democratic, that is interested in equal rights and human rights and the rule of law?
I think it's really difficult right now. I mean, I want to just sort of have solidarity with people, and I hope that they're working hard to do what they can wherever they're situated to fight some of this. And I don't have any easy answers to that question, right? I mean, I think that liberals have to, I don't really like this idea that liberals need to moderate their positions to appease some of this. The sort of centrist position is not exactly my own, though I do recognize some of the things that have not helped. So I think think getting out there and talking to people, I think that we need I'd like us to think more about some of the moral arguments that we do, the principles we stand for, rather than just what we're opposed to, and to find the politicians and work for the politicians that are good at articulating that positive vision, and that I think are good at reaching back into our history to use, because right now the MAGA new right is quite comfortable reaching back however they like into different parts of history and using that very rich and complicated and pluralistic history to bang a certain patriotic drum. And I think liberals who are afraid to use some of that history for a more liberal pluralistic vision are doing themselves a great harm. So I think learn some history and then promote that and use that, and when you're talking about what Democrats stand for. I think that could be really useful to revive some of the language. Patriotic language is great. Liberal freedoms, right? Freedom and opportunity, I think, are really good things that everybody believes in, that we could do better to draw on. Abraham Lincoln is somebody I think really worth reading and learning from in this moment, because this is really a departure from, I think, what Abraham Lincoln stood for. So he's an inspiration. So that's my basic answer, Jerome. It's very difficult right now, though. So I think being out on the streets is important, right? I think that being out on the streets and working to win the next election and to protect the next election is really important.
And what kind of resources do you think that liberalism has as an intellectual tradition to not only counter this new right, MAGA right reactionary forces, but essentially capture some of that political energy and maybe capture a vision of what a public good could be in this country that's so big and vast and complicated?
Well, I mean, the liberal tradition is. I'm not a scholar of liberalism, Jerome, so I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer that question. I mean, I think that the history of and liberalism is such a sort of fluid word. I think it's hard. There are all kinds of wonderful liberal thinkers out there. There's a great book by a guy named Alexandre Lefebvre, who wrote a book called Liberalism as a Way of Life. I think liberals need to start thinking in this way about how to defend liberal constitutionalism. But people will have their different arguments that they turn to. I'm going to read something though. Okay, I'm going to conclude with a little thing which is a Lincoln quote, because this is how I think this is a moment where Lincoln gives us a way of thinking about the Declaration and about constitutionalism that is quite inspiring. So I'm going to conclude this with this little quote, okay? Because it's one little resource we can go to. This was from his speech on the Dred Scott ruling. The Dred Scott ruling, I think it was 1957, was declared that Black people were not really citizens and were not equal, that they were sort of inferior, but that it was an inferior race. Okay. And so that they didn't have the same rights that other Americans did. And Lincoln takes this up and he says that he thinks this ruling was an abomination, basically, right? And he says that it goes against everything that the founding fathers didn't live by, but what they were aiming for and sort of their aspirations. And so it's a speech that has this section that's all about equality and how the founders understood equality. And Lincoln says that the founders and the writers of the Declaration were not, that they were quite clear about how they understood equality. He says, they defined with tolerable distinctness in what respects they did consider all men created equal. They were, he explained, equal with respect to certain inalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And he said that the Declaration was, contra the Dred Scott ruling, intended by the founders to be a beacon of hope for a more equal future. And then he says this, he says, they meant simply to declare the right so that the enforcement of it might follow as fast as circumstances could permit. That's in the Declaration, right? They were intending in the Declaration to assert the right of equality. They meant to set up a standard maxim for free society, which should be familiar to all. constantly looked to, constantly labored for, and even though never perfectly attained, constantly approximated, and thereby constantly spreading and deepening its influence and augmenting the happiness and value of life to all people of all colors everywhere. So that's the kind of anti-new right. That's Abraham Lincoln. And I think that's the kind of thing that we need to be better at recollecting and reaffirming.
I think that's a fabulous message. Laura, it has been fantastic chatting with you today. Again, Laura K. Field, the author of Furious Minds, The Making.
All right. Well, actually, the guy she mentioned, Alexander Lefebvre, I do have a video by him where he's interviewed by somebody. I haven't read the book yet, but it's definitely on my to-do list. But I'm gonna wrap it up here because I think I'm coming up. Well, just past 6 hours, and I gotta go eat dinner at some point. So everybody make sure that you hit the like button. And for folks who may catch this on a replay, any comments you'd like to leave, I get so few of them these days that I definitely at least react, if not answer them. So don't be shy. And I will tomorrow. We'll probably just do a part 2 of this theme, which is basically, looking at MAGA. Because I got another interview by her that I need to double check if there's anything different. We may watch it. The Alexander Lefebvre basically talking about liberalism as a way of life. And then I had some other things, that are along that liberalism idea. And again, I'm going to repeat something I said earlier in the show. I never really thought of myself as kind of a creature of the Enlightenment, and that's problematic in itself. But in light of what MAGA is, and the effects that it's had in just 10 months, I'm probably a little bit more of a classical liberal than I was. When you've got George F. Will basically comparing the morals of this Trump administration to, well, basically he's calling the Trump administration a moral abyss. You got some problems, and we got 3 more years of this. Potentially.
Whole years.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. I think that it's going to be a rocky ride, and stay tuned. I am going to do the I Told You So New Year's show. It is. I don't hear a whole lot of people coming out and crowing about Trump and how great the Trump administration is going to be these days.
In no way. In no way.
Even the Trump fans are kind of keeping their head low. So I'll be back around 1:30 or so tomorrow, and we'll kind of pick up where we left off today, and then we'll do the news. I'm definitely going to be looking at this special election in Tennessee. Yeah, I don't even know who's ahead. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but hopefully it's another spot over the bow. It's tonight.
Okay.
I noticed let's see here. I noticed Brian Tyler Cohen was covering it.
It runs through
Let's
Tennessee.
See here. Where are we?
On the western side of the.
Oh, okay. So BTC was covering it live.
Agenda free, and yeah, Brian Tyler Cohen is covering it live as well. He's been doing that the past couple elections. It looks like which party will win. I don't know whether that's a poll. And I didn't even know they were having a special election, so I don't know I'd have to go in and have a look at it. But we'll talk about it tomorrow.
I think a bunch of people
Hopefully
are going to resign from Congress before the
Oh
actual
yeah, I
fucking
noticed
year's out.
somebody did just the other day. Look, the MAGA. Look, I think I think they're going to lose a lot of seats. I think there's going to be some districts, especially in places like North Carolina. It already happened in Virginia. These purple states or borderline states. I don't think Texas redistricting, and that's in trouble in the courts right now. I
Yeah,
don't think that's
Indiana
going to be
is.
enough.
All of them are. All of them
Yeah,
are.
yeah. So some judge actually called it racial. So yeah, Trump is a mess, and
He
I
took all his
guess.
dudes down with him. Took all his dudes down with him.
Oh yeah, dude, he's in it for himself. That's the other thing that I just don't understand why these people can't accept that Trump doesn't care about his legacy. There's nothing other than his personal legacy, he's appealing those 34 felony convictions. Other than
Shit's not
his
gonna work.
personal legacy, I don't see anything he's doing that, is paving the way for his successor. And he doesn't seem, now it's only into his first year, but he's gonna be a lame duck at this rate. And
Gonna be a
if
lame
they
duck
lose in
before this year's out.
2026,
Yeah.
yeah, if they lose in 2026, it'll at least be interesting.
There's gonna be nothing but investigations until shit's over with. That's what it's gonna be.
Yeah, that is, I don't know that that's a good thing though.
You think this
But
Hexep thing is gonna take him out? This whole ordering another
I
strike shit,
watched
what
the
I think is
cabinet
fucking
meeting.
crazy.
I
Jesus,
showed
it's fucking crazy.
I hold on one sec. I showed a clip of that. Yeah, if anything, Donald Trump is going to throw somebody under the bus. I suspect it's going to be that admiral. Because let me tell you the comment of the day. Pete Hegseth said he couldn't see any survivors due to all the fire and smoke. Dude, I busted out laughing when I heard
What
that.
the
Like
fuck?
fire and smoke really means you can't detect survivors? Dude, fire departments do it all the time.
They said the other drone clearly showed people cleaning the pieces of driftwood or wreckage.
Yeah, yeah. He said he didn't see
Yeah.
it. It's gonna be great. I didn't think before this even happened that Hexef is going to last that much longer. He definitely won't last the whole administration. And then the other person that I'm pretty sure is going to go is Kash Patel.
Oh
Now,
yeah.
what
I
I'm
think Cash
hoping is
Patel's
they
gonna be
don't
gone
make.
before Hexo. Definitely.
I would agree with that. Now the thing is do they make Bongino? I
Oh
can't
God.
see him as the head of the FBI.
I mean,
That
we
dude's
saying
not that
stranger
bright.
shit. We said stranger shit, man.
I guess so, but that would be a riot. Saturday Night Live is going to have a ball with Bongino as
Because
bedtime
he
for
looked just
Bongino.
like such a cartoon villain. Like he, yeah.
All right, folks. Well, I will see everybody tomorrow afternoon, and everybody have a good night. We will have lots to talk about as usual tomorrow. So,
All right, cool, man.
Dirty
All
Dude,
right,
good to see you. Good to see you too,
all right,
Manna, tomorrow. Oh,
all
by
right,
the
cool.
way, everybody, I'm gonna go at some point after dinner. Go over to Savage's show. I think that this is
Yeah, what's
it.
his name? Savage what?
Savage Entertainment. Hold on one sec.
Okay.
Let me bring him up on the screen. I think that's the right link. Yeah. This is the show. It's coming up at at 8:30 Eastern time. So it's called "Why Are the Melanated So Angry?" So he's a good
Right
guy.
up
It's
my
coming up
alley.
in about well, it's less than 30 minutes. The actual title of the show is "Are We Doomed?" And Savage Code Entertainment is his
Savage Code
official title.
Entertainment.
Yeah,
All right, cool,
I'll
man.
drop that. Yeah, so I'll see you over there, and
All
if
right, cool,
not,
man.
we'll see each other tomorrow. So hit the like button on your way out, everybody. I see we got one new subscriber, so things are looking up, and
Oh,
I
nice.
will see. Yeah, well, it's gonna be a slow climb, but we'll get there. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, man.
Hey,
Thanks.
look, all this dry political philosophy stuff, it's not everybody's cup of tea, though it should be.
Oh no. Oh no.
All right.
All right, cool, man.
See
Later.
y'all later.